And welcome everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. It is week 8, day number 4. This is going to round out our third last week of the LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Carr. Joining me today on the desk is Matthew Fish Stewart and Zach Rusty Pies. It's been an awesome week so far. What have we found we've enjoyed so far?
There's been some crazy upsets. There's been some crazy action, to say the least. To me personally, I am just happy to see that EDG showed up this week and they gave it to the team that beat them first time around, Invictus Gaming.
What about you, Fish? What have you enjoyed? Been some pretty crazy moments?
Pentakill comeback last night. That was probably the most crazy moment of this week. I absolutely enjoyed it.
Full Name mode was achieved once again. Feels like the man never really left his 2014 form. It was good to see Name playing back at his peak. To be fair, though, there's a lot of different stories from this weekend. Again, we've been talking so much about how the groups are finally starting to disseminate and break up a bit. Even in Group A, which at one point was a landslide almost for first and second. A very important week here, to be honest, gentlemen, and the top teams are finally starting to lose games.
Yeah, it's a very important week and a very important day to me because this is Group A. This is where the most movement can actually occur. And yes, Group B is close. There's a lot of good teams, but there are so many upsets available to Group A that you just have no idea what's going to happen. It's pretty outlandish.
Things are just really close between these two groups. And the final game of, the second. Was it the final game or the second? The final game of last night.
There we go.
All the way till the final team fight, it almost looked like VETV were going to be in the position to clinch playoffs for themselves if they were able to play perfectly throughout the remainder of their games. And it was down to that final team fight, and now they're just out of playoff contention once again. It's not in their hands to take it. They're going to have to get a few teams ahead of them to drop those games, but it is looking really close in these two groups now.
It really is, and I guess we're not quite there yet, but Rusty, I do want to ask you a quick something about Xiaogu, because that's a team that's definitely been on top of their group, and the LPL, it feels like, all season long, finally picking up some losses, and of all teams to lose to, we'll get to see them today.
Just makes sense. In the weirdest way possible, the team that could be number one somehow losing to LGD, who have beat them last split around in the actual finals. And beating QG is what sent LGD to Worlds. Rest in peace, Worlds 2015 for LPL. But they did it again. It just seems to make too much sense. And yes, unfortunately for QG, they had to fall to that team. But that's actually a really good sign because that's what LGD is capable of.
Yep, certainly a team that looks dangerous when they make charges towards the playoffs. But what about the other side there? I mean, LGD just looking awesome, like Xiaogu falling. I'm sure they'll be fine. They're still very close to the top. They will play today. Later on, we'll see how they go. But LGD have to be feeling like, hang on a second, we finally got it together again. They're always a team. It's so funny. They're always a team that's supposed to make charges late during playoffs. And 2-3 weeks out of playoffs, look who's creeping back into the mix.
It's almost like a slingshot. You know,
Yeah.
like they're just being pulled down, they're charging to get as far up as they can. They rocket up, and they rocket back down to nowhere, and then they somehow bounce back up again on the rebound. So who knows with LGD?
LGD's like the resident sleeper of Group A right now. You know, they were just quietly standing below everyone else, and now they're suddenly in playoff contention once again with all the games in their hands, and they look really good. I was truly impressed by the top side of their map's performance, especially from Marin up into the top lane, especially from Amy in the jungle as well. I'm hoping we can see a similar performance today when they play.
All right, so we know from the LGD fans, you know what, we'll look at it later, because here are our current standings for Group A. Xiaogu still on top at 10-2, despite the loss earlier in the week. World Elite sitting at second, Snake there in third, starting to break up a bit more space, but there they are. LGD now 4-8, sneaking their way into playoff contention for now. We'll see if that changes as we look over to Group B. Royal never give up, still on top after sustaining more losses themselves, but EDG powering through the pack with IG and OMG rounding out the third and fourth spot. Again, it was only a week ago where it felt like Group B, was the only close group. Now it feels like Group A is awfully close as well. And I have to think, you know, only 4 teams from each group can go into playoffs 2 weeks away effectively with 1 day to play today before we hit it. How are we feeling about the groups in general, gentlemen? Because playoffs could be anything at this point.
That's the scary thing, right? Is we just have no idea where this could actually go to. I think Group B as well, they're not playing anymore this week, I believe. They played all of their games yesterday. Look how close that group is. There's actually like 3 points between first and fifth in a 6-person group. That says a lot. And Group A, World Elite, the Creepers that have slowly made their way up to second, are only 2 points off now.
Yep, it's definitely going to be coming down to the final games or the final week as well in the LPL. It looks really close between all these teams, and I'm going to be excited to see who are the 8 that make it into playoffs.
Well, couldn't have it any better moving into the later stages of the season, but we're not done yet. And as I said, before we get into today's matches, let's have a bit more of a chat about LGD, because LGD fans, I know you're out there at home, it must have been tough as far as season goes here for LGD. So my question is, because every LGD game is kind of the same, right? You're like, okay, I'm just not going to have any expectations. I'll be happy when they win. I'll be sad when they lose. And then I'll sort of move it around from then. My question to you blokes is, How many games does it take for us to be convinced that LGD are back?
I've thought about this, and I can't answer it because every time you feel like they're doing well, we came into Worlds last year as the best example. It's like, this is the year of LGD. They're actually going to show up. They're going to win Worlds. We were so excited, and the exact opposite happened. That was like the epitome of I have too much faith in a team that then lets me down. If they start winning again this split, doesn't matter until they win. The whole thing.
Okay.
Does a week matter?
That's precisely it. It doesn't really matter until they actually win the entire LPL. I think that's going to be the only moment where LG are like, okay, they're back again. But even when they win, and if they win the LPL, it's still going to be like, look, wherever you're going next, you better be careful, okay?
There's a baseline, right? So, like, if they win every single game for 3 weeks, then yeah. Like, LGD, they've shown consistency. They haven't won my faith, but they've shown consistency, and it is an improvement because all this team was missing, all LGD was actually missing, was synergy as a roster. They've got a star-studded team. They just needed to put it all together and mesh, and they actually did make it work against QG.
Yeah, it certainly seems like it's not just a team full of strong laners anymore, but that's a worry, honestly, for the LPL as a whole, but so much great fun to watch because when the skill ceiling is this high, the players are this good, it's so hard to say what's going to happen. And today is probably no less as we're going to round out our final day, but a very exciting time for LPL fans because there's just so much going on. I guess the other maybe story to look at is Royal. They're the other top team. We know Xiaogu started dropping games. We'll see them play later today in our second match. I guess we'll see how they're looking against Snake later on. But Royal, again, a team that's starting to look shaky. And when the other top teams are growing, I look at EDG and even LGD for that sort of growth that they've showed late into the season. I feel like RNG, they were really good at one thing, and then they kind of don't have any other things left.
Yeah, and that's a genuine concern, is like, what do they actually bring to the table other than maybe just aggressive invading as a duo? Maybe it's a linear strategy that they have they need to expand on. I think, honestly, it just involves incorporating more lanes, looking to win through standard play and just actually closing out games effectively. Play the map less than the people you're against.
We'll have a look here at EPA because we are going to start in our first match. They line up Gimgoon, Crisis, Republic, Moon, and Soul are their 5 players to kick things off, so not too many changes there. We'll start in the top side. Gimgoon, most impressive Korean top laner, particularly on the Poppy.
Yeah, he's actually a prolific Poppy player. It's his most played champion, so showed a lot of strength on that, and we've actually seen Marin use it to great effect as well, so it could be contentious.
Well, there's Crisis, though, the jungler. Been up and down, mostly down, unfortunately, for EPA, but definitely someone that can threaten from that position.
These are the 2 players that are going to be watching out for this match against LGD. The top laner and the jungler. I think they have to take the game to LGD, and it's going to be those 2 to watch out for.
Well, there's Rock Solid Republic there with plenty of Corky games in his mid lane. We'll see what he can get done today, as we'll have a look now at the EPA bottom lane. Moon, their AD carry. Again, it feels like a lot of the lower tier teams here in the LPL are very similar stories with their bottom lane. Very solid, reasonably strong players, but maybe not stand out yet. As Soul actually will be our new player stepping into the support role today.
Rest in peace, Jay-Z.
Aww.
He will be missed. I was so excited. But Soul, the newcomer, I guess, to the team, no information available, as you can see. See how he goes.
Now I'm just sad.
There's even a different shade of color on the banner.
It's clearly a new photo they've taken. Let's have a look over at the LGD lineup. Can't imagine there's changes today because it feels like these 5 have finally gotten their act together and starting to play much more as a team. The promise was always there.
Don't you curse it,
for the lineup. Much like
it.
2015 OMG. We'll see if they can live up to a lot of the hype that was around this team. But yeah, the LGD curse is very real. A team is very streaky at certain points, but we'll have a look at their team profile now. Look at all those handsome boys. But unfortunately, only 5 of them get to play, despite 12 of them being in the picture. And it will be the 5 we expect. Marin, Amy, Wayless, Imp, and PYL. No more revolving door of junglers.
If there's one thing we know about LGD pastry time, it's that come playoffs time, they magically just get this zest and they just start showing up. And as we get closer to it, that consistency is proving strong.
There is Marin, of course, World's 2015 MVP and rock-solid top laner who's been looking very threatening in the last few weeks. Amy, though, in my opinion, is the big change in this team. He was always a strong jungler, had super up and down performances all season long. Feels like his last few games he's really come back into his own. And this man's kind of back as well. Wayless, a player that the team probably looks best when he's playing well.
Yeah.
Feels like he's finally pulled those carry pants back up.
And he feels like an emotional player as well. So it's very good to see LGD performing around their mid laner, who's also stepping up to the plate. Actually, Nautilus OG player in Doinby last time around.
Well, there's Imp, of course. Actually, a player who's been quite consistent this season, despite the results of LGD as a whole. And there's PYL, been playing much better, I think, with Imp as well. And if you think about Wayless as maybe the emotional center of the team as far as barometers go, PYL is definitely the guy that's always calling the shots and making sure the team is playing well together. So a lot of their success and failure has to be riding on PYL's shoulders. He's the general captain shot caller. Imp's already talked about it. He wanted to go to this team to play with him. Feels like PYL's team is finally becoming PYL's team again.
Absolutely is. And that's the funny thing, right, is as emotional as Wayless is, PYL being the shot caller is actually just as emotional, and that's the danger point that LGD have definitely been showing. Maybe the shot calling hasn't been on point, maybe the jungler hasn't been working with the support well enough because you concede yourself in situations where you've lost lane, and honestly it's now working around this situation where PYL, he still has to protect Imp, but LGD are all protecting Imp, but they're using him as bait before they protect him. That's their strategy now, just let him get caught and win a team fight.
It really feels like PYL is the mold of the team right now. You have all these superstar, amazing talents. You have Marin, who LGD took from the World Champions last year. You have Imp, one of the best AD carries in the world as well. And you're gluing all these people together. And it seems like PYL is the one that is keeping them in control and making sure they know what they're going to do instead of just being solo queue superstars.
I mean, we've seen that honestly taken to the logical extreme in some of the matches when they started winning. I fondly remember, and I say fondly in full seriousness, the basically 4 carries and a bard. That was the team comp they went with. And honestly, PYL made it work.
It was the 5 fingers team. Yeah. Every team that you see, like every team comp is defined as like a hand, like a fist, that you come together and you team fight, right? Whereas the strategy that LGD had was like 5 separate fingers that just like go off in random directions. And it's like cause chaos, catch people out, win 1v1s in 5 different spots and win the game. And for some reason, that actually worked.
Well, it was definitely the start of their success, and it's nice to see LGD sort of branch out now and play a little bit more around their star players like Imp and Wayless and Marin all really step up to the plate. I guess my question is, if LGD have evolved beyond strong laning, what do we expect to see from them today? Because EPA are a team that, if nothing else, we can look at their laning and say, these guys know what they're doing in the early stages of the game. And despite recent success for LGD, there is still a threat here for this team. They may be 4th right now, but they actually need to keep the hype sort of going.
Yeah, they're actually notoriously good at playing EP up until about 20 to 30 minutes, and that's where they really do start to drop off. That's where shot calling is important, so you do look at PYL and hope that he's not going to be overly emotional, not going to lose lane, anything like that where EPA can pressure them out. I think that EPA are definitely still a threat, though.
They definitely are, and being a team coming from the LSPL as well, they're really, really strong in that laning phase. It's going to be EPA's game to take if they can do well during that laning phase. They really, really have to capitalize on that against LGD. And if they can do just that, then we'll have a game on our hands.
Well, we're going to start things off here in game number 1, as we'll see what happens in game 1's draft. Just to let you know, LGD did lose a ban because they talked during a pause last time these two played in a best of 3. So that carries over to this second series here. LGD only 2 bans today, as you can see, choosing to ban nothing. That's not a mistake. That is a penalty imposed upon them today, but they'll still get 2 bans, as an EPA have actually gotten through 2 bans of themselves already. Nautilus and Nidalee will be the first 2 bans, as Poppy is LGD's first overall ban of the 2 they'll get this game.
And it won't surprise me if from here on out we start seeing Poppy and Nautilus bans with every single drafting phase, because they're the 2 champions that have really popped up and to be contentious in top lane picks. They've got mid lane Nautilus now being thrown into the mix, and even support if you have to flex it as well. Similar to that of the Trundle. But being able to even flex it mid and diffuse what is, I guess, a league full of heavy carries in mid lane is a big deal.
And it kind of feels like how picks and bans have been going for majority of this season as well. A lot of teams opt to pick up flex picks very early on, and when you have a champion that can be played in the top lane, mid lane as a support, who knows, you could chuck him in the jungle if you like to as well. It's really dangerous to leave him open.
Certainly is. So smart ban away there from EPA, as Braum will actually be the final ban. Another champion. It's getting towards early 2016 All-Star status almost.
Yeah.
Just been banned away so much in recent games. LGD, though, 5 seconds left for their final ban. See what they decide on here. Again, they only got 2, and it is going to be Callista banned away from EPA.
Callista is the ban. Lulu.
Yep.
One of the things that you have to discuss is definitely available. There's also the options of Gragas as a first pick, just one of the stronger champions you'll see. And it wouldn't be a surprise.
Well, there's Gragas, so no surprises there to start things off. Strong champion in the hands of both Crisis and Amy, and a very strong jungler overall. So LGD likely expecting that. Will take 2 picks for themselves. Alistar's going to be locked in, and there's the Sivir So presume bottom lane there for LGD, a really strong start to their draft.
Yeah, and I think the funny thing to me as well is Alistar is considered like a second-rate Braum to an extent at the moment, but Alistar is still well and truly strong. The thing about Sivir is that she's self-sufficient with the spell shield. Very hard to actually engage on her, so Alistar's got a lot more merit in laning phase, where it's usually difficult.
Well, here we are, definitely showing us he knows how to play the alley, as EPA are actually done with their second and third picks. Trundle and Lucian will be the selections. EPA actually drafting pretty quickly here. Seems like both teams, at least for game one, have a pretty set plan here. Although Wayless going to slow things down just a bit as LGD consider their next two picks.
Yeah, Wayless, one of the deeper pockets of all mid laners in the LPL, so would actually be surprising if they lock in a mid laner in this rotation, given that they are red side and they could last pick that champion for Wayless. Just shows where they want to put their emphasis towards when it comes to drafting, and that seems like Marin above all else.
And they've already locked in Kindred, so they picked up one of the S-tier junglers to say on the side of LGD, and they're going to go with Corki as their pickup. That should be going into mid lane, as we always Sivir picked up as an AD carry for IP. Like Rusty said, looks like they're saving their final pick for Marin up in the top lane.
Well, it's probably Trundle, but could, I guess, be swapped away depending on what EPA wants to do. I guess we've seen Gragas top lane recently as well, so EPA going to have to show a little bit more here. LGD are going to bide their time and give Marin the counter pick there in topside.
Flexes everywhere.
Yeah.
But not a role to see.
Well, EPA maybe just going to finish off their draft here. It looks like mid and jungle are their last few picks, so Flex City indeed. But we'll see if they lock these ones in.
Well, Graves can top lane, so we don't know between Gragas and Graves which one's going where. That would indicate, however, Trundle would be supporting. So, you know what? Let's just let it happen. And
Hey, Gragas support, man.
I'm not going to advocate this any further until I see it, okay?
Well, Azir and Graves are the picks, so still a bit of ambiguity there for EPA as LGD considering their final pick here. You can see Amy pretty rapidly talking to his teammates, though, as the LGD analysts and players make sure they lock down this final pick. Probably not Talon.
We will be getting it once, though.
LGD love to have fun with this hover.
I think they have agreed to play it once. I don't know when.
Have they played EDG? Yeah, they have. I think they've played them every time they will this season, so that would have been the best place to play it.
Unfortunately.
Not an option here. As LGD, I think, might last pick a tank. That was sort of what I was thinking, but it's like, if you're going to last pick a tank, why not pick it late? I guess they really wanted Corki.
Well, they just needed to see who they were up against in the top lane. I think Maokai would make a lot more sense than Na, just given the consistent tankiness that a Maokai has, whereas Na is a bit hit and miss with the mini mega forms, but Na would be much more all in on the sieging, having range to him, whereas this is keeping your big carries alive.
And this is Maokai. We've seen him pop up so often in recent weeks. It almost feels like we're going full circle from last year. Marin, though, an exceptional Maokai player. And the champion, super solid, especially when you get those teleports involved. So LGD, a nice strong draft. You can see where the carries are. Got lots of threats there in the center of their map. And then decent core to sort of protect all that with the Maokai Alistar as well. But I'm curious what you guys think of the draft as we have now finished it.
I'm just surprised Lulu wasn't contested at all between these two teams. That's normally one of the picks that teams would try to fight around as very first pick worthy as well. Didn't show up at all during this draft.
Rip Lulu.
Definitely a big rip to Lulu. It is surprising, I will agree, to see no Lulu at all. But in saying that, I think LGD's composition makes a lot more sense with a Corki than that of a Lulu. Based off what they
I
want to
just
do.
love that we have 10 champions and 580 carries. That's the real thing I enjoy.
I mean, Trundle has a hard time killing all the tanks that don't exist sometimes if there's 580 carries there. P-Whale and Marin should do nicely, though. Gimgoon means he can burst the crap out of a lot of people on this Graves, and as can Republic, who I will say is a mid to long-ranged champion or player against the Sivir Kindred. It's easy to hit.
Well, could be, but we'll have to see how it goes as we're going to get ourselves onto the Rift for game number 1. And here we are into Summoner's Rift for the first time this evening, and unfortunately, the last day of this particular week. It's been 3 days so far of LPL action. We had a dramatic ending to last night, and it's been pretty awesome matches all week long. So we'll see how week ends here as we kick things off with LGD and EPA. Going to do battle in game 1 of our first best of 3. LGD going to start off strong straight into the enemy jungle. And so have a little peek into the Keystone Masteries.
We call this the Alistar strategy, Pastry Time. You know what the strategy is? I'm Alistar invade. That's literally it. Competitive thing, you know, you don't often see this.
Look at Crisis too. Oh, it's a shot for his trouble. Amy, I don't think liked that particular taunt.
He danced back.
But after shooting him, sure.
Amazing. Amazing stuff.
LGD, though, just going to get some surveillance vision down and then go back towards their own side of the map. So it could indicate a lane swap. Right now, Imp is on the top side of the map, but maybe considering a recall.
So Soul on this Trundle as well didn't go for Grasp of the Undying. He actually goes for Bond of Stone, and that is, I'm going to say, questionable, because you're up against a lane that will probably try to trade with you. They'll try and poke you down, and instead of having sustain and giving Trundle what is actually relevant in lane, because you can aggressively look to position yourself and trade with people, you're now going Bond of Stone, which is keep Moon healthier by taking less damage, I guess, between the two of you, but trading's not as good. You'll lose more health.
We'll have to see how that damage reduction helps them out, or gives them a disadvantage. Well, helps them scale maybe in later parts of this game. So we're going to take a look at where the laners are actually going to head to. Both EPA and LGD are going to send their bot lane duo into the top side of the map, and each one of them taking a jungle camp at level 1. Kindred is going to be starting on her red buff, so top side of the map, whereas Grayus did start at the Krugs. So we'll be starting on the bottom side of the map as well.
Right now, though, we do have a 2v2 lane, so Imp out will actually go into battle against Moon and Soul. We'll have just upside-down standard lanes.
Which great names, by the way.
Yeah.
Moon and Soul together is actually wonderful. I think, to be fair, EPA's top laner might be doing well. This is the actual issue. It seems like they wanted to hide this.
Well, EPA taking a bit of damage here. It's going to be Amy that's going to try and gank, get an early gank off against EPA. Gets exhausted immediately. Exhaust will go down onto Moon. It's just blowing a couple of summoner spells and punishing the aggression coming from EPA. They're not done. They try to turn that one around. Soul taking a little bit more harass.
Yeah, they try and trade, but almost force themselves to recall. Thankfully, they still had their potions available. That is a big advantage, though, for LGD's duo lane in the Australian setup. I'm going to keep calling them top lane. Very infuriating sometimes.
Well, Sol and PYL actually going to meet again. Moon's also here, but there's the pulverize happen. Headbutts him over the ledge. Now has to flash out of the way. Crisis moves in for first blood as Sol's able to pick that up. Amy, he'll flash himself out to safety, but too aggressive there from LGD.
Way too aggressive. PYL deep warding. Imp not there because he was keeping the lane frozen. No longer able to keep that frozen. In fact, is being threatened for a dive, perhaps? Unlikely. But still, that's a first blood.
First blood going on over towards EPA. Very strong team in early stage of the game. No surprise from them. As we take a look back down at the bottom line, Gimgoon putting on some work against Marin here, already forcing him to recall. And Marin doesn't have his teleport available. Did use it earlier to get down into the bottom lane after helping Kindred on the top side of the map.
Yeah, both teams actually were looking to lane swap, and that favored EPA massively because of how the top lane and jungle setup was. Because EPA were top lane, they were able to give Alicia, who was going to solo the camp rather, and Gimgoon just goes straight to lane. Worked out well, surprisingly.
Marin actually going to go back now. So EPA will just continue laning for a bit longer. I guess the good news for LGD is that Imp is very far ahead in CS, despite the fact that his support and jungler went a little too deep on his side of the map. Marin, though, is actually staying for quite a while longer. Looks like passive's keeping him up as PYL visits the mid lane, headbutts Republic, and stops the recall.
Always relevant. I think it's the best way to describe Alistar. PYL, even though he gets first blood, gets caught out of position trying to deep ward. As is custom, even with his jungler there, still managed to find a way to get himself caught. Does come back in and just be annoying,
What
honestly.
a grand adventure this is. Oh, they're lane swapped. That's why.
Yeah, LGD sending their bot lane duo down back into the bottom lane. So PYL and Imp will be there to farm this one out and try and zone out Gimgoon a little bit, who's already running away from this wave. EPA, on the other hand, up in the top side of the map, are trying to shove this wave in towards the tower. Marin has finally collapsed on towards this wave and will be able to farm it up slightly.
I mean, there could be an argument said that they were trying to play towards Amy's passive stack side of the map, but that'd be unrealistic. I think they actually just want to accelerate the map further by actually starting to hard push down turrets. I think they got what they wanted from that lane start, and they actually want to avoid what seems like the Lucian lane.
Taking a snock of the items really quickly as well after we see the lane sorts coming in. Both the AD carries pick up a cull, so no surprise to them after their early backs. But in the mid lane, Wayless has picked up one for himself as well. So Corky going to be looking to farm up and try and get that extra goal from the cull as well.
It just means he was getting poked out by Azir to the point where you'd need a second defensive early game item. But instead of going for a second Dorans, you always go for the cull. Makes a lot of sense here from Wayless. Unfortunately for him, it does mean that he needed to go for it.
Well, you can see EPA grouping up now top side, 3 strong. 4 strong actually as Crisis joins in as well. He's going to start proxying that wave. And EPA are going to fast push it down. But Imp doing plenty of work with a bit of help from PYL. Also, should mean that these towers are just going to get traded. EPA do take a tower hit there onto Gimgoon because the wave's not quite in the right position, but he should be able to get those creeps down, deny off a couple, and then take the gold for himself. So kind of a weird lane swap, but effectively a lot of what we've started seeing in recent games as Imp's going to deny off some creeps there as well.
Yeah, I guess a very quirky version of the standard lane swap. This is definitely not a standard one, but this is as close as we're going to get given how the lanes actually started out. I think both teams potentially looking for it confused each other into this situation they're in now. I think the major difference, though, is that Gimgoon got the solo gold on the tower. He got the solo experience as well. Got left alone in that top lane for an extended period of time, whereas Imp was the recipient of gold for the bottom turret that they took, and just goes to show where the emphasis actually is for these teams.
We'll have to see how these lane swaps pan out eventually as well. Now it's going to be Marin back up in the top lane. It does look like they're going to send their bottom lane duos back into the bottom lane as well. So everyone just taking a walk all over Summoner's Rift for now. Not settling down anywhere yet, just trying to find places to farm gold anywhere possible. Moon back down in this bottom lane, going to be farming up as much as possible. Does have his Caulfield's Warhammer now.
But I mean, to put it simply, right, everyone who's walking around the map trying to find farm where possible is potentially overextending at every single point. So Lucian and Trundle in that bottom lane, they actually don't have a turret to defend them. So Amy, you can see where he's positioned, either wants the dragon or to gank bottom, which is much more realistic given how pushed they are in a lane that is being pushed towards LGD. So they don't really need to be here. They shouldn't be here, but they are.
PYL taking a lot of damage from Moon. And you have to think Amy as well would want to take that dragon. Might be waiting for his Devourer as well so he can get a few stacks on that if he is going to go for that item eventually. But Imp and PYL deciding to try and freeze this wave, it seems, as much as possible. Pulling the creeps back. And that's actually going to force Moon and Sol to back off and recall. Amy's still threatening to jump over the wall and go for a dive, as Package has been picked up by Wayless. He's just going to run around, get rid of a pink ward. Crisis will work on his second red buff of the game.
Yeah, he was actually looking topside there, Wayless, poking his head around. And of course, that's the way that the balance starts to tip, as POL could be in trouble here.
Yeah, pillar down there. Sol's actually going to move in for it as Crisis also comes down to this lane. Moon, he's going to get aggressive, but that's a flash out from the Alistar. Imp pops up the spell shield, and Crisis just can't connect with the ulti.
Yeah, Marin even backed off, ready to teleport, and Amy is here. It'd be risky if they continued to go in. They hold, I guess.
And decides not to, as Wayless, he was making his way down as well. Just uses the package to get back towards that mid lane. EPA still looked to be a little bit aggressive. In fact, they caught Amy out with that pillar, but decided not to chase him once he decided to hop over that icy wall. Imp no longer able to freeze this wave, so he's going to be shoving it back slightly, as Marin has been taking a little bit of hurt from Gimgoon up in the top lane. He's still relatively even on CS, does have the chain vest available, so will be able to mitigate some of the damage that Graves can dish out with his shotgun.
That's all that matters to Marin, is that he's keeping up in fun, because he's in a lane against a ranged opponent who has a lot of damage in the kit. Maokai, of course, does a fair chunk early, but is focusing on just getting through so he can be a tank in the mid-game and help the rest of his team out. So even if it involves helping Amy, so be it, because he's struggling to actually lane, whereas Gimgoon is gifting him the lane by pushing.
Yep. And you can see Imp still holding at CS lead in bottom side, so about 20 up still. So Republic's going to go ahead and take that blue buff for himself. Looks like Marin's actually going to face check Gimgoon. Never a good idea against the Graves, but he'll live to tell the tale this time around, as Amy finally going to go back, may very well have Devourer finished. And we'll see if LGD, if so, do you want to make a play towards that dragon, try and get those stacks going, as it looks like he has finally finished it. Hard farming there from Kindred paying off. I think LGD have a very obvious thing they want to play for, but Imp's going back. He's actually going to buy a few more items himself. And even Wayless with a Sheen. This could be LGD's first little point of action.
Yep, I like to see where LG decide to pressure next. With the Devour picked up, Kindred could definitely go on towards that dragon, pick up a couple of stacks for himself. We saw that he didn't want to take it earlier when he was looking for a gank bottom lane. You'd have to think that that would be something he would consider now. He's going to work on his Grump instead. Amy deciding to clear up as much of the jungle as possible. May donate this one over to Corky, but we have to see if Wayless is going to be able to pick up that one for himself. PYL still extending in towards the jungle of EPA. Christ actually going to knock him backwards. PYL is not level 6, not going to be able to pop the Unbreakable Wheel, and he's going to go down for the second time in this game, overextending to put a ward down.
Yeah, plain and simple, just needs to stop being that far in to put wards down when he doesn't have his jungler nearby.
Pretty epic duel in the bottom lane, though. Imp standing his ground, actually doing decent damage to Moon, but heal was up for Lucian, was not up for Imp, so I don't think Imp fancied that actual exchange. He will have to fall back towards his jungler as EPA are looking to get aggressive down the bottom side. Moon is low, but two teammates here. This should be an easy tower take for EPA.
And it just feels like this is not the LGD we saw earlier in the week. This is the opposite side of LGD. The rise and fall of this team is very obvious. Kind of relying on somebody to step up, and nobody is. PYL is always caught out of position. Here's the move, though.
Two teleports coming in, one from each team, but Imp, he's taking down incredibly low. Moon's actually going to flash aggressively forward. Imp will go the wrong direction, but does manage to get away from the danger as the ultimate of Amy has been popped down to keep PYL alive. He's trying to stay alive as long as possible as Imp. He might get jumped on here by Moon in the backlines. Everybody else is rotating now as the support will pick up a double kill for EPA. They're chasing onto Amy. Myron will pick up a kill. He does pick up one for himself, but now he's going to try and fight three members of EPA and LGD. That is not where your base is. You can't keep running in that direction. Gimgoon gets taken down really low, but they're still chasing. They're going to get an early ace here against LGD, and a double kill will go on over to Republic.
EPA, they show up in the first game of this best of 3 series, and they ace LGD so early in this game. Imp is consistently caught out of position from fantastic pillars out of Seoul. The rookie support has actually just gone massive in this game. Gimgoon is putting down ridiculous amounts of damage, and Wayless gets 1v1'd basically by Republic in the backline. Myron is the only person on LGD that has shown up to play so far today. He gets 2 kills for the team, but there's no way you're taking down Gimgoon. The target selection should have been the Trundle because he had flash and opted not to use it until after, where he dies.
Well, the Imp is going to go down as the AC is completed there. Wayless, though, almost got a 1v1 in mid lane, but Crisis now going to join in onto the Corky. Damage is down. Soul's here as well. Wayless goes forward, trying to juke out of the way, but he's just going to get chased down and killed here. Soul looking for another one. Crisis, though, he's going to move in for it, but Soul claims another victim.
Yeah, Soul claims it with the ultimate, I believe, just to ensure that he goes down, as Amy's here top lane.
They're looking to try and take down Moon here. LGD trying to find a kill back for themselves. An easy pickup for Myron and Amy. But it's still 8-3 on the scoreboard, and EPA are 3,000 gold ahead of LGD.
Well, maybe make it 4 as they're looking to take this turret down. PYL, though, just going to keep running. Make sure to zone them off this turret and keep it safe for now. Imp still aggressively forward, looking to battle Gimgoon, but Death Dance already completed for the Graves. Pretty tricky for Siva to try and 1v1 at this stage, as Myron almost proxy farming now. Doing as much work as he can on the Maokai with the Sunfire Cape now finished. Very chaotic last few fights where EPA do well to put themselves in a strong position here, as we may have a reset for this dragon that, unfortunately, due to our last team fight, never got looked at.
Yeah, doing well here, EPA, this early in the game. I don't really understand the strategy that LGD are actually putting in place here, because nobody's coming top lane. In fact, they should be doing the Rift Herald right now, because that would help them push the top lane turret down, and or contesting the Dragon Pit area. But being that they are 3k gold behind, just look for a trade would be the wise strategy.
Looks like they will move in as well. There's effectively 4 Devour stacks for Kindred between the Rift Herald and the Scuttle Crab, so they'll take control of that top half of the jungle. LGD, I think, going to calm down just a bit. Tried to make the big teleport flank in the last team fight. It didn't work out for them. Now they'll take the Rift Tower, give it to Marin, actually, and go back towards that top lane. They do see Gimgoon, but maybe not healthy enough. As Marin fancies himself a blue buff. Republic, though, in the area to check. Does see them trying to take it out. Amy, though, We'll just take out the Scuttle Crab instead. And Gimgoon now seeing them. What's going to back off towards his turret?
Did Marin just take that?
Yeah, you're an asshole, Marin.
Does he still get the stacks? I believe.
Yeah, he does. It's an assist. Doesn't change the fact, all right? To be fair, Marin 3-1-0, the only person on LGD who has kills. He's a mid-game champion, so it's not that bad to have the gold on him. And it's the same thing as the Rift Herald, essentially. And perhaps he was close to an item.
You still get the stacks on Seder Devour if it's an assist on the
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't know
this.
Well, it's caught.
He's actually going to get caught underneath his turret. They just slowly take him down. And either the smoke screen or the collateral damage from Gimgoon is able to finish off that kill. Crisis just diving in between turrets to take down the mid laner. And EPA looking to go for a turret push here. They're going to try and increase this gold lead. And they are massively far ahead during this laning phase here. 4,000 gold up against LGD. This is not the LGD that played against Chaogu.
They have no vision, they have no control, and they are losing the map on so many fronts.
And this is going in again. TP in for Marin, going to try and make something crazy happen. 4v4.
He has a
kind
turret there.
of. With the turret there, maybe making it a bit more imbalanced for EPA. LGD again, get aggressive.
They did lose their inner turret as well.
Yeah. 3 turrets to 1 now for EPA. 2 of them are in mid lane. 1 in top. So bottom's still safe, I guess, for LGD. As they are going to get aggressive onto this dragon. Will be 5 stacks for Amy if they can get it. It's actually the first dragon of the game, as EPA will not be around to contest it. I'm all for map control, but this is a little extreme for LGD.
I wouldn't even call it extreme. They're hardly controlling the map. That was just a dive from EPA where they didn't have enough health to contest the dragon afterwards. And they have to go back to base. So slowly but surely, they're getting stacks on the Kindred. And as far as dragon trades for anything goes, this is one of the situations where it's better rather than worse, because you have a Seder Devour, a Kindred, soon to be. That's a lot of stacks in the back pocket, but realistically, the gold lead's still not in a great position. I think all things considered, though, LGD are still reasonably comfortable.
They certainly are, and it is against EPA, a team which does really well in the early parts of the game, but as you start to approach 20 minutes and beyond, is really when you have to question EPA and see how they tend to falter against teams against the in the LPL.
But look at Crisis, right? Like, they understand that they're going for the outer turret. They're 100% going to go for the outer turret, dive if need be, because there's only Imp and PYL nearby. Amy is top lane. That's aggressive.
Yeah, Marin actually diving Gimgoon, but Gimgoon doesn't seem too upset about it. Bottom tower is going to go down. LGD have already backed away from that objective, but 4 turrets to 1 now for EPA as they continue to mount structures and a gold lead here in this game. And Marin still diving.
Just disregarding turrets as things on the map. Amy's here.
Fight you.
Gimgoon
really wants to fight. I'm going to lock down Gimgoon for quite some time. Amy is now up in the top lane trying to duke this one out. Here comes Republic. Will be able to knock Amy back. Amy gets taken down incredibly low. Has to pop his own ultimate. Republic trying to skirt in between Amy and the tower. Forces the flash on the jungler.
Crisis is coming.
Crisis is on his way. He's trying to wrap around. Even Soul is there, but Republic snipes him off with Shurima. Sand Soldiers, another great pillar, will slow down Marin. He tries to flash away, but a great ultimate from Crisis. Double kill going over to Republic.
This Gragas is going off right now for EPA, just schooling everybody from LGD, and that's not something we expected coming into this best-of-3 series. But here we are. Republic taking down Amy, as is standard. I guess we're fighting.
Yep. No surprises there. It's been a pretty bloodthirsty game. As EPA is still looking for a siege. So once again, EPA are able to find good picks and or fights and then convert almost every single time. LGD, though, moving in to defend, will be able to move them off the turret for now. Whalers fairly strong, threatening with that Trinity Force and Hex Drinker, but it's almost just damage control now for LGD. As once again, they've had a relatively shocking early game, and EPA have done what we expected of them. Had a really great start to this game.
To be fair, and as much as LGD have misplayed, and it's very obvious that they have made a lot of mistakes that EPA have picked up on, they haven't hesitated. EPA have actually taken every single opportunity they've had, and they've made it work for them in a positive direction. The Gragas barrels, the flash body slams, it's all been great. They've been team fighting well. Soul has been catching people out with the pillars, and it feels like this supports decision-making and communication with the team feels on point, even though he's a new player.
It almost feels like Crisis and Soul have been the facilitators for EPA so far. And
Crisis, has probably done the most damage to champions. Like, He's facilitating death.
Well, death is the best form of CC, I've been told. So it's good that he's doing just that for EPA right now. And I was a little bit sad to not see Jay-Z on the lineup, the baller with the baller name. But Sol definitely filling his shoes really well in this match.
I love that he's also playing Trundle, just in case we ever miss the EPA support.
This?
But again, looking great. EPA in general looking awesome this game. And LGD trying to claw back what lead they can. As PYL may be caught out again. Sol once more looking for someone. Is going to go for PYL now. The imp's a little too far away. Amy up here though, headbutt is going to move him in, but the TP is coming through for EPA. Teleport though on the other side there for LGD, so we have a battle on our hands. Marin going to tie up the backline. 3v1 there for that Maokai. They're trying to chase Gimgoon and Crisis away as Marin's taking a beating in the backlines. Moon though is finally going to take him out, and Crisis lives through everything else. Gimgoon now once a Whalers just face tanks all of the bullets from the Corki. 2 teleports in, but only 1 survives. It's EPA once more.
Yeah, EPA is out trading everybody on this map. Graves is basically 1v3 and tanking the crap out of everybody. You're never going to kill a Trundle. Crisis is already way too tanky with his Randuins. Baron's gone. Ridiculous.
I love the coordination between EPA and that team fight. Gimgoon and Crisis on the backlines, knowing that they just have to stay alive because the rest of EPA are busy dealing with Marin. They do just that. Great ultimates from Crisis to keep everyone away. Gimgoon dashing in and out of the fight. Once he got a lot of true grit snatch, dash back in again. And EPA, they're just snowballing through this game so far. They're 8,000 gold ahead of LGD. Oh, sorry, 7,000 gold ahead of LGD. Just 22 minutes into the game. And with this Baron buff, it looks like they're going to cause even more trouble.
Not to rain on your parade, it's actually something that I hear all the time. And the coordination has been great from EPA, right? But the funny thing is, and I guarantee that if you listen to their team comms in that fight, it was literally just go. And no one said anything besides target calling. Like, Gimgoon playing around his true grit stacks, probably not a thing. I have 100% confidence that he was just hitting the closest person. And like, it doesn't matter because he's a 203 Graves that is just so far ahead. He was actually doing the same thing that Marin was doing, which was just tanking the front line. Just being in front of the backline members of the opposite team. Marin's going to die eventually though because EPA do so much damage. Whereas, I mean, the front line of EPA is doing more damage than LGD's backline. Well,
it's been working for EPA, and if they can keep this up, they're looking to try and close out a very early game, and that's exactly the time frame that EPA are looking to try and pick up all of their wins. Very well known for their early game play. They can close out the games early. It fits in nicely with their playstyle. They're looking to do just that with a push down in the bottom lane. The Baron off minions are going to continue chipping away at this turret. They've already poked down Amy.
Well, good poke there as well from the culling. Republic doing a nice bit of work as Marin is looking kind of for a flank on the left-hand side. EPA, though, will just continue pressure. I have Baron for
teleport, and he's going to show himself. Like, this turret will go with this wave if Marin doesn't come back.
Well, just going to poke out mid and walk back. May have just timed the waves nicely, but we'll have to see. EPA looking for a pick as Marin does walk back through the base gate. Sol not going to greet him with a pillar as the siege will continue. And again, just using the pillar, zoning them off, getting poked down. But here comes PYL. Huge 4-man pole, but EPA still not down just yet. The rest of OGD have to try and get in there, but Marin's too low on the front lines. Graves ulti out, almost gets the execute on that tree. And EPA stand their ground. LGD try, but it's not enough.
So EPA standing their ground is still not breaking the base. Thankfully, LGD start the fight off with a 4-man pulverize. PYL with his engage is the saving grace just there of this LGD roster. Crisis with the barrel. Couldn't knock anybody back towards his team. Close from EPA, but they don't break the base.
Not quite no cigar just yet for LGD though. So they're going to look to try and push out as much as possible. They're going to be able to take away a couple of these jungle camps, but they've only stopped the bleeding slightly as EPA pick up a dragon for themselves as well. It's 5 turrets to 1. They still have a massive gold lead as well. Now approaching 8,000 gold in the lead. We'll have to see what EPA decide to do next. Their Baron buff has run out.
It's got Rylai's.
Yep, going to be able to slow down this tree. A little bit slow in that jungle. Gimgoon's trying to get a flank as well. Puts down that smoke screen. They're still chasing on towards this tree. Republic still going forward. Marin's caught up between the pillar as well. EPA Republic is unstoppable as he picks up his 5th kill of the game.
Yeah, he's absolutely unstoppable. This Azir is monstrous right now. 3 major items completed. Whereas, I mean, on the flip side from LGD, they've got 1. It's a tough ask here.
It really is. And Crisis, he will get stopped there by PYL, but so tanky is actually that's going to dive in onto Whaler. Solom is getting another few kills. Gimgoon snipes him off with the collateral damages. Now Amy's going to get dove on. He's forced to flash out of the way, but EPA will just take the turrets instead. 2 dead now for LGD as this top inhib's absolutely dead.
LGD coming into game 1 of a best of 3 against the team that is currently 6th in a group of 6. About 10k behind at 25 minutes. The day or 2 days after, they just beat the number 1 team, QG. What's going on? Really? It's just outrageous.
That guy's going on. Sol versus PYL.
Yeah,
it's been Sol's game, certainly. PYL's also not been able to show up this particular game. LGD, we'll see if they can hold on, but it's a tough ask here at this stage of the game. EPA have shown absolutely no mercy. They had a good start to the game, and they've just kept it rolling since then.
And that's absolutely the biggest thing. Not showing mercy, engaging every opportunity they get, chasing people who are out of position with a Rylai's on his ear. It's just really strong shot calling, honestly. I'm not sure if Sol's the one who's just come into this team and given them something out of thin air, but it feels that way.
He's definitely impressed in this game alone. If the shot calling has been on him as well, that is truly remarkable because his individual play has been fantastic. We'll have to see if they keep it up for the remainder of this game. As EPA look to try and make another push down the bottom lane, this tower's definitely going down. Crisis is actually going to flash forward and try and knock Wayless into his team. Not quite able to do just that, but Gimgoon is now in the back lines. Amy and Imp grouped up. The ultimate we popped down by Kindred, trying to keep you alive. But look at this, Myron, he's just getting obliterated. PY and Wayless can't do anything to protect their front line. They're going to knock Gimgoon in towards the turret, but it's going to be a double kill going on over towards Moon. He's dashing left, right, and center, picks up a triple kill for himself. EPA pick up an ace, and this should be the game for EPA.
Amy just dropped an ultimate next to Imp, who ran out of it and ran away. LGD just seem like they are on entirely different wavelengths right now. EPA are the communicating team, they're the coordinated team, and they actually destroy LGD.
Yeah, not close by the end of it here. EPA with a very strong showing in game number 1. Apparently only took one change in the support role, and a brand new team shows up and massacres LGD for the first game. The question's always going to be there, which LGD will show up today? It felt like maybe their consistency was back. But once again, we'll have a first game in a series, and LGD seems like back to bad habits rather than the good ones they showed us recently.
LGD have won their last 6 games up until this particular one, and that accurately sums up the rise and fall of this team, doesn't it? Ridiculous. EPA just put on a clinic.
They sure didn't. In all fairness, although LGD do look shaky once again, EPA played amazing during that game. Their jungle play was fantastic. Their new support, Sol, was absolutely brilliant in his debut performance. It was just great to watch EPA play so well in the early game and close it out really early as well.
Amy was also just not able to get anything done on the flip side, and to me personally, yeah, Sol catching PYL out of position when PYL is trying to place wards. Happened time and again. Team fights break out from it, such as this one. Gimgoon already leaps and bounds ahead with his sustain. Warlord's Bloodlust Graves, ain't that a thing? Myron's target selection, unfortunate.
That team fight really stood out to me as well because it was LGD that initiated that fight with the teleports into the bottom lane.
Well, yeah. The same time as the teleport was also someone getting caught out of position as per what we have seen in most of this game, but once again, EPA, when it comes to the team fighting, constant aggression and constant confidence, honestly, from this team, which is unseen before now almost.
And I think we said a lot about LPL teams, but so many of these teams live and die by their junglers. Crisis, we've seen his bad games, but seen definitely his good games as well. That was absolutely a good Gragas game there from Crisis. Felt like him and Sol were just dictating everything in that game. Every play that was made, every pick that they managed to find, that was just either Gragas or Trundle making it work.
Even Azir going for the Rylai's as well, being able to catch people out of position. I just feel like every single individual person from this EPA roster showed up to play right now. And I mean, the best example is Moon actually out-damaging Imp in every single 1v1 trade that we've seen from those two from minute 1 in that game.
It almost feels like Crisis and Sol were facilitating that entire early game. and the carries on the side of EPA just didn't drop the ball and were able to continue their huge snowball advantage in towards the end of the game as well.
Yeah, really impressive stuff there from EPA, but we are going to go to a break. When we return, though, we'll see if LGD can pick things up, or if EPA will continue the strong trend they've started so far. Don't go too far. We'll be back right after this. And welcome back, everyone. We just saw a very strong first game from Energy Pacemaker All. MVP is going to go to newcomer Seoul, 4-0-11. what a bloodthirsty Trundle performance and just an awesome game from the team all around. Sol especially, though, stepping into the lineup, you have to feel like skill, shot calling, emotional support, whatever it is for EPA, it just made a world of difference. Rusty said it best in the break. If you had told me that EPA were the best team in the LPL after watching that game, I probably would have believed you.
Yeah, there's no other way for me to explain that. I've never seen EPA look that good. I've never seen someone beat LGD that convincingly in a few weeks now. But honestly, that is a crazy EPA game one out of this roster. And yeah, whatever Sol did, MVP worthy, because he ignited some spark in this team that has just gone above and beyond expectations, and they've just gone insane. And
I was a little bit confused at the start of the game as well, because you're taking out Jay-Z, one of the superstars of the team, when he pairs up with the likes of Gimgoon as well, especially. And that was just phenomenal from Sol. He was not only facilitating the laning phase, he was pairing up with Crisis nicely to make those fantastic picks, and he played almost every fight perfectly. I thought that Sol played brilliantly, and he was a huge spark for EPA. And they played fantastically and it really fit their playstyle as well. Get ahead really early, close it out early.
To be fair, I think the other contrast to that is actually how well Crisis played and how well Gimgoon played. So Gimgoon won lane against Marin. Like, that's a big deal. And yeah, it was a Graves into a Maokai, but he won lane at level 2. Like, he actually outright controlled Marin from level 2 onwards. That gave so much pressure that Amy had to place down there. Crisis decided not to match that pressure, but to go kill people somewhere else. And it absolutely worked out for them this time around. Crisis, Gimgoon, Sol, they all work together as a unit, but on separate areas of the map.
And then even for the rest of the team, seems like the carries who maybe were just doing their job, cleaning up at the end, Moon and Republic having just fine games on Lucian and Azir respectively. EPA, we talked about their early game being strong, and they did show us their strong early game once more, but I think the way they closed out that game's the impressive thing to me. Very solid, picking every fight properly, playing the map honestly well as well. Like, crazy stuff from this team. And you know what? The only question has to be, can they do it again? Because one game against any team is possible. Even though they looked very good doing it, if they can do it again in game number 2, we'll have to be very impressed here. But LGD, see if they can pick themselves up. They'll be on the blue side here with all 3 of their bans for this second game here. EPA, of course, over on the red for number 2. Azir and Graves, the first 2 bans.
Get him out of there.
Yep.
What's next? Trundle. That's my prediction.
Well, we couldn't beat it. Let's ban it.
I mean, not the worst strategy, but definitely very reactionary, as Callista and Nautilus will be banned by EPA. I believe sticking to at least one of their bans from game number 1, possibly 2. Oh, look, they told me. It's one of their bans.
Yeah.
LGD banned Callista last game.
Yes.
So, okay.
I think Poppy was the other thing that needs to be spoken about. LGD have the first pick, so EPA may need to ban that away from them. It could be first pick for Marin. Well, they just get rid of it.
Yep, ban the Poppy instead. EPA saying, okay, kind of frees up a ban for us. Wonder what they'll want to take away here, though. As things have changed since the last time these two played. Yep, well, there's Gragas banned, actually, so they'll leave Nidalee open, but actually maybe give Braum away. It was banned last game as well, and it is the first pick for LGD. In my mind, there are only 2 teams that really do this, LGD and RNG, and it's probably because they have pretty good support players.
It used to be the Alistar insta-lock. It's now changed over to the Braum primarily. Of course, we saw the Alistar insta-lock when Braum wasn't there. So I'm going to say almost predictable, but that's just because the champions are so damn good. Like, there's no counterplay to knowing what the pick is going to be. It's worth getting early. Doesn't reveal your hand as a team comp. Only that strong support rolling. Amy honestly has so many options.
Well, they actually take Kindred Alistar away from them. So Amy, he could play the Nidalee. He hovered it already. Plenty of champion from him to pick from, but with Nidalee open, Crisis opts for Kindred. One of the other really strong junglers in the current meta, but we see most junglers default to Nidalee. She's banned a lot as well. Was banned last game, I believe. So curious to see EPA's priority there, but clearly building something pretty specific with the Kindred. Amy couldn't get it done in LGD's first game. See what happens here for EPA is Elise and Siva will be LGD's next 2 picks.
I'd like to pick up a Alistar here. It was not so much denied away from Sol in the previous game, but it was picked up during the first rotation of LGD, and Trundle was a response afterwards. So I'd like to see if Sol can continue putting out that tremendous amount of pressure on Alistar the same way that he did on Trundle in game 1.
And, I mean, the Elise being picked instead of the Nidalee is a very interesting thing as well, because Kindred has been coined as the second Nidalee in the way that you clear fast, do a lot of damage in ganks if you want to, you can farm heavy, do whatever you'd like. You're so versatile and you clear fast. not going for it shows that they want to have low-range AD carries like the Lucian, so no surprises that EPA are going to go towards that direction. But LGD decide they want an Elise for a pick comp, which is very curious.
Yeah, definitely more of an aggressive ganking jungler, not some of the farm-heavy style or more carry-oriented style that we have seen from other junglers. But Corki Lucian does fit in nicely with the Kindred, so effectively triple AD already for EPA. Just a top laner to sort of round things out. We expect a tank, but both Poppy and Nautilus are banned away. Did feel like Gimgoon was plenty tanky on his Graves, though. I guess we'll see where he goes for his last pick. But LGD do have to make a few choices here. Maybe just defaulting back to comfort for LGD as well. We've seen Marin be quite successful on the Gnar recently, so maybe going for that again.
He had a fantastic game with that champion against Xiaogu, so wouldn't be surprised if he picks it up once again here against EPA. It does look like that's going to be the lock-in, and Wayless, he's going to get Ari in the mid lane as well.
Ari is a very high damage, high mobility mid laner up against this Corki. There's a very real risk that Republic has a bad time. It also goes in the converse direction where Wayless could have a horrible time if it starts off poorly and he gets poked out. The thing about Ari is if you're looking at getting camped, which is what he had last game, you've got so many escapes, you essentially can never really die unless getting caught out of position is just horribly out of position. It also has a great build path of going towards the Abyssal Scepter first against a magic damage dealer in Corki. So Ari's actually quite a good pickup here.
Definitely a comfort pick for Wayless as well, so all things considered. LGD now with their finished draft, seems like they've got a pretty good comp put together. Definitely falling back on, I think, more personal comfort rather than current metagame stuff, but I think should be just fine here for LGD. It's not like they've built a bad comp out of these champions.
Yeah, the comp still works. They've got the Elise Ari combo for pick, and then they've got the hard engage out of PYL and Marin. So they've got a well-rounded strategy.
Once again, Lulu not being contested during this pick and ban phase, and it is going to be EPA that round out their team composition with Maokai up in the top lane, giving that one over to Gimgoon. So a lot of flips in terms of champions picked up in this game. EPA going to pick, I believe, 3 of the champions that were picked up by LGD last game.
4 if you count Alistar. Yeah, quite a lot there. Clearly respecting the power of the picks LGD showed them. Would be adorable to see EPA show up again in a second game with most of LGD's champions from game 1. But I'm curious to see how Gimgoon into Marin goes this time around. Gimgoon definitely got the upper hand in the Graves Maokai matchup on the Graves side. Now into the Gnar on the Maokai could be a bit trickier, but you can see what EPA are trying to do. This is a really common team comp, especially when you ever have a Kindred. Get your high damage, medium range ADs in there, do damage everywhere, let your front line tank all the burst, and then, I don't know, profit right at the end of the chain.
Seriously, it's just like, put a front line in front of them. If they get past the front line, just drop down Lamb's Respite and stand still an auto attack anyway. It is effectively the Beyblade arena this time around, because Imp's going to be spinning in on gold people everywhere. It's glorious.
It is. Really think Kindred would be such a strong champion in the LPL, but the coaches will shake hands. EPA, we only have one question. Can they do it again? We're going to find out now for game number 2. And here we are for our second game, as LGD see if they can lick their wounds, pick themselves back up, and fire back here in game 2 versus EPA, who had an extremely strong-looking game number 1. I think about 26 minutes or so was all it took for EPA to finish that one off. So LGD now playing a bit more of a pick-style composition this time around. Definitely champions they're comfortable on. We'll see what happens here. We'll have a look in with those Keystone Masteries. No real surprises here.
I'll say perhaps the lack of Warlord's Bloodlust on Lucian to an extent. Fervor, of course, is still quite good on him. And Fervor again for Marin. Very curious. Not going for a Grasp of the Undying. Not going for any type of sustain mastery against the Maokai. And to me, the reason that's curious is because based off actual champion stats, Mininar has like the least armor of any champion at level 1. At least magic resistance as well. So Gimgoon can actually give it to him and trade with him now, knowing that all Marin has is damage.
He did start with the Doran's ring as well, so we'll have that a little
That's
bit of extra.
all in, yeah.
A little bit of extra ability power, health, and some mana regeneration. So we'll have to see how that lane matches up between these two teams. It does look like we'll get standard lanes this time from LGD and EPA. Marin will be going up into the top lane to fight off against Gimgoon. The junglers are both going to start on the top side of the map as well. Crisis will be taking away his Krugs, whereas Amy will be working on the blue buff.
Yeah, and of course, the converse to the point I just made about Marin is that in Mega Form he has the most resistances. So
Yep.
Pick your windows carefully. Gimgoon also not getting the cheeky 3 raptors at the start of the game. Slacking off the tree. Just doesn't want the money, apparently. Or the extra experience advantage, I will say, to hit 2 first.
Yeah,
but hey.
Kind of curious, as Imp does hit level 2 pretty early on in bottom lane. You can see instantly moves forward to zone off 2. This POL even throws a Q out. Does manage to land a hit actually onto Alistar. But they're just going to do this for as long as they have to. Moon, it's not really safe to fight at level 1. Imp's going to make him pay for it. PYL as well. Although he's going to get pulverized up. The headbutt's back. Exhaust already down. PYL now in a whole host of trouble as the Exhaust are going to come back in. Heal's going to get used. PYL still trying to fight it out. But now Imp's going to fight in onto Moon. Only needs 1 more auto, but it's not quite enough. Soul is going to keep trying to fight. But the damage is there. The stun will land. Soul not able to complete this kill. Nice spell shield from Imp. It's a great headbutt. He's going to get Alistar to safety.
Wow. They just hit the crap out of each other, but nobody actually dies. The problem is, Imp is full health because they all went in on PYL. Crisis is here to even things out, though.
He's going for a gank, jumping in immediately onto Imp. Puts a lot of damage down, already at half his health. Moon's now going to jump in. Soul gets a nice knockout. This is going to be Imp going down. Moon is really low, but still able to survive. First blood goes over to Crisis. He picks up a double kill, and EPA punish the aggression.
And what a disaster for LGD once again. They win a laning phase 2v2, level 2 trade, but Amy's slow. Amy doesn't get there in time. Crisis forgoes a buff to actually gank, recognizing that timing is actually important there, and picks himself up a kill for it. 2 kills, in fact.
Yeah, and 1,000 gold up for EPA after that as well. Excellent play from Crisis on the Kindred, who's going to be accelerating pretty quickly towards that Devourer now. So we'll have a check-in with the top lane after all our crazy action on the other side of the map. Seems like things are a little calmer here. Marin, though, does have an early CS lead here up against the Maokai. Mini not pretty annoying into melees in general, so Marin should be comfortable in the early stages of the matchup as Crisis going to take away his Gromp after his spoils collected in the bottom lane. In fact, he's back on a PYL, level 2 Braum with no summoners, looking awfully vulnerable.
Just randomly warding really deep, you know?
Classic PYL.
As PYL does. Thankfully, he's got a giant door to place up this time that stops all damage, because, you know, that's just Braum. He's got a giant door for some reason that blocks everything. Who knows? So he'll be able to get out. Alistar on the flip side would normally be in a much worse situation. His Crisis is back.
Yeah, he's back again in this bottom lane. Soul is going to be able to knock up POL. He doesn't have that big door to put up anymore. He's going to get taken down here as Crisis. He has 3 kills for his team so far, and they are just picking on this bottom lane right now.
And once again, Amy walks in saying, hey guys, oh, it's over, unlucky. Can't actually find anything, but he's already bottom, too late to help the team. Needs to make a decision. Do I stay bottom? And do I try and counter gank this time more effectively, or do I gank somewhere else? Because, hey, Marin's doing really well. Perhaps we can kill the Maokai.
I just feel like Crisis, you know, he's been studying hard. He's been working on his jungle game. He's finally finished his PhD. He's now a doctor, because let me tell you, clinics open there in bottom lane. He's just smashing people. He didn't even go back. He has the same jungle items that he started with, and he already has 3 kills.
Yeah, that is... look... Shouldn't happen, I think, plain and simple, but Imp is aggressive to a fault, and it's the best way to describe this, right? Level 2, they all in, they find an advantage. Naturally, right, they're going to try and kill them afterwards. They've got health advantages, but Crisis gets there. And to me, that's just really smart jungling from Crisis. He had a blue buff. He didn't have mana, sorry, because the blue buff hadn't been taken. Still goes in, understands that all he needs is auto attacks with red, pick up the easiest kills of his life, and then just comes back with the blue.
Crisis just feels like he's in the right place at the right time in both game 1 and game number 2 as well. Understanding exactly where he needs to be as a jungler, and I think that is showing that he can be this world-class jungler for EPA as well.
We do pop back into the game. Apologies for the short delay, but we will check back in as Crisis has gone back to shop. Hunter's Potion, Tracker's Knife, and Double Dagger. So he's pretty much built up already to that Devourer. Very quick here in this particular game. And with extra assists on the bottom side as well. EPA's bottom lane feeling good. with a call there for both those AD carries. We'll have to see how the rest of the game does develop from here, but Crisis already started a huge advantage in the bottom side of the map, and EPA in general, almost 1,500 gold ahead as Imp is going to have to try and hold on.
Yeah, Imp is, unfortunately for him, in a not too great position. Thankfully, I will say 3 assists to Moon doesn't actually directly win an entire laning phase. Siva's always going to be okay when it comes to PvE action, and Siva doesn't actually want to hit Moon. Imp actually just wants to hit minions and make you hit minions in response.
For this, Crisis being really aggressive, shoving Amy out of his own jungle, tries to put the cocoon down. Just will stun up the Raptor for Crisis. He picks up a mark for himself, I believe. Now moving on towards the Krugs as well. He's been using this nice goal lead he got from all the ganks bottom lane and just bullying out Amy, it feels.
As he should be doing, of course. You can't always get ganks off, but with being the 3-0 member of EPA, it's better to keep someone down through pressure than not ganking at all. And of course, being that far up ahead to your jungle opponent, definitely make his life miserable. Crisis playing very smart at the moment.
Well, we'll see how quickly he does get stacked up, because as I said, Devara should be up soon. EPA, though, continuing to try and irritate LGD here in this bottom side of the map. Moon wanting to build a CS lead where he can. Imp, though, smart use of the bouncing blade, does get himself a few CS. But Soul positioning nice and aggressively as topside Amy is looking for Gimgoon. Marin already quite low, but Gimgoon's not going to last through the rest of this. He's going to punch him. Oh my god! Gets the 1v1 trade, or 1v2 trade, I should say.
Wouldn't you like to have a grasp of the Undying now, Mr. Marin? Unfortunately for him, he goes down. Has an advantage in laning phase through farm. Amy gets a gank off. Gimgoon makes it even, and now they're diving bottom.
That's exactly right. Crisis is actually going to flash aggressively forward. They're putting a lot of hurt down on towards Imp. He's now taking up the turret, though. Has to pop the Lance Respite to stay alive. Will de-aggro the turret at the right time as well. And EPA, recognizing the gank top lane, pick up a kill for themselves bottom lane.
5-1 right now in kills, and a big gold advantage starting to creep up. Unfortunately for EPA, it's all on one member, as he is a 4-0 Kindred. But that will also mean that he's got his Devourer very quickly. The amount of damage he will have is ridiculous.
The Republic even posturing with the package. It was like all the action's been in the bottom lane so far. LGD tried to answer in the top lane. It is good to get a kill over onto Amy and give Marin a bit of extra gold. But the fact that both junglers have been relatively active, and one of them's 4-0 and the other one ganked and traded in a 1v2, it's been a very different early game for both these teams. And once again, it's EPA that are coming out ahead. Feels like Republic isn't going to get to use his package, unfortunately. In fact, it wears off before it can even play down some hurt there in the mid lane.
They're just hyper-aware, EPA. There's even a ping onto where Amy was recalling on top of a pink ward. They would have seen him just place it in clear vision. The amount of information that EPA are running off is minimal, but it's so effective because they're using it well. Crisis is just, oh my god.
He's massive. Absolutely massive now. Because I believe he has now finished up that Devourer, has indeed. So the stacks will start now. Soul and PYL going to have a bit of a party. Not sure Soul fancies it, just wants to clear this pink. Moon's going to move in, make sure that goes down for him. And PYL just can't do anything. Crisis coming back down as well. But EPA's bottom side, especially 3v3, is just far too strong. LGD instead will just get a different ward down.
That's a cute pink ward though. Doesn't actually spot the vision ward there. It's too far away. They placed the pink too deep into the brush. So mistakes from EPA.
Mistakes have been made, but they still have vision of that bush as a saving grace. Crisis has the oracles popped now from the Raptor camp, or the Raptor sense I should say.
I don't know if Crisis is aware, but he can probably gank through that exact route. If the pink ward can't see the ward, there's a very real chance that the ward can't see you in the bush.
Let's see if Crisis decides to head down towards that bottom lane. But EPA just very... I can't get the word for it, but they're okay with just freezing out the lane, it feels, in this bottom lane, waiting to see what LGD decide to throw at them next. So we take a look at the solo lanes now between EPA and LGD. This is a lane we haven't touched on much. Republic up against Whalers, and it's been kind of a farm lane so far in this mid lane, and it's actually Republic coming out on top. He is about 15 CS ahead of Whalers in this lane.
Corki pressuring him out naturally. Corki throws out spells that are going to hit more often than not. Whalers on this Ari is a bit more of a all or nothing type of approach on that champion, so you're banking on a charm connecting. If the charm connects, you can follow up with more damage, than Republic could output, but he has cleanse. So what's your avenue of attack as an Ahri without a gank?
Well, and that's been the thing. I think Amy been surprisingly passive in the first 10 minutes of this game. Hasn't quite found too much action, although top lane definitely getting further ahead now from Marin. Gimgun is struggling in the matchup currently, about 20 plus CS behind as he goes back to get a few more tank stats. Things should get a bit better, but Marin at least has a core fields plus a Spectre's Cal, so might be opting for a bit more of an aggressive Gnar build early on, which could continue to cause problems for Gimgun if the laning phase extends there. Crisis, though, knowing this, is going to go topside and at least apply some pressure, but unfortunately with his sweeper not quite up yet, straight on top of a ward.
Yeah, it looks to be like the Black Cleaver, I would wager, from Marin this time around, if he leaves that at the Spectre's Cal.
Crisis going to be able to sweep out this ward that was placed down in the top lane by Marin. He looked like he wanted to make a gank happen up in that top lane, but Marin's been playing very nicely to the vision that he's put down in the river. Knows exactly when to be very aggressive against Gimgun and when to back off. Force Gimgun out of lane. Does have his teleport available, but he is going to opt to walk back to lane instead.
Mid laners just trading with each other heavily, honestly, at this stage. Lots of pressure available. Corki needs the Trinity Force before he matches the trade, which is probably why he's staying for that extra wave. That'll give him enough gold for the Trinity Force. Otherwise, there's no other reason to be this greedy. Wayless, of course, no ulti.
On the flip side, Wayless went for the Athene's Unholy Grail on his Ahri. An item that we don't see too much in the mid lane anymore, but a couple of champions like to pick that one up as their first item still. Does a lot of good things in giving you back mana during hectic team fights when you pick up a kill or an assist. Wayless is just going to continue to try and shove out this mid lane as much as possible. Push it on towards EPA's turret. And it is actually going to be Crisis this time that is holding up the lane for Republic, who has made his way back to base.
Yeah, LGD have actually stepped up a lot of their vision around the map, particularly on the bottom side, knowing that they are safer there, so they can aggressively push, and they have evened out essentially what is this bottom lane. 0-2 between each respective member of LGD, still actually being okay with farm, doing a lot better than Gimgun this time around, for what it's worth.
Crisis, though, is going to come back, continue to play to his strong side of the map. Probably fancies himself a few more kills. 14 Devourer stacks so far, as he is maybe going to look for yet another tower dive. Soul's level 7. This is very well set up for EPA. And now Soul's going to start taking it up. He's already going to go in for it. Imp forced to flash, but the flash pulse going to follow in. Imp getting very low there under the dive, and he will fall to Crisis. Now PYL locked up as well as Gimgun's also made his way down. Republic's there, but he's not even needed.
Crisis is basically the Condi of EPA right now. He just makes sure that he gets every single kill, whether intentional or not. I think Wolf got the second one that he didn't actually want. LGD trading in response, but once again, they just dive. They don't care. They've got Lamb's Respite. They didn't even use it.
The only kill that Crisis doesn't have is the one Gimgun picked up for himself. LGD trying to respond by taking out 2 turrets as a charm will land onto Republic in this mid lane. They took down the top lane outer turret. They chipped down the mid lane outer turret as well. That will go down with one final push from LGD. But EPA, they are playing this team composition nicely, and they have been bullying this bottom lane essentially. Crisis has been back there time and time again. Now we see Gimgun opting not to teleport back to lane, instead walking up to the top lane, instead letting his waves die, and using that in the bottom lane to assist him in that dive. EPA looking really strong. Once again, they have about 2,000 gold in the lead ahead of LGD. And 15 minutes into the game, that is a nice gold lead to have.
I love this decision. Oh, that didn't get over
No
the
one saw.
wall.
No.
I saw it.
Unlucky.
Griftar goes to LGD as well. Marin actually going to get the buff, so a few stacks on out there for Crisis, but how about a 1v1? Crisis going to try and 1v1 Imp, and Civ is just far too low.
Gonna try, huh? Crisis is now 7-0. The team has 8 kills. The greedy jungler doesn't like assists and does not stop for anything. Takes down Imp one more time, who is predictably overextending at this stage. When will he stop?
Imp doing Imp things.
Doing silly things. I don't want to call it Imp things. He's better than that.
Certainly is, but unfortunately 0-4-0 with his partner 0-3-0. It's been a rough start here with Crisis pretty much controlling that bottom lane entirely. Marin, though, now on the bottom side of the map, maybe a little bit safer with a Black Cleaver and a Spectre's Cal and a Lone Cloth Armor, although Gimgun's going to find him. Hello. Crisis here as well. No,
Oh,
it's
he's got the
Republic with the package. He's going to move in. Good ulti there from Marin, but he still gets snared up. Cleanses off the little stun there off the wallop, but now going to keep moving in. A nice slow there from Gimgoon as Marin's going to get chased down. Not quite tanking up, but the missile's going to miss. Now Gimgoon getting aggressed on by Amy, tanking way too many tower shots. Gimgoon, he will die this time as Republic's going to get chased on as well. Crisis is here though. 2v2 with the Lamb Thrust It's possible. Republic is going to blow out Wayless as Wayless gets himself the double. Marin's down here as well though. Crisis, he wants it, but he's far too keen. Marin gets the next kill.
Gets hit by the cocoon and doesn't even pop down the Lamb's respite. Crisis makes a big misplay, as does a lot of EPA right there. They still get a turret. I still think they come out ahead for it, unfortunately for LGD.
It almost felt like Crisis was a little bit greedy there as well. Could have used the ultimate to save Republic. Could have used it a little bit earlier, as Marin does get punted out of the Raptor camp, but decides to hold on to it. Eventually does get stun locked and not able to use his ultimate effectively.
But he didn't even get it off in time to save Republic as well. Like, he just honestly misplayed. And I don't know if it was because he was crowd controlled. It didn't look like he was.
It looked like a little bit of a greedy play coming in from Crisis. He's still 7-1 with his first assist of the game, Rusty. So finally donating some of that gold away to the other side of the table. But Moon might be in a little bit of trouble as On The Hump has been pumped by Aim. He's going to try and chase down Moon. Marin will be able to pick up that kill. Soul looks like he wants to try and avenge his AD carry as Crisis is trying to jump up into the top lane. Wolf will be able to take down Ib as Marin now has to desperately run away. Has been exhausted by Soul. That'll be a summoner spell burnt and not quite able to chase down that top laner.
Very aggressive overextension from EPA there as Gimgoon. He's in trouble.
Yeah, also too far forward, but he's trying to buy time for this turret. The rest of EPA were making their way down there, but don't quite commit because Marin's actually overextending topside now. So Soul's going to go back in for him. Meganar, not sure he can get out of this one, but 3 members of EPA are going to try and take him down. He's a pretty big beast. Good little scoop there from the ult. He's going to maybe get him to safety.
Fast.
Hyper is going to be enough after he forms back into Mininar. And LGD, they finally take a turret. EPA starting to slip here in this game.
It's legitimately just Marin trying to carry his team. It's like they're going to send 3 top lane, get the mid lane turret. They do get the mid lane turret though. They start to bring back that gold to basically even. So LGD doing a bit better here in this mid game, I will say. But it's also EPA blundering in an attempt to get things done.
Oh, now he's being caught out.
He's dead.
PYL is going to be able to pick up that kill for his team. Republic looks to try and posture aggressively, but with that kill, EPA closed the gold lead. Sorry, LGD closed the gold lead that EPA previously had, and now they are ahead.
Well, not a huge lead, but a lead nonetheless here. LGD, given how the game started, probably going to take it, as Imp's going to try and take out this bottom turret as well. We'll never stop being forward in a lane, will Imp, but thankfully as Siva, you'll almost always do your job, as LGD are going to take Dragon out from under EPA there as well. Crisis still not sated, so would have loved the stacks if he could get them, but EPA definitely not as clean as game number 1, despite the good start. Gonna have to see if they can right themselves, or if LGD are gonna keep taking over. Crisis picked up again by a charm, but EPA are gonna try and answer. Marin, once again, is gonna eat all the damage. Now the TP's in for Gimgoon. Sol, though, charmed up on the other side as PYL comes in to reinforce, and EPA throw a lot in there, but get nothing out of it.
The Ahri is actually the big factor right now for LGD because they've got a squishy jungler in Crisis that they can assassinate and put him down to very low health values. Thankfully for him, the team was around to keep him healthy. But that is a mistake that you can't afford to happen again, as they're just going to 20-minute Baron.
They're looking for the 20-minute Baron. They didn't quite get the team fight they were looking for, and Imp took the turret for it. EPA starting off on the 20-minute Baron. As soon as Amy jumps in towards the pit, they are going to immediately back off. And just like that, EPA, despite the commanding early game lead they have, they are now drastically behind LGD almost.
It's just Crisis. He got too many kills. And I know he didn't want to take the kills a lot of the time, but he did. And he's got all of the money. The rest of the team are actually behind in gold. Like, plain and simple, they're all struggling except the jungler. And they're expecting a 1v5 effort now. Otherwise, this game is near impossible.
It's getting a bit out of reach. Does feel that way. As EPA put LGD to the test with the Baron, and LGD pass. So, going to be tricked by that one as Marin continuing to shove here in top side. Does go mega AoE down those creeps, and he'll let Gimgoon clean them out as he does return to the top lane to answer. More of Malmortius completed for Crisis, so it's starting to get stronger and stronger, but once again, both his Corki and his Lucian a little far behind, as Wayless does steal the enemy Raptors. LGD definitely in a bit more control of this game. We've slowed things down just a bit. A lead there for LGD, but it's not a massive one. We're going to learn a lot about this game in the next 10 minutes or so, especially with Baron being up and Dragon coming up in a few more minutes. We'll see if EPA can right themselves after a few mistakes in the mid-game.
I mean, he's still not sated at 21 minutes, and he had his Devourer at a ridiculously early time. It just goes to show how this game has started to unfold. Crisis is spending more time ganking than he is farming because he is the one with money. He hasn't been counter-jungling, so Amy's been doing fine. He's just honestly got nothing done. It doesn't feel like the Gragas that we saw before.
He just needs one more camp in order to become sated, so a huge power spike for EPA will come online once he's able to take down that final camp. But you have to think, now that the game is in LGD's favor, the next few minutes are going to be very crucial for EPA. Now actually rotating towards the top side as a trio here, moving on towards Marin, it seems, who has been locked down by Gimgoon. This looks like the stack that Crisis is looking for. They're going to be able to take him down. Gimgoon will pick up that kill. Crisis will become sated, and there are so many pings going on towards Baron.
Yeah. A lot of pressure now around this Baron pit area for EPA. They're just most likely just going to focus on clearing the vision way less, making sure they all have no health if they try to start it up. It'd be risky, and it would not be worth it for EPA.
Actually dealing with the rest of LGD as well. As Amy's in the area, Imp was actually pushing bottom side, so EPA, despite the pick, do the smart thing and don't overcommit for a Baron that could have cost them quite a lot. Gimgoon going to clear some things out. On top side, though, he's certainly getting tankier and feels like we are going to start to move towards one big team fight. Imp, though, not interested in team fighting right now. He's got himself a Phantom Dancer as his second item.
Imp is literally like a wide receiver that is running a Hail Mary every play instead of actually doing a normal cut to get the ball. Like, he's sitting on 0-5 and 1.
It's 10 yards, man. Come on.
0-5
get it over the line.
Like, he just refuses to join the team, refuses to play part in their victory if they even to win this game. He has 1 assist out of the 6 kills. He's spent most of the time in the death chamber. Or
PvE,
farming in a
baby.
side lane. Legend has it, Imp is still in the bottom lane.
Well, there he goes. Back down after taking some
Why?
jungle. He needs gold?
Look at where the wave is. What gold? He's got to do double golems, and now he's walking up the lane for no reason. What's your goal?
He'll get there eventually.
He'll get where? What lane? He's already there.
Well, thankfully LGD are applying pressure everywhere else. Actually, Marin, though, looks to be caught once more. Sol and Crisis and Moon all going to move in as the exhaust does come in onto the mini. Now, Marin, not sure he can get out of this one. That should be enough damage, and Moon's going to collect him this time. LGD trying to create pressure in multiple waves, but unfortunately it just means they're getting picked off left, right,
Because
center.
they're 4v5ing. Imp is bottom. There's nothing to get there. Myron keeps getting thank you. Myron keeps getting caught out of position because he's the only one trying to be proactive around the map and make plays somewhere, pressure a lane. EPA have one job right now, and that is kill the one person pressuring the map.
That almost felt like Imp pushed a wave to the turret, walked around the jungle, pushed a wave to the turret, and did it again.
He's taken us on a tour. So to the left, you'll see a tree that I've been in before. I died there once.
He's mid lane now, so
To the right, another spot I died. In the bottom lane.
he's going back, so I think he might have an item to buy, but LGD certainly not playing too cohesively here in this mid-game. EPA, though, they've been a bit sloppier than they were in game number 1, so we'll see what happens as we move towards the 30-minute mark of this game. Dragon up in 5 seconds, so maybe that's going to prompt the teams into a bit more action. It seems like EPA have finished some pretty major item buys, having a quick look at their inventories. As far as teamfights go, I think both teams are finally ready.
Yeah.
We'll see if LGD want to group for it. It looks like they already are.
I mean, the Frozen Heart is very big as well for Gimgoon against mostly physical damage from Marin as well. Imp is finally grouping up with the team, so Dragon could be the point of contention for both of them.
Looking to try and start a fight here. LGD poising aggressively. The Dragon will go on towards EPA, but they're going to start a fight. Sol goes in with the combo. Marin's jumped in with fantastic Gnar ultimate, knocking people into the wall. It's going to be Crisis that goes down. He wasn't even able to use his Lambs to spite. And LGD looking to just try and clean up this fight. Moon will go down next. Gimgoon can't tank up all of this damage. Republic, he's been slowed down. Has to use his flash to get away. And what a fight for LGD.
PYL and Marin just put in overtime for LGD right now, knocking them all against the wall, locking them down. and stun comboing to the point where Crisis could not even press his R key, locking him up. That could be the Baron as well pressured as there's the teleport.
Yep, they're going to go aggressively for it. Marin has got his health back. Going to try and look to tank up some of this Baron damage. LGD, they are going to commit for it. That one fight around Dragon could cost EPA a lot here in the exchange, but Seoul and Republic are still here. And they do quite a lot of damage. They watered in. They kind of have to go now. PYL's low. He is going to die to Republic, but he's not going to get any more kills today, as Baron does go to LGD.
Yeah, it didn't look like they wanted to actually even attempt to steal on that, of course. Amy nearby. Able to lock it down with the smite, and they get what they can from it, essentially, which is just that one kill, but now a lot of pressure for EPA. They need to try and pull back this deficit. LGD starting to run rampant around the map.
That's a 3,000 gold deficit that EPA currently face. This is from when they were dominating that early game, when they had an 8-0 jungler very early on into the game, and now it's just slowly sliding out of their reach to control and take back this game. LGD have done a good job themselves with fighting from behind and doing the right things to get back into this game. It's Imp. He's returning to his home of the bottom lane. He's been here for quite some time, pushing out the waves once again. Happy feeding around the river. But EPA, it looks like they need to try and find a place and find a fight that they can actually contest against LGD. If not, this game is just going to slowly slip out of their hands. And there's been quite a few fights where their fed jungler of Crisis has not been able to stay alive or use his ultimate.
And that's been strong play from LGD, to be perfectly honest, as they do have the Baron buff now. So initiative in their hands. EPA will just sit behind their turrets and farm it out, see if they can minimize the damage done with the buff. Marin, though, level 16 now. Very tanky, decent damage there with the Black Cleaver as well. And Imp now with Baron buff actually feels like he's doing a little bit more work here in the bottom lane, despite his insistence. Got an Infinity Edge there as well, so he's also doing massive amounts of damage. LGD,
there's no Imp.
Sort of all come together, but yeah, here's Republic going to fight in, but Crisis and Seoul can't quite find their way into it. And LGD will get out safely. Moon's still tied up with Marin, and Imp's going to get a turret for it.
Persistence seems to pay off to some extent here for LGD as they're now breaking the map open. A little bit further in their favor. 3 big items as well on the Sivir. Even though he's 1 in 5, still very much relevant with the damage and just obviously not opting into using that R key. I guess it's LGD's lane assignments as well. Wayless is spending a lot of time farming mid out and then disappearing. There's no real purpose of him being there besides being grouped with his team. Perhaps it's a communication thing. Either way, it's frustrating.
LGD now looking to try and push out this mid lane inner turret. Amy taking a lot of damage from Republic. PYL has to put up that shield to try and mitigate some of the damage that Corki was dishing out to their jungler. But EPA, they have good sitting inside of the fountain, waiting to try and make what seems to be a teleport play with those home guards. Seoul will get locked down by Wayless shortly, but Wayless now, he's going to get aggressed on by Seoul, has to jump over the wall. Teleport was used, Gimgoon is here, but can he catch Desari? He is way too fast, lands the charm as well. It looks like
the wall.
Wayless may get away. Gimgoon does flash the wall, will not be able to land down the slow, but he's still chasing onto Wayless. Crisis is going to be close by, and finally EPA will be able to pick up that kill for themselves.
Yeah, they lock him up. Had a ward placed in that bush earlier. EPA now have an extended period of time of about 50 seconds to pressure the rest of the map and try and make something happen. With no Wayless, it's a lot of their damage out the window.
And LGD still do a lot of damage with just Imp if they can line up the right targets. Crisis, though, maybe fancying another tower dive, as Gimgoon is going to return from the mid lane back with his team.
They want Marin.
They might get him. EPA continuing to apply pressure. Crisis waiting here, but now Marin's maybe caught out again. Seoul, who's going to look for him, does get the pulverized combo after the headbutt, but he's going to get bopped into the wall and flash out of the way as Marin should be able to escape here. PYL puts up the door and denies the extra damage as Wayless only 7 seconds away now. EPA committing for this turret, but it's a little too much, and there's the ulti out from him. Gimgoon now going to move in, but Crisis comes in as Seoul just gets taken up by crits from Sivir. Gimgoon, he's diving straight into the team, but I think he's going to sacrifice himself. Crisis, though, no chance as the crits just keep coming down. That's 2 kills already for Imp. He's going to look to claim a third. Gimgoon stunned up and killed as Imp gets a triple.
What a champion Sivir is sometimes. Just pops the ultimate. It's a one-man army hitting everybody with the W, critting them to high heaven. Ridiculous. LGD. They can break the base now.
I'm starting to question if Crisis's R button is open. Don't get me wrong, LGD played well to keep him pinned down and make sure he can't use it at the right times, but there have just been so many fights and so many picks where Crisis has not used his lanes despite.
He's just literally not used it. It's just a misplay. He actually just needs to press his R key once in a while.
Well, 2 inhibitors for LGD. They're certainly looking good here in this game, as the early game woes have been alleviated by some very strong mid to late game play. And you can kind of see why Imp was down there the whole time. It may not have been the best play, but he did secure his farm. EPA could not punish enough. And we see what 4-item Sivir does in team fights. That was EPA running away, and they just died to all the ricochets. Is LGD going to pick themselves up a dragon? Because why not? Baron's going to be back in a minute 50. LGD have broken the base in 2 places, almost 10k up. EPA going to really have to sit back and see if they can turtle up for quite a while.
Yeah, they have to put in some serious turtle work. Waiting on their 3rd items as well, respectively, on most of these members. Particularly the Corky, who has just a very expensive item build, I will say, but is only sitting at components and is not doing enough damage yet for the team.
Yeah, needed IE, doesn't have it yet. And that's sort of been the story of EPA's mid-game. Fell behind, actually didn't get that massive of a lead. All the money went to Kindred. And unfortunately, the gold needs to be weighted properly when you have this many threats, because when one of them falls behind, the big tanks that we've seen from LGD, just going to crush you, especially in a front-to-back fight. Crisis, though, it's going to take his red buff. He'll get what he can. In fact, he's going to donate it over to Moon. He's going to swing by and lovingly collect it. Imp, though, actually in the right place now, in the bottom lane, starting some pressure. Looks like Republic's going to go match him. Imp, though, he has to go home.
Wants Baron. So what he did there was essentially start off a slow push and at least draw pressure of one member of EPA to that bottom lane. With 30 seconds until the Baron and with a package available, though, Republic perfectly content with answering that and making it work for them in the opposite direction. But here's where the pressure actually begins. Myron doesn't have teleport, and Kim Goon will.
Should... Oh, no, he won't have it in time, actually.
No.
15 seconds till the Baron is back up. The rest of LGD are grouped around this Baron pit. Myron's teleport is almost off cooldown, but it won't quite be there.
Well, it just means to me that if LGD are looking at the Baron, they're baiting it until he has teleport. So EPA are content with waiting around, or they could look to make a play before it's up.
Well, Myron's mid lane now, so he's actually made his way a little further over. So we're going to clear out some vision, but LGD are waiting. Crisis, the range champion, smartly going to clear that out, as LGD are in fact discovered by a nicely placed ward there from EPA. Instead, they'll start the Baron. Myron walks over just to make sure they can contest for it.
Yeah, they've kicked this off. EPA, they have to contest. Here come the teleports.
Teleports are coming in. Baron is down to 4,000 health. Gimku does have home guards trying to wrap around Soul. Hasn't popped his ultimate just yet, but took a lot of damage, and the Boomerang is going to be able to poke down a few members of EPA. Packages available for Republic. He's going to jump in, splits the team, immediately goes back into the backlines as POL trying to take us a lot of damage. Myron gets a fantastic ultimate onto the backline of EPA. Lance Spider has finally been used by Crisis. Amy jumping on top of Myron. Crisis is going to be able to take down the Ahri, but the Spider is dealing so much damage, and LGD only have one final person to try and take down, which is this Gimgoon, and Republic, who somehow has been able to sneak away. But look at this, they're pinging on towards the base. They need to try and stop these recalls coming up from the team. Myron's going to be able to get the Boomerang blade onto 1. Republic's going to be able to take down PYL. The minions are pushing on towards the base.
Oh no, he can't recall there.
And Imp is going to be able to try and take down this final inhibitor turret. Soul is going to be able to find Myron, knocks him up, is going to be able to pulverize. Oh! Myron not going to get taken down by that final missile coming out from Corky. Imp does take down the inhibitor turret, but that's all about them.
Oh god, Amy's back.
Amy's here.
Oh my god, the damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Spiderlings.
But Spiderlings are going to be enough to take him down. Gimgoon.
What is happening?
He's trying to stop him, but Myron's now in the top side of the map. Gimgoon is going to get shredded down by that Black Cleaver, and Imp is going to be able to take him out. They'll chase for it. The Nexus is bare and open for LGD to take, but they want the kill instead. Oh my god, Crisis. He's actually back. He's going to get chunked out though. Myron once again going to threaten with the ulti. Amy going to take an Alistar on the other side of the map as Gimgoon finally falls to Imp. Myron going to zone them into their own fountain as Imp finally takes out the Nexus, and LGD win game number 2.
That was an interesting game. And it kind of broke out into chaos, but it seems to be where LGD thrived through that chaos. Myron was going off that game. He was the MVP. Hard carried LGD.
Certainly was. You could see it from every facet of his play. Aggressive in lane, constantly trying to create pressure as a top laner, And then huge team fights at the end there that we know Mega Nata really excel at. You feel like LGD were not on the same page for a lot of that game. Marin was kind of the guy they had to rally behind. And then when push came to shove, Marin and the rest of LGD were actually able to get it done.
He got camped after a 6-0 Kindred decided to come top lane more than twice. I think it was about 4 times he came top. Pressured him out. Even though he lived, he was recalling on low health. The second it came to team fighting, though, it didn't matter because Marin just showed up.
Well, LGD able to find so many picks here in this crisis. You can see this was almost a fight
Yeah,
they
he
were
was
able to
knocked
win.
off. Okay.
But yeah, just CC'd forever. LGD played into Kindred really well.
Yeah.
And this was Crisis trying to get a desperation kill, but wrecked by Cocoon.
This is the story of Kindred being unable to press the ultimate.
Yep.
For whatever reason, of course, this is one of the bigger combos between Marin and PYL, knocking them all against the wall, hitting with a stun afterwards as well. Wayless just had free reign of the game. Like, he just sat around, skirted around the outskirts, the back line, the front line, doesn't matter. Picked his targets and put in overtime. Wayless did well, but it was set up by PYL and Marin.
And that game for EPA as well, it really shows where their strengths are too. Once again, doing phenomenally well during the early game. They were able to pressure the bottom lane of LGD successfully. They got a lot of kills on over towards their jungler. But once that laning phase started to dissolve and started to end, they really didn't have any direction, and LGD just came online, were able to take the game to them.
To be honest, I just don't think EPA can team fight with Kindred. That's the one thing I see in that game. Like, Gragas, much different champion, very straightforward, pretty easy as far as your execution goes. Crisis's early game was always good. That wasn't the problem, but 2 different junglers and 2 performances kind of shows you a lot. However, we are going to go off to a break. Don't go too far away, because we have gone the distance. I have no idea who's going to win this second game, so let's find out in a few minutes. And we're back with the MVP from game number 2. It was Marin on the Nah there, and I think you said it towards the end of that last game, Rusty. Of course it's Marin. Why wouldn't it be after that performance there in game number 2?
Damn right it's Marin. I was concerned that the person who gave out the MVP was going to give it to Imp somehow, and I would have just been so annoyed. But we did. Marin very much deserving of MVP for what it's worth. I think he played phenomenal. I think that the score doesn't accurately reflect the amount of work that he did when it came to team fights and when it came to group play above more than 3 people in a fight.
His team fights were absolutely beautiful from Marin. He got a lot of fantastic Nah ultimates. Followed it up with the stuns as well. There were quite a few fights, but he was able to lock down Crisis for so long he couldn't use his ultimate. And it was just a really crucial performance from him.
Well, we'll see some of the highlights here from Marin. This particular Nah ulti and flank was amazing.
Yeah, it was good. It didn't even hit Republic, but it doesn't matter because they're locking down Crisis, which is the #1 target. He had all of the kills, all of the resources on the side of EPA. Gimgoon's just a big tank. Moon honestly didn't get a lot done, nor did Republic. They were struggling to do their damage.
And then Marin again.
Exactly.
Surfs into the back line. CC's up the carries. Never dies. Causes general problems. And there he is on your screen, looking very handsome after a very well-fought game. LGD, though, let's talk about what happened in game number 2. Because game number 1 we saw, EPA just played amazing and steamrolled LGD, frankly, in that first one. So a rough start once again for LGD, but they did manage to pick it up towards the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, LGD, they kind of got it together. I think it was just their late game. They actually got to a comfortable late game margin. And as far as I'm concerned, get like 3 items on your AD carry. He'll start to feel more confident. LGD, they've got late game shot calling. They've been a long-standing team for an extended period of time. EPA, they win early game. Not a surprise they won early game. It's pretty standard for a team that only ever really wins their early game. Couldn't consolidate because they just didn't have the resources split well enough through more than one member of the team.
EPA did do really well during the early game, but it was a question of what did they get out of it. They got a small gold lead for themselves, which they used to push that advantage they had, but were never able to capitalize on that. They weren't able to get mid lane ahead, which is a stalemate between the 2 laners. Top lane was kind of a back and forth with a couple of ganks going up there as well, but they tunneled in the bottom lane quite significantly, but all they got was just kill after kill after kill. And once you get to the 20-30 minute mark without taking down structures or focusing on objectives, you won't get anything out of it.
Well, we'll see if teams can adjust because we are going to go to a third and final game between EPA and LGD. It's been a roller coaster already, and it's just today's first best of 3, so don't you worry. There's plenty of fun left today in the LPL, but we'll check in with the bans. Nautilus and Braum, the first 2 taken out there from EPA, as LGD go with Azir and Poppy. So again, continuing to adapt those bans. Gragas, though, is going to be banned once again by Energy Pacemaker. Crisis, I thought he played it great in game 1. They could first pick it here, but decide to ban it instead.
Yeah, it's just perplexing that they don't go for the Gragas. Of course, being first pick, they could look towards the Kindred again as priority. Wouldn't surprise me to see if that's the direction they go towards. Nidalee's still there. Lulu's still there. Neither of these teams really contesting that as a thing at all. Graves, though.
Yeah, I think Marin remembers the Graves from game 1. Kalista, though, left open, not banned on the red side for the first time this series and snapped off instantly by Energy Pacemaker. We'll see how this changes the draft, but LGD likely predicted this. They might break up some of the common Kalista lanes. Braum was banned, sorry, much like he was in game 1. So good to see that taken away again. But LGD, I think, going to go back to what they know. Alistar Kindred seems like a fine first 2 picks here.
Yeah, that'd be a very strong first rotation and makes a lot of sense. I think Poppy being banned means that they don't have to look towards their top lane as a priority option whatsoever. EPA, though, they've always got to thresh Kalista as a possibility when the enemy goes for Alistar in their first rotation.
Well, we have to see what other champions Sol can play as well. I'm pretty sure he can play quite a few of those support champions. Already shown he can play Trundle, can play Alistar. Have to see if he can play another good champion that ties up with Kalista. And we will have to see what EPA decide to round out their second pick with, and it's going to be Trundle picked up as well as Corki. So 2 flex picks, so to speak, but there should be a Corki in the mid lane.
Well, definitely the Trundle's a flex, but I think you're right about Corki. Republic had a fine game. Didn't do too much work, but I mean, it was just kind of a farm-heavy situation there. LGD, though, do pick the Lucian for Imp. So no Sivir duty this time for the man. Maybe sick of Moon's Lucian. And he's going to see what he can get done on the champion this time around. But Lulu Lucian Kindred is pretty good. The question's been, how has Lulu dropped through so many drafts? It may just be that the compositions people want with it, don't have it. But if they do want to pick this for either Wayless or Marin, both good Lulu players, or they're very different Lulu players, Be a pretty nice start to the draft here for LGD. 10 seconds left. I think they're just debating it. Wayless, are you sure? He says, yep, give it to me. I'll take the Lulu. And that's going to be their pick.
And it used to be last split, whenever they would have Lulu available, they'd just pick it and they'd win every single game with it. Hyper-aggressive Lulu play out of Wayless was the standard. LGD almost stood for Lulu gaming.
Also flexed it with Akon.
Just for the record.
And again, I think Marin is also a confident Lulu, so thanks for correcting that one. But Lulu Gaming this time around, as that is one of their picks in their second rotation. EPA, though, do have a draft to finish. Have to see where Gimgoon fancies himself as far as champions go. Might actually steal the Gnar out from Marin, which would give Sol another play back on the Trundle. Kind of a different Kalista lane, but serviceable certainly. So 10 seconds now for EPA to lock this down. Crisis, again, sticking away from the Nidalee Kindred action. Might be taking the same matchup Amy just played. There's Gnar locked in for EPA, and that's going to be Elise as well.
Yeah, Elise has been defined as one of the better picks into Kindred as well. You can lock her down and make her life miserable, as we did see Kindred not able to get off a few ultimates when cocooned. Follow-up CC, of course, from the Gnar was noteworthy. The lockdown from EPA, definitely a thing with this team composition that they have. And they've also got the disengage from the Trundle this time around, opposed to the Alistar, which is a bit half-half.
And they are going to take the Gnar away from Marin. I wouldn't say so much as taking it away. EPA, with this game counted, have played an equal amount of Gnar in comparison to LGD. So Gimgoon is comfortable with the champion.
It still feels like taking it away, too.
Yeah, after game two, I'm pretty sure it's a steal.
Yeah, and especially after the way Marin played it against Chalgu as well.
Well, there's actually Lysandra taken for LGD, so it was a ruse, although actually it looks like Marin might be taking that mage into the top lane. One way or the other, he is going to get an AP champion. He knows his matchup. He just played Gnar in game 2 very well, so has to have something prepared here. Looks like Wayless, though, is going to be the Lulu player. We'll leave Marin on the Lysandra. Haven't seen his Lysandra for a little while. Top lane Lysandra's been rather absent from the LPL later into the split, but you can see what the comp's trying to do. Imp once again. Awful lot of weight placed in his hands.
Yeah, I mean, there's a very interesting equilibrium between the team of LGD. It's like the Lulu Lysandra are both coined as similar champions with different purposes because they're flexible, but one engages in Lysandra, one promotes another team member to be stronger in Lulu. So Imp's going to be carrying, Marin's still going to be carrying. Wayless can also make Amy big as well on the Lulu. So there's a lot of options here and flexibility from LGD's roster.
This is the first game we've actually seen Lulu picked up in this series. Was left open in both of the games we saw earlier. Wasn't picked up by either team, wasn't banned either. Excited to see how it's going to work.
Well, you have to think there's a reason behind it. The coaches, though, they are going to shake hands. Let's get onto the riff for game number 3. And here we are for our third game between EPA and LGD. We've split the first two as we move out onto Summoner's Rift for the final time for these two teams anyway. They are going to play a decider. Crisis, that man right there on your screen, moving out in the Elise, has done a lot of work in the first two games. Game 1, he was able to convert. Game 2, not so much for the team. We'll see if he can have a similar start here and if EPA can follow through on the good early games they have started. We'll have a check-in with the Keystone Masteries, though. Looks like Sol is adopting that Grasp of the Undying Trundle.
Yeah, and Grasp of the Undying also taken for Gimgoon. So I guess Sol showing a lot of flexibility, being able to pick up whatever Keystone Mastery he finds to be much more valid. Of course, Bond of Stone was his first choice in game number 1. This time around, having a little bit more individual trading potential, opposed to just keeping his AD carry healthier. Makes a lot of sense that he's going to get thrown in as well.
That's true.
Start a step. Get him, Amy.
Well, Amy's Kindred in game 1 was, I think, left wanting. So we'll see if he can have a better performance here in the final game.
Yeah, and Fervor of Battle as well, the choice for Amy, opposed to Strength of the Ages, which is the staple for junglers. So once again, opting towards that damage route. Means the ult is just as important as it was last game, if not more so.
we are going to see the duo lane head back into the bottom lane for this matchup. Actually, no, they were not. Looks like one was in the top lane.
LGD tricked you.
They tricked me. That's not an AD carry. That's a jungler. So it does look like LGD going to do a swap. They're going to send Imp and PYL up into the top lane. Gimmigan is going to be able to help Crisis out in this jungle for a short amount of time. Head up into the top lane. Get thoroughly disappointed when he has to leave that lane. And continue to help him out even more.
But he has to get those 3 CS as well. As much experience as he can possibly get on the board.
He's got 2.
Before he gets pushed out. 2 is okay. It means he was in range for 3 experience anyway, which is the important part. And then he'll go join his jungler, meet him at the Wolves.
Yep, you can see jungler's actually starting on those sides as well. So not a massively long walk as Gimgoon's going to join Crisis. Sol, though, is going to look to disrupt.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah, he's going to disrupt. Get him off the Wolves. I think the same thing was almost to be said for LGD, but they don't opt into putting PYL there.
Got him.
This is interesting.
Actually going to get one, I think.
Get the wolf.
Yeah, hit the Wolves.
Kill it.
It's 20 gold apiece, man. Aww.
Not today.
Why is he not greedy?
Maybe that's a good thing. He's going to go back down the bottom lane. Lane salt, though, is in effect. So we'll have a check-in with the mid lane. See how Wireless and Republic are doing. Once again, should be a pretty tame mid lane. So a lot of farming in game 2 with the Ari Corki matchup. Republic back on the Corki here for this game. So I have to think with the Lulu matchup, it's going to look pretty similar. Nice wave, though, built in top lane here for LGD. And have to imagine, there they are. LGD's jungle and top laner are going to make their way over and start a fast push.
Yeah, absolutely, as they should be doing. So naturally, we'll start to see trades commence. I think the major exception this time around is that EPA's jungler got a full clear off. And whilst Amy will still be quite content with what he has gotten in the way of farm, maybe not have as much experience as we move towards the level 4 mark.
So this turret is going to get taken down in the bottom lane. LGD are going to respond with taking down the top lane outer turret as well. Which means the middle lane is isolated between these two teams. Interestingly enough, Kindred is not joining LGD for this push up in the top lane. Neither is the Rieslery, but look at this, Republic being aggressed on in this lane, getting taken down incredibly low. Amy looking to try and get a gank off, but that does look like Ignite will be spent by Wayless. The Republic will just be able to Valkyrie away.
Yeah. Standard turret trades. Kind of just is what it is at the moment. Marin will get that one. The questions never really exist until after these turrets are taken, is what do teams actually opt into doing? Does Marin want to 1v1 Gimgoon and vice versa? Does Moon and Sol want to disrupt Imp and PYL with their lane swaps and try and make it standard? Guess where they're going to be. At the moment, it looks like that as well. Moon walking bottom.
Yep, looks like we are just going to kind of reset our lanes, just have a couple towers destroyed on either side. So bit of a different game, but like you mentioned, a lot of this stuff is becoming standard as teams get back into the habit of lane swapping. I liken it to chess openings, you know, very standard set of moves. Some variations that you can play, but for the most part, things are going to go as planned with some subtleties here and there. Let's look at Marin, just going to hold this wave as best he can. Try and collect whatever CS he can before Gimgoon makes his way up there and starts contesting for a couple of those. Crisis, though. Time to go back.
I think the major concern now for LGD is how they actually use Marin. So Gimgoon, you would assume, has the pressure of the jungler from EPA. The Elise should go topside because he's about to try and freeze that top lane, which is a big stack of minions. That is where Gimgoon will at least even out the lane and potentially find himself at a big advantage by making Marin run around aimlessly. So LGD need to work it out. EPA need to try and hold the freeze, but it's risky to hold freezes. That's where things start to go wrong. Dragon, very easy to take. 4-man diving bottom as well.
We have seen quite a few of those 4-man dive bottoms as well in this series so far. We'll have to keep track and see if freezing the lane is going to cause any disadvantages for these teams. We'll decide what see what they decide to do in the future. As Amy is going to be taking away this Raptor camp, so picks up a mark for himself inside of EPA.
So here's the thing, right? Like, the logic behind Amy being there was not even just the mark. It's to try and get vision of where Crisis is. Because if Crisis isn't in this side of the jungle, he's obviously on the other side. Marin has to play careful. Plain and simple. If he's on the other side and Marin plays careful, then they can look to dive bottom.
Wayless, though, chunked out. There's a little damage actually in from Republic as well. That looks to be a kill, but the Wild Growth is going to be used by Lulu to try and make it A-OK. Repeldo is going to get used. A nice flash forward, but a double flash follow is going to secure first blood as now Amy has to try and dash his way to safety. POL also under threat as Callista and Trundle go aggressive. Amy does get out. But first blood will go to Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, first blood picked up by EPA. Actually seeming like the stock standard at the moment. Way less very aggressive in this middle lane is not Ari, so doesn't have 3 dashes to get to safety this time around and gets caught out with the flash. Well done from Crisis to work his way into the jungle. Didn't have anything to take in the jungle area, so I will say a big hiccup from Wayless to even be there. But they pick him up nicely.
Ran a funky path as well to try and get away. But it is EPA with first blood picked up. And a slight gold lead with that too. We are still going to see the continued pressure up in the top lane. Marin trying to shove out these creeps into Gimgoon's turret, who's done a good job of farming it up as much as possible. Is tied up in CS with him. As the junglers are going to meet on the top side of the map, Crisis will be able to smite away his Gromp. LGD both going to recall. It looks like Amy wanted to recall inside of that Tri-Brush. Does get interrupted by a ward that does get put down. But relatively quiet between these two teams now, as Crisis wanted to try and start on his blue off. Not quite able to do it. LGD's bottom lane going to continue pushing out. So all the lanes really pushing.
Very standard, I will say. I think no real standout differences in a lane swap in particular here. I think we're looking at mid laners with blue buff because that'll be package o'clock for Corki in about 10 seconds to make things happen proactively. So look towards Crisis, look towards Amy, and how they can work together.
That's the reason why junglers have been so important in the metagame. When people mix it up a lot around the map. As always, jungler's going to have to determine a lot of early tempo. Amy, a bit more consistent this game around, as he is going to donate blue buff over to Wayless.
Republic, man. He's going for the more of Malmortius build.
Ah, I wonder what the face you made was for.
Why not get a Trinity? Why not get, like, Sheen and Phage or something? Like, I just feel like he's prolonging an actual power spike for a survivability option, which, you don't really need it. Just keep it at Hexdrinker.
Yep.
You see a lot of Corkies do just that. Keep it at Hexdrinker. Pick up a Trinity for a second.
And it's not like more isn't efficient as an item either. Like, it is efficient, but it's just not what you want. You want to be able to spell weave with Corki, right? Like, use Sheen with auto attacks. Doesn't have summoners at the moment, which could be why he's going towards that build to try and get more survivability, but it's not like Amy does magic damage either. Like, if he's getting ganked, he's still going to die. I don't get it.
Well, Blue Buff Republic will have to wait and see, as the game could drag on a bit longer, maybe thinking his laning phase will be long enough to get to 2 items, but greedy, I certainly will say, as Gimgoon still keeping things under control here in that top side. Marin, though, has gone back. He's got himself a Catalyst, so Rod of Ages should be the first item here for Lysandra. Not particularly surprising, but always good to keep track of what people are looking to start for here. And looks like roll for Wayless as well, actually. A little bit more surprising, but still a fairly strong item as well.
Yeah, it's becoming the Lulu staple item, I will say, primarily. No need to go for any other.
Imp is angry. Moon's actually in trouble. Imp flashes forward. Heal, though, used in for Moon to try and protect it. Imp still wants it. Pillar there is going to interrupt it. Sol going to try and fight now, but yeah, he doesn't want it at all. He's going to get knocked up, but the Fate's Call is available. Amy also off to the side, but LGD do not bite this time.
No, all it takes is to push them out of the lane, though. They can start to pressure this turret down. Life still available for Moon, but they also run the risk of being dove. Alistar creeps towards that level 6 mark. He has a teleport, though.
Teleport coming in for EPA. They have 2 members down in this bottom lane already. Imp just going to try and be really aggressive against Moon and Sol. Teleport will come in from Marin now. They're going to try and work on this 3-on-2 for the time being. Marin ults up Crisis. He's going to get locked down and take it down. LGD turning around this fight as Gimgoon has been exhausted. The rest of LGD looking for something. Republic has his package, but not going to try and jump in just yet.
No, because Wayless is also here.
And EPA slowly going to try and back off. Wayless is coming down.
Could be a tower dive here, actually. PYL got a lot of cooldowns. Good snipe there onto Gimgoon. PYL now going to pop the ultimate and try and look for something, but maybe a bit too much there, as Amy's also here as well. Does have his ultimate ready. So LGD can do a lot of diving, but they're going to jump in onto Amy. Labs just popped early just to make sure it'll be okay. But the rest of his team's not quite there. Amy, though, is going to have the wild growth used. But Wayless is now in trouble as Republic's going to chase him down. Does back forward and get the kill. Headbutt is not enough there for PYL. And now Sol's going to move in to try and keep locking him down. But no vision there under that pink ward, meaning EPA have to trade carefully. Imp trying to get out of it. He's going to throw shots in as Sol does try and do what he can.
Waiting on the Valk.
And they're still chasing, but they can't quite gap close. There's a great pillar from Soldo. Could keep the chase going, but Imp, he's out safely. I think.
Oh,
no, Cocoon lands. Republic's in there. Very nice kill for Crisis.
They pick up another kill and eventually works out in favor of EPA, but how prolonged that was. and how close it actually came. It all starts with a snipe, to be fair, from Wayless, who plays this brilliantly. To get the PYL just gets angry and decides he wants to stomp his feet near the turret and tank it. Amy, of course, gets caught out with the package, has to pop the Lamb's Respite and gets Wayless's ultimate, which is mistake number 1 from LGD, because picks him up very nicely, Republic. And I'm pretty sure, and I don't know if this was a thing, but Soul uses his ultimate, runs out of mana for a pillar, so he had to actually wait for it. So they could have got 2 easy kills, they get 1.
And meanwhile, EPA were looking to try and push down the turret. In the small screen we actually saw, Crisis was in between the 2 turrets trying to zone away LGD. They chip it away, not quite able to take it down. Marin's moved back up in towards his top lane. He's going to continue his push up there. But EPA, they're not quite ahead just yet, but looking stronger in these small skirmishes. They're still grouped around the top side of the map. Crisis managed to get a cocoon onto Amy. The
oh my god,
cocoon. The pillar's going to come down. Doesn't come back down onto the ground for the spider.
Nassandra's ultimate just got cancelled mid-animation by the repel as well. That could have been really bad for Crisis. Thankfully for Myron, stays off cooldown. You can use it again, but nothing doing.
Well, just Rift Herald instead for LGD. As Amy is starting to stack up Devourer now as well. I think just got it recently as Moon's going to get assaulted in the bottom side.
Not like this.
Goodbye. Really nice knock up there for PYL. Moon just can't be there alone without his support. And LGD going to take a turret off the back of that as well.
Yeah, and Imp's got PYL sitting by his side in game number 3. He's doing so much damage to the Kalista. And Kalista is overextending even though he's next to a turret, because they don't really care about turrets. They have an Alistar. The Moo Cow can dive anything.
Certainly can, and did just that there. Didn't even need to use the ultimate, as the culling did most of the work there for Imp. EPA even on kills now with LGD after they pick up the other one, but Imp's going to get himself a turret. That'll give them the turret lead, although Soul's down here with Christ is going to try and take him out. Imp, I think, just going to stand and fight, because that's sort of all he can do. Damage is good, though, but Soul's going to be able to get the kill. Once again, the bloodthirsty Trundle strikes.
And Republic's top.
They're looking for more. This is going to be Marin trying to claw his way out of this one. Republic still going to flash aggressively forward. The ultimate has been put down by Marin, but it's not going to be enough. But the Lamb's Respite will be keeping him alive. Amy now looking to try and chase down this Corki. Republic is still posturing aggressively and actually not allowing Amy to catch up. But there's a rotation coming in from Wayless.
Yeah, Wayless going to try and pick it off. Kindred couldn't actually follow up with a dash, but Amy's going to turn and be fought on. Republic, though, actually doing quite a bit of damage, but it's not enough. Amy able to take him out.
Republic does a lot, but he does not do near enough against the Lulu, who has that Rod of Ages as well. So ability power stacking to keep Amy alive with the ult. And LGD, they get a kill, they lose a turret.
A key one as well in mid. So the structures are even, but it's definitely an uneven geographical advantage, if you want to think about it that way. So we'll see if the teams change their play based on which turrets have fallen down. Pressure starting them out, though. LGD getting quite scrappy this game, but it is paying off for them. They've got good skirmish champions. Marin able to answer in mid lane's a huge deal, actually, with that Rift Herald buff. Moon can only just watch and sort of clear things out. He needs to go back and buy his Blade of the Ruin King, which I'm pretty sure he has enough money for now.
Yeah.
But busy cleaning things out for Mara, and LGD starting them out. Pressure all over the map. Three outer turrets down means that LGD have a lot of room to play with. And finally, in the early game, they've actually found a lead.
It's the 5-finger style this time around, opposed to the full team fighting composition. They're just playing individually in different lanes and trying to make it work for them. And effectively, through having the concept is we have better players, mechanically, at least in 1v1s, they're making it work for them. They've got a Lulu to boot when it comes to late game team fighting, but even the build from Wayless reflecting that he wants to take down turrets and 1v1 people.
Does have that Rod of Ages stacked up. Well, stacking up, I should say. And looking towards a Lich Bane next. So we've seen this out of a couple Lulus. In fact, a lot of the Lulus in the LPL juggle between different builds. We've seen an Ardent Sensor here and there. We've seen Lich Bane, but look at this. Lulu's now going to get jumped on as 2 teleports come out, 1 from each team. He's taken out incredibly low. Christ is going to be able to rappel up and jump over the wall. Wayless trying to juke out in between skill shots. We'll be able to get a heal off from him as well. And now LGD going to turn the tide to this fight. They lock down Republic. They're looking for more as Gimgoon has to try and scuttle away. It's going to be Soul that rejoins this fight, but LGD are now grouped up as 5. Fate's Call is being popped by Moon to try and call his support away. They turn around a pick that was meant to go into Wayless and pick up 1 kill.
Crisis walked away and then flashed back to where he was going to be walking anyway. I feel like he didn't even know that he wanted to go for it. I feel like the communication from EPA this time around definitely not as evident. They said the bottom lane was coming, but they didn't say where, when, or how long they were going to be. And LGD capitalized once more.
Yep, they get a kill and convert into the Dragon, so they get an objective. After a nice little play there around the mid lane. Amy stacking up nicely. I think that's 15 stacks, if I'm reading that one correctly. So not doing too bad. But again, you sort of pick them up naturally as Kindred. So part of the reason she's a Devourer champion. Moon, though, going to go back. Trundle there for Sol, also going to do the same as Imp. Fancies himself a 1v1. It's time to try and kill the top laner. He's going to take the farm first. Kim Goon's like, I don't really like this. I think the rest of your team's coming. Imp's like, they certainly are. Kim Goon's going to try and kite him around. EPA, I think, trying to answer. Crisis going to get him out. And Republic also threatening as well. So good coverage there from EPA. Make sure their top laner stays safe.
Yeah, Imp goes in and then gets pinged about 75 times saying Corky has a package, why are you in there? So walks away. I feel like Kim Goon did the exact same thing, though, to be fair, saying, why the hell is Imp here? He can kill me. I have to run. Of course, magic resistance and health stacked by Kim Goon. Means he's not very good at trading with a physical damage dealer at the moment. Wants to be getting that split push on. That was not really what Republic had in mind.
No, but it does get some minions. I love when corgis have to do that. They're like, you know what? This is all I can do. Let's just get some minion damage done. Does collect the CS for himself.
He gets there eventually.
He does.
Just not the right Valkyrie.
Oh, well.
EPA as well have got 4 pink wards right now in their inventory. 2 already on the map as well. So a lot of control about to be established by this EPA roster. The question is, where do they focus it, given that Dragon's down? You'd be looking at Rift Herald. We'll see where they actually place it, though, because it's one thing to buy it. It's another to actually place it.
Well, Myron now threatening mid lane. Doesn't have his TP up just yet, but looks like everyone's building in towards their second item. Most first items have been completed. Rift Herald going to be the selection here for LGD, as Imp's actually going to zone Soul out of it. Does put the pillar down. That'll keep him out safe, but Rift Herald's going to go over, give a few more stacks to that Kindred, and maybe give LGD a chance to push down some turrets. Imp's actually the one that's claiming the buff. I'll take the Scuttle Crab on the other end there as well. As Whaler, does move down to that bottom side. You can see EPA have started a push, but the POL may be caught. Sol going to try and slow him down. The Cocoon not quite enough, though, as Imp. He's out of there. Empowered Recall going to get him out.
Yeah, Imp's got the buff. He recalls quicker, so very easy to get to safety. And as LGD, they get out scot-free with the Rift Herald. Not bad.
Very big difference between these two games. No early advances for EPA anymore. No crazy tower dives that we saw from the previous game either. It's just going to be slow and steady between these two teams. LGD still have a 3,000 gold lead for themselves, as Imp is going to be trading back and forth between Moon and Sol. Crisis is sitting up in this top lane as well, waiting to try and take him down. If Imp oversteps, puts down his W to try and spot people out, but Crisis smartly will move backwards to avoid that. Republic now fancies his chances against Wayless. Wayless taking a lot of damage, dishing it out in return as well. Does have that Sheen to deal extra base damage. Proxy more of Malmortius.
It's like, but like seriously, like cool, bro. Like I have a more of Malmortius. I can't kill you. I went Phage next as well, so I don't have my Sheen procs because I needed the survivability because I am actually a tank Corki at the moment. That's the unfortunate thing that he's got right now. If he's 1v1ing a Lulu and starting to lose trades, because of course Whaler's had his ultimate, big mistakes. Clock the Hex Drinker, run away. Wayless wins.
Well, Wayless also continues to apply pressure mid lane. Myron bottom side now with that TP back up. So see if he can make use of that. Just in general, EPA feel very pushed up against it at this point. Imp continuing his solo pushing adventures, but PYL's back behind him this time. And that's going to be actually a tier 2 going over. Rift Tower bot being put to pretty good use. Don't quite claim the turret. Imp going to try and push the minions a little further forward. That pink ward expires. LGD put one down for themselves, and EPA, again, a little too slow to try and get a pick. LGD are slowly but surely getting further and further ahead in this game.
It's the perfect Imp item.
Phantom Dancer?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The dueling specialist, no doubt, wants to have a dueling item. So Imp putting in work in game number 3, I will say. Picking up this Lucian opposed to the Sivir.
It's fitting as well, because he was always known as a Phantom Dancer guy. He was the Blade of the Ruined King Phantom Dancer vein.
Yeah.
Now, you know, Essence 3 of a Phantom Dance solution. Very different item now, but I think Imp's very happy with the change we've made.
Fits his playstyle nicely.
especially in this series.
But now that there's an added feature where you can check how many times Phantom Dancer has saved you in terms of the damage reduction, I think Imp likes that as well. You know, every time after teamfight I can check, oh, it saved me 3 times this fight.
I'm not trying to change his playstyle too much. As Republican Wayless just chilling out in the mid lane. Sheen is now there for Corky, but still needs that Trinity Force. He's close, but he's not quite there. You can see Wayless still dishing out damage now that his Lich Bane has been completed. Imp's also gone back. BF Sword for him. So getting stronger and stronger as Marin also with us on his Hourglass, almost done for himself. LGD feel like they've just built up a nice collection of items for themselves, and most importantly, a nice lead. 22 minutes in, feels like we're approaching the middle of the mid-game, and LGD have all the strength they need to continue the game going in this direction, which for them, given how they started things off in the series, is very positive.
It's just an unreasonably large amount of gold difference between Imp and Moon. Like, that is a 3-2-1 Lucian against a 0-1-0 Kalista, firstly, and 70 CS is the discrepancy at 22 minutes. That is just unbelievable.
He's doing work this game, and LGD, they're grouping up towards the bottom side of this map. I don't think EPA know that they're there just yet. Now Soul is going to get jumped on immediately in the fog of war. He gets taken down. Imp is going to aggressively pursue over the wall as well. Jumps and flashes forward, forces Elise to use his repel, and he will be able to take down Crisis. A double kill going on over to Imp, and he increases that goal lead he had over Moon.
And I think it's safe to say that that's not the last we'll see of the random acts of aggression from this Lucian as the game continues. Even further ahead, as you mentioned, LGD now able to group around this Lucian and start to try and take down objectives, siege some turrets, and cause disarray amongst EPA, who look broken.
And what a support crew Imp has for this game as well. Kindred and Lulu able to make sure it's all okay. And Imp, his aggression finally being rewarded as his team will group with him. Tier 2 turret's going to go down, and bottom side almost 6-7k up now for LGD. Dragon also alive if they want to take it. Wayless busy clearing out wards. It's actually getting collapsed on. This could be a bit of a problem. Whimsy gets used there to speed him out to safety. EPA will successfully defend their pink ward. But LGD take the Dragon and continue piling on the advantage in this game as Imp. He's just absolutely massive in this game. 70 CS up, collecting every shred of gold on the map.
The Lucian is ice skating right now. There's no other way to describe it. He's got his CDR, he's got his damage, and he's got the cooldowns with the passive that he has. So using the E, using 2 spells, using the E. Rinse and repeat right now. Imp is unbelievably far ahead. I wouldn't be surprised as well if Wayless actually goes for like a Luden's Echo based off the way he's playing right now, which is the gotta go fast, the zippy Lulu build.
There's that Lich Bane to add his movement speed, upgraded boots too. Wouldn't be too surprised to pick someone up. We'll have to see what he decides to do with his needlessly large rod later into the game. That's if EPA can hold out for that long, because they're currently quite far behind LGD. 7,000 gold behind this team, a huge deficit for them. 4-7 on the kill board, and LGD do have 4 turrets to 2 as well as 2 dragons. So staying in control of all the objectives in this game. We'll have to see where they decide to fight, or what objective they decide to fight for next. Kind of split up right now on the map. They're sending Marin down to the bottom lane. Still have Wayless in the middle, and the rest of the team just grouping up at random points in the map, trying to clear vision for Baron, it seems, or just trying to clear the vision in general.
Well, right now, EPA, they just sort of have to defend on their side of the map. Good defensive pink ward there from Crisis, but instantly cleared out by PYL as he does go looking and finds himself a nice pink ward to take. Imp, though, continuing the aggression, does take out that tier 2. You can see Republic going to grab the package. EPA trying to make a play, but Crisis already chunked up by Imp, who's just far too strong with the Infinity Edge now completed. Marin with the TP up as well can continue pressuring, and LGD don't really have to make too many choices here. They can fall back to Baron if they find a pick, continue pressuring side waves, just in complete control at this stage of the game.
Yeah, this is getting very dangerous to EPA, to say the least. Coming into this as well, their game 1 was just so positive. You couldn't fault the team. And they come into game 2 and they cause some stirs in LGD and they find a comeback, and now it's just the exact opposite. It feels like game 1 on the flip side almost. LGD working around it, but feels like it took them 3 games to warm up and say, okay, he doesn't really group, but what he does is kill the heck out of everyone near him. So
Maybe we should follow him. Yeah. Which is now the plan. Oh, hello, Republic. Trying to get aggressive onto Wayless. Good damage now out with the Trinity Force. Good cocoon there as well, but it's PYL they've caught. He's pretty tanky. He didn't need to use the ultimate either. And now Amy going to move in to turn things around. Imp's going to jump straight onto that Corky. And Republic pretty lucky to be alive, but they are going to move in for it. Imp really wants to take him out. PYL into the backside. Double pole there as Kim Goon TP's into the rest of the fight, but Maro's going to move in. Locks at Republic. Amy's there as well. Wayless, he's going to get himself the first kill, and it's an absolute whitewash here in the middle of the team fight. Amy pops the ulti as Imp takes out Crisis on the backside. Sol now going to get himself chased down as Marin back in once again for a double snare. Amy moves in to clean up as Sol's going to go down to Marin. That's going to be a dead moon. That's a Wayless. 4 kills for nothing. LGD make it look easy.
They absolutely do. LGD just destroy EPA's roster. They move towards the Baron. And this is one of the most dangerous predicaments you'll find yourself in as an EPA fan and player. There is no slowing down the Imp hype train in game number 3.
They're definitely not able to do that. He has a fantastic support cast to keep him ahead. He was so aggressive in that fight, and with the 4 kills picked up for LGD, they're going to take down Baron as well.
Yeah, so let's have a look at this one again. Of course, Republic kicks the fight off with essentially 0 health to his name as Marin comes in. Cleanup duty commences in that respect. Imp is putting in work on the backline, destroying Crisis. Meanwhile, Amy thankfully has that Lamb's Respite to keep them going. Marin actually channeling spells in the middle of the claw as well, so once he was stunned as he landed, he still put down the trap, and Wayless instantly killed Moon. Like, basically 100 to 0 killed him.
And now, all of a sudden, LGD, they take the Baron. They're about 12,000 gold ahead. And definitely on the home stretch here as far as closing out this series go. It's been a tough one for Energy Pacemaker, but for LGD I meant. EPA. Certainly a tough game for EPA now. LGD, though, seems to be looking to finish business as usual.
Drastically different from game 1. This is a very different game for LGD. They're looking to take this slow and steady. And they're looking to do that by pushing out the mid lane here. They still have Lissandra back in base. Has her teleport. No, doesn't have a teleport available. That is still down for Marin. So he'll be taking the long walk down Summoner's Rift. Casual stroll, you could say, to try and regroup with his team. But they're splitting up the rest of the members. Wayless will be up in the top lane, trying to push this wave out. You have Amy down the bottom lane pushing that wave out as well. The rest of LGD grouping up towards the center of the map. They're going to actually try and jump onto Wayless here. Gimgood is going to be jumping forward, nars him into the wall. Wayless has already used the ultimate on himself, but at what cost? They do take down the Lulu, but the rest of the team is going to be split pushing in the mid lane. That's the inhibitor turret gone down. LGD now working on towards the inhibitor. The rest of EPA looking to try and collapse onto the 3 members of LGD that are split. Claw comes out to try and get away. POL has to use his ultimate to try and jump out. Imp's being jumped on now by Sol, but a huge collapse coming from Marin now. Amy's going to put down a Lance Respite to keep Imp alive. The rest of Crisis is going to get taken down. And Marin is still alive with a sliver of health. Eventually gets taken down by Gimgoon. But that's 4 members of EPA getting taken down. This should be the final push coming out from LGD. There's still 3 members strong, and they're looking towards the Nexus.
And that's going to be lights out for EPA. Amy even placing down the Lancer Spike just to deter them away from Imp, who does very well skating around the outskirts of the team fight.
Wayless.
LGD come into game 3, and they wrecked EPA.
I saw that, Wayless, but a very nice last game from LGD. Imp with a big grin on his face right towards the end of the game, and can't really blame the man. Went off on the Lucian with his team right behind him this go around, and EPA can see some heads in hands after that one. Felt like that series was there to take, but LGD say, you know what? Not today. We didn't lose to Xiaogu. We will not lose to you either. And LGD will claim the series 2-1.
EPA, of course, did ruin the game streak.
They certainly
that
did.
LGD had, but not the series
Combo
streak.
breakers.
Yeah, essentially playing combo breakers. 6v4. Can't say we expected EPA to come in and win this game handily, especially given LGD's form, but boy, did they give it to them and make them work.
I was truly impressed after game 1. It was a fantastic performance to EPA. Game 2 looked like they were about to do the same thing, but it's just the second half of the series from halfway through game 2, LGD just turned everything around.
Yeah, I know we played 3 games instead of 1 long match, but it definitely felt like 2 different halves as far as that series went there. You can see LGD, they are going to take about LGD fans rejoicing around the world as LGD continue to win games here in the LPL. But I guess I asked the question at the top of the day, what type of LGD are we going to see? How consistent are they just yet? I feel like they finally took a step backwards. Still 2 steps forward by the end of it, but you can see where still some of the shakiness is for the team.
I'll meet you at half a step forward.
Okay.
1.5 step forward for LGD right there. Game number 1 was all EPA, plain and simple. I feel like game 2 came in and it was still EPA's game to win. LGD actually bit back a bit, and Myron carried for them. Game number 3, Im's like, hang on, guys. I'm here now. I've had my coffee. Good to go. Lunch break's over, and just destroys everyone. But do I look at that and I say that LGD have found consistency or form or anything? Not really. I just feel like they managed to find a victory, and that's all you can hope for.
And that's the weird thing for me, is because when I look at LGD play, when they're winning, I'm like, how do you guys not win more often? Because they look so good when they win games. I just feel like they don't always pick a strategy that maybe tailors to the team or even the composition or just the players they're playing with. Seeing Imp in game 2 go 0-6 and then constantly shove out lanes and eventually help his team win the game off the back of Myron with a massive Sivir. It just feels like sometimes LGD don't play around their points of power, and it's weird to see. Maybe it's a learning thing for this team, because the synergy does still feel like it's building.
I mean, it goes both ways, though. So, like, playing around the points of power is obviously the smart strategy that you want to do, right? But perhaps they're not recognizing when they're not a point of power. Like Imp as an example on the Sivir, not recognizing that his place is to not die, to not go 0-5, stop being dove. And maybe Amy's job in that game was to actually be down there and help them sooner, recognizing where to be at the right time. I feel like they have strong points, but they're not playing to the weak points either. They're actually just leaving everybody to feed relentlessly and then just come back in late game.
On the flip side, during that series, especially in game number 1 and a little bit from game number 2, it felt like EPA were playing to their strengths as well, making sure that they were playing their game of League of Legends and dominating on the Rift for majority of game 1 and a little bit of game 2, but eventually just started to fall apart, and in classic EPA style, do well very early. If you can't close out during that early phase, just seems to not quite work out.
And to add on to that one step further, I feel like LGD actually have this very unique strategy that brings you to LGD's level. And not to say that LGD have a low level, it's more like how they play the game. And that LGD's strategy is actually just to cause chaos. You've got Imp running at you over here in the bottom lane. You've got Myron like 1v1ing you in the top lane. Wayless is just being weirdo in the mid lane. Always worked for him, to be fair. He's kind of like Pawn in that respect. And honestly, it just works for them because it causes confusion in EPA. And their jungler is like, where do I actually gank? Which one's better to gank? Bot's losing, top struggling, mid I have no idea what's happening. People are just killing each other everywhere. How do I win this game?
Well, is the worry, though, that we still haven't seen consistency from LGD? Because a lot of games they win just feels like they have these good players that do well in lane and then sort of run over their opponents, and eventually they sort of put things together and manage to find a win. Like, LGD at one point were a very consistent team. They would constantly lane swap, look to get aggressive, unlock their support, give Imp solo farm and XP. Like, there was always a plan for LGD. I feel like we're starting to see some plans, but not quite as many as we have before. I'm a bit worried for LGD moving into playoffs that they're not playing as consistently as they've shown in the past.
We absolutely need to find some consistency from LGD. If they expect to do well in playoffs in best of 5 series, they need to find a strategy that they can reliably go towards. The teams can either look to ban out so they can go to their backup strategy, which might be the Chaos Theory, or they actually just execute on one strategy, which could be like Snake. Always lane swap, always find advantages through lane swap, and then late game team fight once Flandre's caught up. They don't do that, LGD. They kind of just stumble into the late game through strong laning phase.
Speaking of playoffs, so with that win, LGD are now 5-8. So they're 2 games ahead of M3 right now. M3 do have a game to play later against World Elite, but that means that they are in control of their playoff spot. If they can continue to pick up games and improve this win streak that they've been having in the LPL, it means that they could definitely be one of the teams that head into playoffs from Group A.
Well, we're going to check in with the MVP relatively quickly. It is going to be PYL, actually, picking up this time around. 0-0-14, big All-Star game. Supports a lot of MVPs today.
Yeah, Alistar was actually quite a big deal, I will say, in that game. PYL played well. I don't know if he was the MVP per se of the entire thing, but to keep Imp alive, I think you're an MVP-worthy performer.
It's a full-time job, certainly.
Yeah, babysitting, essentially.
Yeah, that guy's out of control.
Yeah.
To his credit, though, like, I know he plays a very specific style. Yes, did play very well and has consistently played well all season long. It feels like if they're going to be a big playoff push for LGD, Imp's always the guy to look for in these late-game situations.
Yeah, and I feel like for what it's worth, LGD is seeming inconsistent. Imp is actually still consistent. Whether his strategy works or not, he is consistent. So LGD have a base to work around and to build off further.
I feel like Myron as well, actually maybe giving also some of that consistency to the team. Do we look to Wayless then maybe, or Amy perhaps? Because those are the two that might have performances that are just a little more mixed than maybe they would like. Yeah, Amy's had some great games recently. Felt like it took him 2 games to warm up, honestly, in that series.
You mentioned Marin, and Marin, he's always been he's been playing really well from the start of the LPL. But it really seems like in the past few series he's played for LGD, he's stepped it up even further. We saw a great game yesterday against Chalgu. He played really well today against EPA as well. And I'm really looking towards Amy here because Amy had a fantastic series against QG. He had a decent series here against EPA. I think that if he can step it up even further, not only will he be able to tie in with PYL, who's already doing a good job of protecting Imp, but also maybe unlocked even more potential of Marin and maybe even dap into the mid lane as well, help whale us out a bit. I think he is a key factor for LGD that needs to try and step up as we get closer to playoffs.
Funnily enough, LGD, what are we looking for? Hey, jungler, get consistent. It just feels like the story has never changed for LGD. I will say, though, I think the ceiling on this team is very high. I'd love to get your guys' opinions, actually, because it feels like they can definitely make a big splash in playoffs. We've seen big highs and low lows. What do you think the ceiling's like for the team, just based on what we've seen so far? Because you can look at the roster and say it's massive, right? But from what we've seen, we have to be a little bit more conservative with maybe those predictions.
And we have to look at the victory against QG, right, to look at their potential or their ceiling. And I don't even think we saw the best of LGD in their win against QG. I just think that was them playing well across the entire board. Whereas, honestly, yeah, the jungler showed up. LGD, they win a lot of games. The mid laner shows up. They win a lot of games. I feel like LGD's ceiling is probably top 2 in the LPL. They just haven't played to that yet.
So that game is a good example for me against Chalgu, where LGD played fantastically. I don't know if that is exactly their ceiling, if they can do better, but if they can play that well, it shows that they have some class in them. And the question is if they're going to be able to play that well moving into the later stages of the group stage for the LPL, moving into playoffs as well if they make it there. If they can play the same type of League of Legends they played against Chalgu, they definitely look promising, but we have to see if it's going to get even better than that.
Well, what about EPA then? Because to be honest, that was a very strong-looking Game 1 and a decent series overall for the team. For them, playoffs unlikely. I think it's still mathematically possible. My math is awful, so don't trust me on that one. But how do you think the team's looking as far as the rest of their season goes? Probably just going to have to play spoiler in a lot of this situation. But if I was a top team, I would look at that series and actually be a bit worried.
Absolutely. They take games off the best teams, I think is the best way to describe EPA, right? Like, they've got moments of brilliance. I think it'd be very hard to actually lose this team from the LPL because they're starting to find strategies, find consistencies, and I guess be a solid team all around. And yeah, playing against them isn't a pushover game. It's not a free points game. It's actually difficult, and you need to prepare for it. You need to actually play accordingly to them.
Unfortunately, with that loss there, currently 2-11, and with LGD having 3 more games to play, even if they drop all 3 games and EPA win all 3 of the games, they'll be effectively tied. And then that's the only way that EPA can even try and look into playoffs. But even furthermore, M3 are still a game ahead of them. So it looks like their playoff dream is almost set. I'm not quite sure if their tie of LGD would be able to put them in, but that's a very unlikely situation with the way that LG have been playing. But on the flip side, if EPA can continue playing the way they did, especially in Game 1 against LGD, the way bringing in a new support just like that to replace somebody who was already really good like Jay-Z and showing that you can make the team even better that way was fantastic. I was surprised we didn't see that more in Game 2 and Game 3. We saw a little bit in Game 2. Didn't work out for them. We didn't see any of it in Game 3 at all. But I'm really hoping that EPA can play the way they did in Game 1.
Yeah, what do we think of the new guy, actually? Because that was sort of my thing. Jay-Z was definitely a desk favorite here. I think Sol looked like an upgrade. It's hard to say exactly what impact he's having on the team. Yes, the shot calling seemed cleaner in some of their wins. I feel like in general he was an upgrade, but what are the thoughts on Sol after his first few games here? Because certainly had some very impressive moments.
I mean, his Game 1 was very impressive. I think that he showed up massively, but I also think that all of EPA did in that first game. Game 2 and 3, I feel like he looked a bit deflated. They were just losing lane. And that, to me, was the biggest issue. So if you put Sol, from the looks of it, into a position where he can actually succeed through laning phase, which, to be fair, you're playing against PYL and Imp, not an easy thing to do, then Sol looks strong. And that is actually my concern, is because every AD carry in the LPL is good.
Yeah.
It really felt like Sol was teaming up nicely with Crisis. In Game 1 and Game 2, they'll both tag teaming together, doing good things for EPA as a whole. And when they were able to do that, people like Gimgoon, Republic, and Moon were able to step up. But once you take away any of those key components, like if they're not able to get Crisis to help out in the lane and they fall behind in that lane, or if their tag team duo doesn't work out in general, then things start to fall behind and the people like Gimgoon, Republic, and Moo can't carry that game effectively. So I really liked his performance, and I'm going to sound like a broken record now, especially in Game 1, but it feels like it just wasn't enough. And I'm not too sure if he's a good replacement for Jay-Z just yet, because Jay-Z was really consistent, I believe, for EPA. Him and Gingu were the two most consistent players for the team, and taking him out to put in Seoul, I'm not sure if that's the right decision yet. We'll have to see more games from him first.
And let's be honest, the problem with EPA was never their support. The problem with EPA was always how they actually translate to mid and late game, and that was still very evident in the second game today. Seoul didn't fix that issue. That's not the actual issue with EPA that has been remedied by putting Seoul in. They've still got a glaring problem.
What about Crisis then? Because we look at junglers to set tempo early, and I think Crisis, when he was ahead especially, did so much work in the mid-game, on Gragas in particular, to sort of get his team ahead. I feel like, again, on Kindred, a little more underwhelming, even though, again, he's able to have good early games, wasn't transitioning the same way. Your support staff is important.
Yeah.
I feel like they weren't there in the other two games.
He needs to have engaged tools. I feel like on Kindred, he just doesn't actually get it done for his team. The Gragas in Game 1 was massive. Game 2 and 3, I'm going to say lackluster.
To put it simply, it feels like he knows how to get the team ahead, but EPA being such a snowbally team, he needs to do more to impact the game.
Yeah.
Well, here's a win there for LGD and a very strong 2-1 there to end it off. Don't go too far, though. We've got 2 more best of 3s tonight. After this break, we'll move into our second one just after this. And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian, Pastry Timecast. Still joining me on the desk are Matthew Fish, Stewart, and Zach Rusty Pie. Gentlemen, LGD still winning. 2-1 over EPA.
Kinda.
Yeah.
Yeah, kinda.
They still have a W next to their name, I think is what we can take from it this time around. Yes, LGD, they still managed to beat EPA 2-1. Didn't really feel like a 2-1. It felt like each team won one each. Came down to the third game, and LGD kind of just walked over it.
Yeah, Imp looking good, Marin looking good, but we do have a next series coming up here as well. Plenty of matches to play today, and maybe the closest one we'll have actually all day. Pretty interesting series here. Snake versus Xiaogu, with both teams having a couple of mishaps recently as far as results go. Xiaogu dropping a rare set of games to LGD, of all people, who kind of started that on their rise to power this week. But Snake, I don't even know about Snake anymore. That's just such a special team, in the best possible way, but they're a very special team.
Yeah, this is kind of, it's first versus third first,
Yep.
So let's preface it with that. This is actually a top-of-the-table clash between both of these teams, but it's also a clash of conflicting styles. So Snake, always with the inclination to lane swap, would not be surprised to see that again out of these guys. QG, they love skirmishing, they love team fighting. They've got this very unique synergy between their mid laner and their jungler, which goes the opposite to everyone else, in that their mid laner goes to help their jungler, opposed to their jungler helping mid. I feel like that is so contrasted to that of Snake, who work around as a unit of 5 but have a weak point in the mid lane. Who knows where that could go?
It almost feels like it's a contrast between the brute strength Xiaogu and the lane swapping / macro style play from Snake as well. And we have to see which one triumphs. Is it going to be the play the map style, we rotate around, farm up for as long as possible and accelerate the game, or Xiaogu style of we see you, we kill you, you're dead, let's move on to the next person, kill you, you're dead, continue that train and hopefully pick up a win from that.
Well, I think as usual, it starts in the top lane for Snake. We're going to take a look at their lineup. They will be on the blue side for game number 1. Flandre, Zizia, Tank, Crystal, and Ella sticking with this AD carry, it feels like, which makes sense. Crystal, the veteran of the team, I suppose, was playing with them most of last year, but we'll start with Flandre. This is the man that if Snake want to snowball a game and win, this is usually the way they do it.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense that Flandre is the one they work around. Of course, he's the positive and the negative point, I will say, to Snake, in that he gets behind early because they always force him to, and then they let him catch up to late game. Causes issues in mid.
Yeah, definitely can slow the tempo down a little too much. CZR, though, looking good in quite a few recent games. There's Tank, of course, in their mid lane, making big plays at some points. His Lysandra game recently was definitely a highlight for him, but I think a little inconsistent for the player as Crystal. Been actually back into form. Very aggressive still in these 2v2s. Going to have quite a matchup today, whether Pekko or Uzi.
He was the man that was dubbed as the mini Uzi, so it'll be interesting to see if he goes up against the big Uzi or against
Actual
Pekko.
Uzi, yeah. Well, Ella, they're going to round things out. The other big playmaker of the team, still a super solid support. But I think Snake in general have a few mismatches perhaps here in the matchup, but they haven't got to third and haven't got all these fans. There's some great signs out there in the crowd without giving it a real go. So definitely Xiaogu going to have a test here. So we are going to pop over to the other side of the rift. Check out who they are playing today. That looks awfully like Pekko.
It does indeed. Yeah, so they've been starting Pekko a lot recently instead of Uzi. And big question mark around that. Why are they opting into this? And there's this unique strategy that QG have that Uzi actually struggles to adopt. And whilst it is the Uzi patch, we've got Siva back, we've got Kalista back, all these champions that he excels on. There's also the fact that when they fall behind with Uzi, they struggle. But when they fall behind with Pico, they make it work.
Yeah, they can certainly feel more comfortable, perhaps, in those late-game situations. V, Swift, Doinby, Pekko, and more will be the starting five for Xiaogu. The trend has been to put Uzi in for games 2. Got to see that in the last series they played, but they lost both games, so not too sure how that one's going to work out. But V, been a beast in the top side. Rise, Nautilus, whatever you need, he's got it for you.
Like you mentioned, there's been a few times where they put Uzi in for game 2. He turned it around completely, but that last series against LGD, that did not happen.
Couldn't quite get it done as Swift, their jungler, Been aggressive playing that Lee Sin recently. Still on the Kindred, Nidalee, Graves, etc. Loves his carry junglers. Doinby, always a utility player. Can go off on an assassin if he needs to. You can see a Zed poking out under the match history.
Yep, you mentioned the Kindred being picked up by Swift quite a lot here. It's going to be a contested pick between ZZR as well. And Doinby, he's played 13 games of Victor, so loves his control mages.
Loves his Victor.
Certainly does. Peko, though, and teamed up with Moore, of course, in their bottom lane. You can see Moore very consistent. Seems to play Braum and only Braum for the most part. We'll see if that continues to eat some of the bans it has been seeing recently in the LPL. But Peko, you said already, Rusty, a different AD carry for Uzi, or than Uzi, I should say, but still a very strong player and someone that QG knows how to play with.
Yeah, absolutely. And what we've seen from QG in their points of power even last split was winning team fights when 10k go behind. And you don't see that as a reasonable thing that any team should be able to do. But it's on the back of having a team that's comfortable playing together. They make decisions and execute as one. Whereas a team with Uzi, it doesn't matter what team it is. I feel like everyone knows it by this point in time. Uzi's the center of the team that everyone works around. It's hard to conflict that with Swift, particularly when they are falling behind and they struggle to actually come back into the game.
I feel like it's almost the Faker effect, honestly, where sometimes Uzi, he'll just play in the game normally and everyone comes to his lane. Like, it's not even just that teams have to play around him. It's that people are going to camp him no matter what. So I guess we'll see what happens with Peko in the lineup. Still a strong side regardless, but we'll see what happens in the draft. Things always start here. We'll see what the teams are looking at here. This particular game, Snake on the blue side, QG over on the red, LeBlanc and Kalista. The first two bans there. So 2 targeted bans for Snake and a very generic Corki and now Lysandra ban for QG.
I'd really like to see if Alistar's going to be contested here because Snake don't play too much Alistar. In fact, I only picked up 4 games in that champion, whereas Moore has played the most Alistar. Sorry, not Alistar, Braum. I'm going to talk about Braum. Snake don't play much Braum, and although it's a very popular support pick and it's probably the most picked up support here, Moore has played it 18 times in the LPL so far. And it seems like Chagu like to prioritize that a lot. So I'd really like to see if Chagu go with that train of thought once again, as Kindred is going to be banned out. That's a champion that ZZR has been very vocal about.
But that's also because Nidalee's available and they are first pick. So now you can see the response.
Yep, Nidalee banned from QG. Always makes sense.
Leaves open Gragas.
Yep.
Probably the strongest jungler still remaining besides perhaps Elise, but in regards to Swift's champion pool and ZZR's champion pool, I would imagine they have an inclination towards Gragas.
Gragas is just... we saw it from Crisis in Game 1 for EPA versus LGD. Gragas just does things that feels like junglers shouldn't be able to do.
Yeah.
So a very strong first pick, but Snake definitely considering a few of their options here. And it will actually be Elise. Definitely a ZZR champion, but sort of strange to see Gragas being happily given over.
His most played champion as well. This will be his 11th game on Elise. He's only played 1 game of Gragas in the LPL so far, but a lot of it was played before the Runic Sekko patch, before Gragas also got the buff to his AoE clear too. And that will probably give Swift the champion of his choice for the jungle. We'll probably get Gragas in there. But we have to see what Chagu decide to pick up as their response.
Yeah, I'd say don't really check that before he locks it in as well with Swift. They don't often get their jungler in an early rotation. It's usually Moore's champion, and then I would say generally their bottom lane, because they like to sack that lane first. V's also the other one that usually gets an early draft rotation. Because, you know, top laners, I think Poppy is something that should actually be considered perhaps above the Sivir. And even the Alistar, given the Brom's available, and like Moore's not going to have his champion stolen.
Well, only 3 seconds left for QG to try and swap these over if they want to, but they're not going to swap them this time. Braum actually avoided this time around, curiously enough. Was open there, but do not take it. Instead, they take Alistar and Sivir. So a very specific bottom lane this early on in the draft.
Yeah, we spoke to it as well in the previous best of 3 series. Having the Sivir there is a much more self-sufficient lane, so Alistar can look to be more aggressive with the engages. A lot less peel is required. I feel like it's not ideal, but it is a bit better. Braum just does it all. Surprising it's not picked.
I'd agree, but we'll see if Snake want to snap it up or if they have different plans of their own. Perhaps teams are moving away from it, but I don't think so. Not this soon anyway.
And this is Ella's second most played support as well, Trundle. So wouldn't be surprised if they lock that one in. And it still is a flex pick. Could potentially be thrown on top lane for Flandre. We have to see where that goes. And Lucian is going to be locked in for Crystal as well.
Good old Trundle flex pick. Love it. Flandre, he was the guy that started trundling people last year. He's responsible for a lot of irresponsible things in top lane, that man.
Trundle and Zatai.
Yep.
Zatai is just, he's very annoying when he plays Trundle.
Well, it could be Ella's pick, but kind of blocks the Nautilus pick as well, which I like. So QG, definitely a lot to think about here for picks 3 and 4. Jungle is still open, though. If they do want that Gragas, actually going to get it pretty late, given due to the first pick at least. So QG delaying their picks pretty appropriately here. Unless Flandre was going to go back to top lane Gragas, which is also a possibility. QG, though, going to continue with some flex picks here, although Graves being locked in is likely the jungler for Swift. And there's Poppy, probably for V there in the top lane.
Yeah, I think given that Graves has been locked in with it, we will be seeing Poppy in that top lane. QG's composition at the moment is an abundance of bruises that do damage. They're also very hard to kill themselves, besides perhaps Sivir without the spell shield. Dangerous.
Sivir's basically a bruiser, though. Let's be real.
Essentially.
Run with your tanks and do damage.
Run.
That was always the Sivir special. And it works. This comp's great for that. This is very 2015 LPL Sivir style.
Press R and run at people.
Exactly. 25 seconds though for Snake. I wonder if Flandre will go back to carries. So let's play into Poppy, which is a pretty frustrating top lane champion. Good at just about anything it feels like. Flandre definitely knows his way around the matchup. But I wonder if he's getting frustrated going back to carries. This always happens with Flandre, I feel like. He just, plays a couple weeks of carries or like utility champions on tanks. Eventually he's like, you know what, boys? I got to carry some games. Give me the Fiora. Let's go. And the Twisted Fate there for tank. More of a utility style mid laner. You can see that Snake's power very much weighted in the top and bottom of the map.
That's so Snake.
Yeah.
Like that draft is ridiculous. They've got a Fiora to split push. They've got a Twisted Fate to split push. And they've got quick rotations around the map. They'll no doubt run 2 teleports as well, because why not? At least with the pick. And Trundle with disengage and potential complement to pick as well with the pillar. I mean, what more would Snake want besides perhaps Jin instead of Lucian?
Well, we're going to have to see what Doinby decides to pick up as his final, or not his final pick, as his pick in the mid lane, the final pick for Xiaogu. And he is hovering over that Victor, his most played champion so far in 2016. And he will lock that one in. So Doinby does get the Victor in the mid lane, one of his favorite pickups. And it does look like a very Xiaogu-style team comp, and a very Snake-style team comp as well.
It's going to be fun to see these guys play against each other. Two pretty conflicting styles. Snake definitely going back to their roots, it feels like, with Flandre's top lane Fiora. Haven't seen Fiora too much, but still a perfectly serviceable pick. But Xiaogu definitely know the way around this team comp as well. Sivir Victor, I'm ready. Give me the Lich Bane. That's all I want from Doinby today.
That is the press R run fast thing, isn't it? Yeah, that's very much QG. I feel like Tank's going to have a hard time. I think mostly because the cleanse Victor is an entirely capable thing. Defensive summoners is standard now in the mid lane. Tank also the weak link as defined by stats and results of Snake.
Well, thankfully he's on TF, so it wants to facilitate a bit more. Again, we've seen more of his support style play be a bit more successful. Lissandra, Lulu, and now Twisted Fate. So we'll see if that maybe helps out Snake. Feels like they've got people in the right spots, at least for this game. Execution, though, always the question.
I think that's going to be the question of this series, especially with what you mentioned, Paige, with the conflicting play styles of Snake and Xiaogu. It's really going to come down to the execution between these two teams.
Certainly is. The coaches will bow and shake hands. We've got the draft now. Let's see the players. Time to get on to Summoner's Rift. And here we are to start our second best of 3 of the evening as Snake and Xiaogu will battle to see who can stay towards the top of their group. First versus third. In what's been a pretty interesting group so far. Snake a bit up and down all season long. Xiaogu blazingly fast and furious in this particular league so far. Finally dropping some games. Did lose to LGD most recently. We'll see if they can maybe make up for it, continue that momentum towards playoffs, as we are going to have a check-in with the old Keystone Masteries. Feels like everything is as expected.
And I think we've seen a small trend between supports going for Bond of Stone and lane swapping, opposed to going for Windspeaker's Blessing and That is curious. I think that the best part about Windspeaker's Blessing on Alistar is how you can buff your entire team with your Triumphant Roar, which is a very interesting decision from Moore. Obviously, opting into the 2v2 primarily. You can never break up Pekko and Moore anyway. They live together.
They do. Moore not really known for his roaming so much.
They're going to both live together in the top lane, it seems, for this game. As Crystal and Ella will be starting on the Krugs at the bottom lane. Pekko and Moore will mirror that on the top side with a Krug camp of their own. Take a look where the junglers are starting too. Once again, blue side of the map going to be starting on their blue buff. And it does look like Swift is going to be starting on his blue buff as well. So lane swap is going to be initiated by Chao Gu and not Snake.
Well, Snake will probably be happy with the situation. Very familiar, of course, with the lane swap.
Snake's like, thank you, Chao Gu.
They knew. They were like, they'll just lane swap for us. It's fine. There's, V's actually down towards the bottom side of the map. Looks like both top laners, I think, have made their way there. V, though, takes a couple creeps and bails. He knows that it's time to leave. Flandre on the Fiora, continuing to jungle away. So, seeing a lot of this from Snake. I don't know why this keeps happening, but they love to pick Flandre at carry and then immediately get themselves in a lane swap. But Flandre's pretty good at catching up. Just feels weird to not give you a Fiora the early gold, but we'll see what Snake can do. They navigate this situation very well on the whole. As Doinby and Tank having a bit of a battle. Doinby won some of the early trades, but Twisted Fate will be Twisted Fate. All he really wants to do is collect farm and walk away.
We'll have to see if he's going to continue doing that towards the rest of this game. And Tank, he's been identified as a little bit of a weak link for Snake, so maybe taking the farm and walking away is a smart thing to do.
Let me tell you, as a Twisted Fate player, not a particularly attractive ELO, Twisted Fate's a great champion. He's affecting all the lanes and keeping yours neutral. It's a good time.
Let me tell you,
Don't
someone
my
who
lane.
can't play Twisted Fate but tries, he's still a great champion.
Correct.
Even when you're 0 and 10, still good champion.
Yep.
Ressar, you see everybody.
Gold card, got him. We do have the pushers started here.
There's a gold card.
Ah.
I only know what is blue.
I see. I see the problem you have. Reginald syndrome. Still here in 2016. As Snake are getting their push down here. 3 members here faster than QG, so looks like they'll get the tower a little bit faster, but should be relatively similar timing here. The Snake are going to get the first little influx of gold. Looks like they're continuing to push pretty far forward, though. Flandre, though, is going to deny some of these off. As Tank does eat some good burst in the mid lane there from Doinby. A little out of mana right now for the old Victor. But Doinby does like to be aggressive with his mana pool. As you can see, the tower's falling. Pretty similar rates.
Yep.
Looks like both teams got what they wanted. They're going to bounce those waves pretty far back.
Yep, so classic lane swap coming out between these two teams. And we'll have to see where they decide to put their lanes next, because currently Fiora is still on the bottom side of the map. So Flandre is continuing to stay in this lane. They are going to be sending Crystal and Ella up towards the top side now, and we'll have to see what Chao Gu decides to do in response. The first thing on the menu, though, is the Rift Herald.
Which is smart from QG, of course. They've learned from their errors, having played internationally and been beaten by a Rift Herald.
Oh my goodness, though. They're getting taken out really low by this Rift Herald. Ella trying to be
alone.
a little bit disruptive, but V is there to throw down the hammer and slow him down a little bit. So they do successfully get that Rift
I like
Herald.
that Moore felt pressure to take the buff, though. Because Swift was like, uh-oh, who else is here? I got to bail.
Yeah, they had no vision. So yeah, they do give it to the support. And it's, of course, the jungler that's standard gets the Rift Herald buff first, as ZZR says hi to V.
So where is Moore going to go now? That is what I want to see, because he has that Rift Herald buff. Yeah.
They actually, so standard thing is to split the other lane and push the towers faster, but they haven't prepared it in time. And so from the looks of it, they were going to try and match top lane. They actually waste a lot of time walking up there because they opt not into doing it.
Snake instead going to be able to take down the top lane outer turret. As Snake's going to be able to use his teleport to get back into lane. He is level 5, very close to hitting 6, halfway there on the experience bar. Once he does that, he will have his global teleport available, and classic Snakes now will be able to put more pressure on the map. But look at this, Moore is looking to try and be aggressive. Pops the exhaust down, will get the pulverize, headbutts him back towards the team. Snake doesn't have any summoners available to get away, but just casually walks out of that.
And Moore should have left that at the flash. I think plain and simple, he didn't need to commit. Poppy was not there in time. QG are making some very weird decisions and potentially losing 2 turrets for not even 1.
Snake are really, really showing how good they are at these lane swaps and how this is their preferred playstyle.
They're playing standard.
Yep.
QG are just confusing everybody with the way that they're playing. That is actually 2 turrets given over for maybe the one in the bottom because it was just Sivir pushing.
Well, tier 2 down in top lane does spell a bad start here for Xiaogu, but a great start here for Snake. V, though, going to try and take what he can. More and Pekka working on the bottom side will be able to take this turret out. So, still trading turrets back and forth, but Snake end up with the lead still on structures. Standard lane swap going not very standard now for Xiaogu. Snake doing what they do best, and Xiaogu looking a little lost in the first 6.5 minutes of the game. Rift turret buff is going to wear off. Pekka going to try and deny back what minions he can. He should get the turret eventually. It's about 1 hit off, as he's going to let the minions take care of it. Collect some gold for himself, but a good start here for Snake. Starting with a reasonable gold lead, almost 1,000 gold, but not quite yet.
1,000 gold lead for Snake, just based off map rotation as well. So we'll have to see when Xiaogu's team composition comes online, when they can start pressing those R buttons and running at Snake and try to fight them at any opportunity they get. And we'll see if that playstyle, especially from Xiaogu, sorry, is able to take control of this game. But for now, the map rotations have been beautiful from Snake, I would say, and have got them a slight lead. We'll have to see how they progress with that one. Astrana was making a little bit of a, tour to the mid lane, puts down a little traffic cone, just disrupting Doimi a little bit. But he's going to be able to safely farm underneath this turret. More is even going to be there just to keep him a bit safe.
Yeah, got to be careful in these big long lanes. As blue buff steal actually there for Flandre, able to take that away. Snake now trying to pressure another turret. They're going to group up, see what damage they can get done to the bottom side tier 2. Swift in the meantime, wrong side of the map for himself. Actually trying to take away Snake's blue buff, but won't be there to answer the push if Snake do hard commit, and they will. 4 people down here. Xiaogu, you don't really see objectives bleed like this often, but turrets just been given away here. There's a sale.
Xiaogu even initiated a lane swap coming into this game, and it's just Snake styling on them effectively. That's the second inner turret taken down just 8 minutes into this game.
Well, 4-2 now in objectives for Snake. Huge gold lead, actually. They're already up 2,000 gold in this one. QG will take what farm they can. We expect to have a conflicting styles here in this particular series. Game 1 certainly showing us that already.
Nobody conflicts this hard, though. They have just straight up given an advantage needlessly to Snake for the purpose of getting Swift ahead opposed to matching anything. Swift actually has not joined a lane since the start of this game. He's just been hard farming in the jungle. So, I mean, the only chance that they have right now is finishing the warrior enchantment, getting kills across the board through skirmishing, which sure, that is what QG love to do. I'm sure Doinby will also have his Abyssal Scepter when he actually recalls, which should be about now, based off his ultimate dropping.
Well, now they're going to have to look for those fights. 2,000 gold behind as Snake's macro style play and lane swaps have been able to get them slightly ahead. And this is only 9 minutes into the game as well, so that 2,000 gold does mean quite a bit now. But it's not a huge lead that Xiaogu can't come back from. We'll just have to see how they play to it. Crystal being very sneaky here against Pekko. Will hide inside the brush. Forces Pekko to pop on the hunt and run away.
And looking back in that mid lane, we did see the recall for Doinby, but a different first choice here actually. Morello Nomicon. He decides his first item.
I mean, it's not bad. Twisted Fate's not a high-pressure champion. Abyssal Scepter is more for when you're trading people in laning phase, and there are a few situations where a Victor should be actually getting out-traded by tank. In saying that, he has an Abyssal Scepter, so in regards to the relative trades now of tank, you would almost start to favor him. Doinby's just got a very unique style where, as you have seen, has no mana the whole time, so Morello's, in my opinion, is far better for him.
And Swift, who has been farming this entire game, has been able to finally pick up that warrior enchantment, but on the flip side, ZZR has his runic echoes as well. So both jungles completing their first item. Top laners still have their components for their builds so far. Both of the AD carries are looking towards picking up an Essence Reaver. They both have their colors well, so slowly snacking that one up, picking up the extra gold with every CS, and we'll eventually get the big spike of 300 as well. As it's now ZZR working on taking down this Rift Herald alone.
Ella's going to help him out though, so being a bro should be okay. And this one's likely going to go over to the Snake jungler, as Ella does get the assistance in there, but buff will go over to Elise. More busy clearing up vision from this bottom half of the map. As V's looking for a tower dive here, I think, with Alistar. They want Tank, who's actually very vulnerable in the TF right now. QG, 4 strong, going to finally answer some of these structures.
Yeah. Snake are here, though.
Yep, ZZR and Tank moving aggressively forward. Gonna get a cocoon down onto Pekko, but it looks like Snake's main priority for now is just to clear out as many of these minions as possible. They are grouped up as 4. They still have Flandre split pushing on the top side. So the 5-man strong of Xiaogu looking to try and push for this objective. Flandre still has his teleport, so he could potentially join this fight at any given time. And these are Rift Herald minions, not as tanky as Baroned up minions, but still attack a little bit faster.
Yeah, they're not going to get the turret, and I feel like it is a lot of time wasted with that pressure, but finally, you're right, they are starting to actually implement pressure into those lanes. Flandre, of course, is actually too far ahead right now. The 1v1 would be unfair to V, and so he's just trying to group with his team.
Well, unfortunately for QG, and Flandre is in his happy place right now, farming out a free lane, pushing up a really big stack of minions. He's very carefully curated. He's now going to go ahead and collect them, so we'll see if Flandre feels like he can stay to apply some pressure and contest. But I don't think Snake have quite enough vision for that just yet. I imagine QG are going to move over there. Ella and Crystal, though, found a new home in the mid lane. Victor is going to deny any sense of pressure, though, with 1 death rate.
Yeah. They've early rotated the AD carry and support duo to the mid lane. It unlocks Ella to have a lot more pressure around the map with ZZR in particular. So the hand-holding commences with the jungle and support of Snake.
Xiaogu now have V up in the top lane. He's going to be able to farm up and try and catch up to the lead that Flandre currently has. He's currently 30 CS ahead of V. But V does have a huge way to farm up and will be able to close that one down slightly. The rest of Xiaogu grouping up towards the mid lane here. And Snake being very aggressive inside of Xiaogu's jungle, trying to deny as many resources away from QG as possible.
I mean, that's a Victor's blue buff when they're sieging mid, so it is effectively a very big deal they just took there.
Well, QG do answer with 3 in the mid lane, but Doinby is going to run low on mana after that steal away. Peko, though, clearing out what he can here in this very long bottom lane. Does have himself some decent CS as Crystal actually going to move in for the blue buff. I guess Tank's not in the area to pick it up. Crystal's kind of the mid laner now, so he'll take the buff for himself. Tank busy creating pressure in the bottom side of the map. Does have the TP back up as Twisted Fate. And his ultimate, of course, can help traverse a lot of terrain as well. So feels like Snake doing exactly what we expect with the composition. They have 2 teleports and 2 split pushes. They got the early lane swap down. They've got themselves a gold lead. They're going to try and run QG around for as long as possible.
You would imagine the AD carries as well have a chunk of gold in their back pockets. They haven't recalled for a while. I would imagine that Crystal going for those Raptors is a sign that he's close to about 1,500 gold. He should be finishing off the Essence Reaver with the pink ward.
As we take a look at the lanes from QG once again. Flandre's back up here. He's going to try and answer for this huge wave that V is currently pushing in towards his base. Ella being a little bit sneaky. Going to try and see if he can pull a fast one against Swift. Puts the pillar down. It still stays inside the brush. Swift will be able to just smite it away. Pick it up for himself. Casually, you could almost say.
Yeah, maybe was hoping for the 1 true damage on the pillar, but
I have no idea.
no dice there on that one. Just hanging out, getting a bit of vision. Tank going to clear out a neutral though. No, back to bottom lane. 20 seconds actually up for that next dragon. Snake did get the first one after the first 10 minutes or so of macro play in the game. So definitely up in objectives overall. Xiaogu still looking to knock down some turrets. Doinby though has held onto that mid one, which is very important. So Snake's extra tier 2 is just giving them that gold lead that they've still currently got. Built it up to about 3,000 now. So now that they've spent some of that gold, definitely have that lead now tangible, reflected in a lot of the items here. But I think QG happy to play a bit slower, given the pace of game Snake wanted to play earlier with all the fast pushing. And again, they're always happy to team fight. If they see a good skirmish, they'll probably take it. But QG always happy to scale. At this point, they're still scaling.
They do love the dragon, though. Is there anything the teams want to fight for? They're always grouped up as 5 around it. So here's the teleport.
Teleport is coming in behind Snake. They are able to finish off the dragon. But here comes on the hunt from Silver. Xiaogu looking for their first big team fight of the game. They're on to Ella. He's going to get taken down first. Tank's been punted into the rest of the team. And Xiaogu pick up 2 kills after they pick up the dragon. But Crystal now, he's getting jumped on. Doiby's going to flash over. That's the 3rd kill for Xiaogu. And they just run through Snake.
And it wouldn't be a QG versus Snake game without a team fight around the dragon where QG pull back a gold deficit and somehow even it out through team fighting prowess. That's exactly what we just saw there. And here's the gold lead. There it goes.
Yep, pretty much evened right back up as QG do break the key mid turret. Even have a Rift Tower to run to as well. So they're going to collect a bit of extra advantage for themselves. But QG pretty much looks like bait on that Dragon number 2. Snake do get it, but QG, they get the lead they want. Let's see what they can do with it now. The gold's even right back up.
Of course, we are going to see this one again. Snake, they even get the Dragon early. Ella is the one that gets caught as Crystal flashed the Pulverize. Chaos Storm is actually just not moving, but it still doesn't matter because they've got the numbers advantage. Snake made the call. The call was disengage, but they can't disengage against the Civic composition. They had to fight. Instead, they get no trades.
And just like that, Xiaogu put themselves on the scoreboard, 3-0. But they are still about 1,000 gold behind Snake. But just like that, they've clawed back the advantage, and they still have a lot of standing gold on the map. They currently have only taken down 3 turrets, so they can potentially even that one up. But Snake do have 2 dragons to their name. They can continue keeping that up and eventually be able to work towards having the Dragon 5 win condition. But Xiaogu already looking strong when they try to fight for that Dragon as 5. So it must be a bit scary for Snake.
I think in general, though, Snake are actually happy to wait. Baron's not a thing right now. It's actually not up at all. I feel like Xiaogu struggle to find fights in these long lanes when there's not an objective to fight over. So they're just going to chill out and farm for a little while longer. And Snake, that's the game they want to play. There's 2 things they like. Waiting, or 3 I guess. Waiting, split pushing, and then sometimes late game team fighting. There's definitely an option there if Snake want to do that, but with Fiora having that Ravenous Hydra completed and TF still with that TP, probably just going to continue playing the map for as long as possible. We'll see if Xiaogu can break that up, or if Snake are going to continue executing on their game plan through this mid-game, because now that it's even back up, the lead that Snake built for themselves really does hurt, because it takes a long while to build up leads with this sort of comp, and not very long to tear them back down. Tank just checking things out, though.
I don't know. I feel like trying to make it late game, trying to late game team fight the late game team fighting team.
Probably not a good idea.
Potentially a mistake.
Xiaogu was slightly behind when they eventually clawed back from that Dragon, but now that lead is almost completely gone. Snake just have a couple of 100 gold advantage now. So they're relatively even, these 2 teams. And Xiaogu now, the team that's going to be invading deep into Snake's jungle, taking away as many resources as possible. Blue buff will be given on over towards Doinby. Flandre is going to be trying to aggressively split push in this bottom lane. It will get matched by B.
Flandre will just become more and more of an issue as the game goes on. The Ravenous Hydra build says it all. He wants to sustain, he wants to split push. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes all in with like a Black Cleaver Bloodthirster. Is like the type of build he wants. And just stay in a side lane and cause problems, because V does want a group and does want a team fight.
And again, this is the Snake that we used to see a long time ago, honestly. Flandre, definitely versatile as a player, but it seems like Snake, they get into certain spots where they feel like he just has to go big on carries. Going back to something like Fiora with this type of build, certainly Snake falling back, at least in this game, to older habits. But I wonder if QG can answer Fiora effectively. And really, how long is it until they just, even if they could, even if they wanted to, they just won't be able to?
Xiaogu have both their, Snake have both their teleports available, and Tank still has his Destiny available. So they have a lot of ways to rotate around the map really quickly. I'd like to see how they're going to utilize that next, because they got a lot of things done early before all of these options came online. They took down all the inner turrets, they opened up the map really nicely with only the turrets left open in the middle lane. But since then, haven't been able to utilize those abilities for map rotations just yet. And Xiaogu just finding them at every single objectives where they're able to group up as 5, just being the Dragon buff so far. So I want to see the approach that Snake take towards the rest of this game and how Xiaogu are going to continue fighting them. But for now, both these teams just going to, have a little bit of a standoff and farm it up as much as possible. V and Flandre are still split into the bottom lane, farming that up wherever they can.
Yeah, I mean, QG are kind of just matching the focus that Snake have. So by putting Flandre bottom, it means that Snake are focusing the top side of the map. And plain and simple, because he's split pushing, you want to be as far away separated from the split pusher as possible so that he is the safest. And if anyone makes a rotation there, you can pick up an objective as the response. So by being bottom side, Dragon's not that big of a deal for Snake. But he's also got deep enough pressure that you can see the vision Snake have. The Dragon is essentially free if they make a quick rotation towards it.
And it could potentially be the next point of contention as well. 15 seconds left until Dragon is going to respawn. And that would be the 3rd Dragon of the game. all of the dragons have gone on over to Snake so far. We'll have to see if they try to contest for it, or if Xiaogu this time are going to be the team that take this one out.
I love Dragon 3. It's like the Rotato Dragon. Everybody just wants a bit more move speed, especially for Snake. It's like, you know what? We want this, not because we want to run faster at you, but we want to run faster between our lanes.
And away from you.
Oh, yeah, and away from you.
We do not want to fight you. That was evident from the last dragon fight.
Well, I can't blame them after Xiaogu's team fight, as they are going to start up the Dragon themselves this time around. Looks like Tank's not in position, so this is going to just get conceded over to Xiaogu there by Snake. And once again, Snake very careful. Slow and steady seems to be the Snake motto this game.
Too careful. They had vision everywhere. They didn't want to control the vision. They're afraid of QG's team fighting. And I mean, fair enough. They have a good team fighting composition. But if you're just going to start conceding objectives, QG will start forcing more objectives. Like, you had absolute control of the Dragon area, and instead of contesting any vision even, you just willingly give it up.
That's exactly what they've done. They take the objectives for themselves. They're still 2,000 gold behind Snake as that gold lead creeps back and forth time to time. And this has bought a lot of time for V as well. He was tremendously behind Fandre. All he's been doing is moving top lane, farming that one out. Going back to bottom lane, match the split push, farm that one out. And has been slowly catching up. He is still 40 CS behind Fandre, which is a huge deficit. But the later this game goes, the less that deficit is going to matter for these two top lanes. Flandre's
blue buff, so.
Flandre's definitely going to get more ahead, but blue buff.
I would imagine it's spawning soon, just based off the way they're posturing.
I hope so.
There's no bottom turret to take. There's no dragon. I just feel like they want to take it away from Doinby.
Has to be. There it is. Blue buff's going to spawn out of that pit. Rest of Xiaogu looking to try and collapse on towards it. Swift is actually going to smite that one away. Does not want it to be taken by Snake, but Doinby doesn't get it.
Yeah.
Poor Doinby.
Having a rough game.
Certainly.
Still 1-0-2, to be fair.
Yeah,
So.
decent CS as well. Just can't be nearly as free as he would like with his mana usage. He's going to go straight in
Fair
for
enough.
Crystal. Standard Doinby the Ignite. Not quite there because he doesn't have it. But he almost gets the 100-0.
Yeah, he's like, taking my blue buff, I will kill you.
That is just so unsurprising. It's amazing.
Yep.
Like the aggression that he just randomly puts down. Crystal was a bit out of position. Of course, gets move speed from his Q. And so instead of having his blue stolen, they brute force their way into the enemy blue buff and give it to Doinby.
Yep, almost didn't make it.
No.
Swift takes the grump at the same time. Tank pops Destiny, actually.
Just to see where they are.
Yeah,
Looking bottom, actually, primarily.
Well, V too far away, so Tank will just use that for a bit of vision. I'm going to continue wave clearing out, though. Again, map got opened up very early by Snake, and it is Flandre that's reaped a lot of that benefit. Black Cleaver now finished for the Fiora, so starting to get towards scary status, but not there just yet. Swift, in the meantime, is taking out some Krugs. Feeling pretty happy right now on the Graves. Is Doinby going to go back? No, not yet. He's still working on his second item. Pekko, by the way, just quietly crept up to an absolutely massive amount of gold because he's just been farming all game long. Siva, boys.
That's his Essence Reaver and the Phantom Dancer complete already. So, Siva looking strong in this game. Probably will go towards the Infinity Edge next, and once he picks it up, he'll have a huge power spike where those bouncing crits, if anyone is caught in a little bit of a Beyblade arena, are going to get demolished.
It's an interesting decision from V as well. There's a minion wave there, but instead of hitting the wave, he hides himself off the map to make Snake scared. But he's actually still just bottom. So, small things mean big deals. You can see how timid Snake genuinely are right now.
It feels like they had a good start, and then they just played that one fight and said, you know what, didn't really like that very much. As V is trying to hold this as best he can. It's actually playing Snake's game a little, making these waves last as long as possible on their side of the map. Flandre, though, I think he's just gone to full split push mode at this point in the game. Does have the Jerome's Fist now, so it looks like Starrick's Gauge will be the next item. QG starting to press forward as well. V can join them if they need to. They know Flandre is going to be top line probably all game. And with Baron being back up 25.5 minutes into the game, something they can certainly start to threaten around. You'll see a bit of vision now being put down for Xiaogu. Doinby even tags the Baron, because why not? I think you wanted some move speed. I'm not sure I like that trade. He queued it, I think, for move speed and then ate some damage.
No, he just doesn't like the big purple worm.
I'll be back for you.
I will kill you later.
It might have even just been a reactionary test.
Yeah, maybe.
Let's see if anyone moves the second he hits it. Who knows?
It's hard to say with Doinby, but he's got a Rylai's now, so he's
Really
feeling very
knows.
happy on the victor. Seems like if a team fight was to eventuate, QG are certainly prepared for one. Snake aren't lacking on items in particular. They've actually done a similar job farming very nicely. Flandre is the only one with a real massive lead in his lane. Although, to be fair, both Doinby and Peko do have lanes against their lane opponents as well. Does just feel like, again, Snake are playing very carefully on their half of the map, and there's going to be a dragon up in a minute. Probably not eventful enough to want to fight over, but Xiaogu do sometimes make you do silly things and fight over things that you didn't want to fight over. We'll see what Snake do when that dragon rolls around, but Baron is definitely the bigger threat right now.
We'll have to see if the teams decide to contest over that objective, because right now they are doing not much at all. Just farming up the waves, pushing back and forth. It's like a big game of chicken.
It's for a battle, Victor.
Is it really?
The Q increases his move speed by 12%, including the other aspect of his Q when he upgrades it. That guy moves fast when he presses Q.
How did we miss that at the start of the game?
Item, not the mouse.
Oh,
Fervor
sorry.
boots.
Yes. Sorry,
yeah, there's
Fura.
two fervors.
Yeah,
Fura?
Fervor battle and
Fura?
Fura enchantment. Yeah.
Whatever.
I got you.
Furaville.
We got there eventually.
I was like, whoa, he has Fervor battle.
Pheromone
That's
enchantment.
crazy.
I don't know.
Yeah, he's a speedy man.
Yeah.
That's pretty much how that one goes.
He's got a red gem in his blue boots.
That's the one.
That's all that matters.
Well,
Move fast.
he's gone very fast. Again, I mentioned the Lich Bane. I'll see if he builds it at some point, but Doinby does want to move with his front line. That's sort of the Sivir thing. So I like where all this is going for Xiaogu. Snake, though, still very persistent. We don't really want to fight you. They're going to get some vision over Baron, but QG know they can take this dragon very quickly. There's the Destiny pop.
Oh,
Oh, actually,
Destiny's
going to look for a pick now. Maw could be the target, but his Alistar is going to pop the ulti. And he's very safe. And now Swift is going to try and fight in onto Flandre. Pekko's ultied in there as well. But Flandre's trying to get them off the dragon. It seems like he's done so. And QG, no free objectives today. Snake finally fighting back.
Yeah. It's curious. I mean, there's definitely some bite in Snake. The question was always, when would they actually start to turn that on? Who knows when they actually want to fight for things. The dragon should be actually something they want. The third one, of course. You mentioned it, the rotation. As expected, they want the third one.
Doesn't look like Xiaogu want to just give it up though. They're
Oh, no.
grouping. Grouping and trying to look to see if they can pick a fight against Snake. Smartly backed away when they was split off.
Why does Fiora get more than one vital on everyone nearby? Like, she should just get one random spawned vital on a
Yeah,
champion.
I don't know. But just Fiora thinks. It's funny. Everyone starts lighting up when Fiora walks near them. A serious Snake wanting to go for that dragon. QG in position to try and fight, though. You have to think this is the situation they wanted. And now Dragon actually shooting QG, and there's the calling out. V, they're going to try and peel them off it. Does get the ulti, finds Crystal actually. And that is going to go over to Xiaogu now. The fight's going to break out. Flandre in straight in the middle of the team's going to go down to Pekko, as now they'll chase in onto Ella. Rylo's doing a lot of work as ZZR's far too deep in those backlines. Swift going to take him out with the ultimate. QG get everything off that one. 2 kills and the dragon.
They tried team fighting against QG, and guess what? It worked for them. Snake genuinely struggling to get anything done other than warding the map and clearing out minions. Every single member of that team is 0-1.
That was strange from Flandre as well. He just walked straight into the dragon.
He had
once
flash,
it's
so he was
gone.
trying to get through, but he got bursted out before he could get there, right? And, I mean, they've all got an equal share in the feed at the moment. QG has started up this Baron.
Well, Baron's getting taken out incredibly low. The rest of Snake, or the remaining members of Snake, I should say, are grouped up trying to see if they can contest for it. 3,000 health on it. Ella's taking out really low. Tank has to pop his Zhonya's. He may eventually go down as well. Pulverize will not be able to connect coming from Maw, but it is the Baron. A left Death Blazer will come out from Doinby as they continue to chase on towards Tank. He doesn't have his flash available, but a teleport is coming in.
Yeah, Flandre looking for something, going to try and turn it around, but I think it's just to deter them. He will dive in. Flandre riposte is not too bad, but V is finally going to get blown up on the front side. More going on to the other side, trying to find Crystal as Flandre is eating too much damage. More, though, will fall down to the Lucian as he finally gets himself a double. Snake coming alive as Tank gets himself back into the fray. Pekko going to fall down as well, and they got far too greedy after that, Baron.
The teleports arrive and the cavalry comes in. Finally for Snake, they get what they're looking for. Straight into the bottom lane.
They're looking for that inhibitor
That is
turret.
punishment.
Snake have signed some sort of pact with Baron. Baron weakened up Xiaogu for them, and they finished them off. That is going to be the inhibitor turret taken down for Snake. They're looking to try and take down the inhibitor as well. Death retime is actually rather long on the side of Chao Gu here.
Actually.
That could actually potentially be game. Let's see what Snake decide to do. They're going to actually charge towards the Nexus here. That one team fight might have just been enough.
God.
The advantage they took during the initial lane swap has allowed Snake to bake in towards the base. They're onto the Nexus. Moore's going to try and knock the Lucian away, but it's not enough. Snake are able to pick up the victory after one team fight.
And there's the fans. Nexus explodes, fans go crazy. And I'm not even sure Snake knew that game was going to end that way. But QG punished in the early game, punished in that mid game for that one fight. And Snake's macro play, they only needed one. Seemed to be good enough. Lich Bane, Twisted Fate, plus Fiora and an AD carry. Snake fighting indeed.
What a stupid game. I don't have anything further to add to that. It's stupid. They just got like nothing. They lane swapped, they got advantages through lane swaps. Those turrets wouldn't have been taken otherwise, right? So they unintentionally set themselves up to end the game through one team fight, which was on the mistake from QG after they got a Baron buff that they thought they could kill people. That was a fight that took place in the middle of the map, and they won the game from it. Like, just straight up won it. Through turrets, through the Nexus turrets. Everything standing. What the hell?
I mean, so let's look back at the other side. Why did QG lose 2 turrets for no reason? Because that
I don't have an answer to that either. That was a mistake. QG, they didn't know how to lane swap. Like, at what point did QG decide not to trade turrets, let alone give them 2 turrets for free? It's like it's honestly just confusing. Snake had no kills.
It truly showed the two playstyles of these teams too. The fact the way the game went that way. Snake took all these objectives early through their map rotations and lane swaps coming in, which actually was started by Chao Gu. This was the first team fight from Chao Gu where they picked up 3 kills. The next fight they picked up 2. And it was once again another map rotation that got Snake back into the game. Eventually ended the game too, where they teleported in to capitalize on the weak Chao Gu and ended the game off that. So both the teams utilizing their strengths, and it's eventually, after what seemed to be like it wasn't going to be enough for Snake, their play style that came out on top.
I mean, look at this fight here for QG. Again, in complete control. Flandre, though, is going to try and turn things around. Snake goes back to base and then uses his TP to clean up the back end of this fight that eventually leads to Snake winning this game. But this is QG, very confident in their team fighting, clearly. And you could tell Snake didn't want to fight them, but overconfidence honestly cost them in 2 spots there. When they lost their towers early on and when they lost that team fight later in the game. It was a silly way to end the game, but QG, they effectively made 2 mistakes they didn't need to make, and that's what cost them the game.
Yeah, I think that sums it up nicely. QG, they didn't need to fight after they got the Baron. They had a Baron buff. They could have looked to try and secure the game for them, but instead they throw it to Snake.
Well, we're going to have to wrap this one up. Snake, a very surprising way to end the game, but a win nonetheless. Interesting to see where this series is going to go, but after the break, we're going to at least get ourselves game number 2. And welcome back, everyone. We're going to take a look at our MVP from the last game. Feel like it was the mid-game death timers that really won the game, but Flandre is going to pick it up here for this one on the Fiora. 100% kill contribution. Did have a nice TP for that one team fight Snake needed.
Sorry, that's great.
In general, like, that was a weird game, right?
Statistically phenomenal.
Yeah, oh yeah,
100% out of 5 kills. Got all of them in the last team fight because there was a single ace. Snake have no kills all game. They get an ace, they win the entire game from it. And look where the fight took place. Yep. There's nothing other than the word chaotic that describes what happened in this game.
And again, I think Fitch mentioned it. It's just like, you know, if we're going to get two different styles here between Snake and Xiaogu, it feels like this game was the most extreme illustration that it could have been about these two team styles. 31 minutes, I believe that game ended. And man, those death timers, brutal in that game. I mean, yes, Xiaogu messed up here and there to open up that situation, but in most other games, it would not work out that way. And Xiaogu pretty much had everything go the wrong way for them.
And let's be honest, like, the lane swap should not have happened for them in that respect. They lost 2 turrets for nothing, basically, traded back. And that's inner turrets traded. And that was the exact spot that was attacked by Snake to win the game. The Twisted Fate ultimate to break the base open. The rest of the team just, like, skittle on towards the bottom side of the map and just end it. Any other game, that turret wouldn't have been taken, you would imagine, without some deaths or some fights for it. I just can't believe that they got 5 kills all game. 5 kills. And that was 1 ace. And they won the game.
My favorite part was that when they all had 1 death, and there was only 5 kills for Xiaogu, who, to be fair, were trying to fight them and just wasn't happening. Snake were like, nah. Oh, all right. Now
Not
we're
a
good.
fan of fighting.
Yeah,
What's that? You've
not
lost half your health at the Baron buff? Oh, we'll give it a go.
It was not just losing half your health. They got 2 recalls in there in between the fights, you know. Flandre jumped in, dived out, recall.
Well,
and Tank jump in.
We're going to get ourselves quickly into draft for game number 2. And notably, Peko will actually stay in for this game. So no Uzi in game 2. If Xiaogu win, depending on what they've submitted, maybe Uzi will play in the 3rd game. But we'll have to see as Peko's going to stay for this one. Again, doesn't feel like any individual player on either team was the problem so much as the way the game unfolded. But QG are going to have to reset. Definitely some map-wide issues in that game 1.
It was basically, to me, coined as a coach's nightmare.
Yeah.
It's like there was nothing mechanically that went wrong there. The players did nothing wrong. It's entirely decision-making, and the coaches would have had some stern words to these teams.
Well, we'll see if it's made enough of a difference as the bans are done here. Corky, Lysandra, and Twisted Fate there for QG, so taking some of those champions away. Twisted Fate being the most notable one, perhaps. Callista, Kindred, and Nidalee, though, banned away for Snake. So Callista and 2 junglers makes a lot of sense versus Xiaogu.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense. The 2 jungle bans are curious for Snake, given that ZZR can play both of those champions as his best champions. But doesn't seem to matter too much. QG, the question to me was going to be, do they take the Elise now that the 2 champions banned are against Swift? Prioritize the jungle pick early, but Gragas is still there. They've still got options.
Feels like they are trying to annoy ZZR a little bit with this particular draft, especially if they do effectively take away 3 of his junglers after Snake ban 2. Looks like they'll reconsider, though. I think realizing that there's enough good junglers up, we can't really completely block him off of champions. So they'll take Alistar instead. Once again, Braum being ignored.
Alistar over Braum be picked up by Xiaogu, which is interesting, especially because Moore has played a heck of a lot of Braum this year. But that does leave Elise open. They're not going to take that one away from ZZR. And he may get his jungler of choice once again.
It's not like Braum doesn't do team fighting either. The way that Snake played the game as well, you might have even imagined that Braum would have been more useful, even in that first game. But opting towards the Alistar, and I mean, there were situations where Moore was caught out of position. I think the unique perk that an Alistar gives you, and it's unintentional, is that you can ward by yourself. Because if you get caught out of position, you can use the ultimate, whereas Braum, a little bit harder to get out of.
Yep.
If you're caught.
Certainly is. So that is the first pick for QG. Lucian and Elise, are the first picks there for Snake. So sticking to what they know. Crystal back on Lucian for a 2nd game in a row. Probably more than that, actually. I think he's played a lot of Lucian recently, with, I believe, a Jhin game mixed in there as well. You can see Swift's actually hovering the champion. Not sure if they're considering it or not into the potential Lucian lane. But 2 of the Alistar, so there's some nice synergy there. Seems like Swift, though, Graves into Elise. When Graves was a big popular jungler, definitely felt like a Graves favored matchup. Swift has to think that, again, it was more decision-making rather than champions that really cost them. So QG likely going to take a very similar-looking team comp with maybe some adjustments here or there. Looks like Pecco's talking about the Siva that's been hovered for him. I imagine he's happy to play it though. There's Graves locked in, no Gragas, and Siva once again.
Graves over Gragas is a sign that they want to have more damage around the map. Not that Gragas doesn't have it, but perhaps V is looking for something Magic inclined top lane, or Join B is going heavy in the Magic department. They don't really need it. They're losing a lot of engage as well though, so Poppy should actually be considered for V once again.
Had some good moments there on the Poppy in the last game. Seems like Snake might actually be considering going back to a tank though. Again, split pushing, definitely a Snake trademark, but they don't always do it. See if they want to take these away though. We've seen the top lane Gragas, yeah, we've seen it already. I believe into Poppy from memory was the matchup he decided to play, so maybe thinking that, okay, if they're going to get Poppy, I just want the Gragas instead. But he's definitely going back to tanks with this pick by the looks of things, because this is not a split-pushing carry. This is just a straight-up tank, as Brom Gragas are the picks.
Yep, they're going to lock in those 2 picks, so looks like Tank will get his last pick as a mid laner, unless they throw a huge curveball and put Gragas there. I hardly doubt
we're going to get Syndra. No, actually, you know what? Tank probably going to play Nautilus. I would imagine try and defuse Join B. It's shown success against QG as well. Shutting down, I guess, the damage that can come out of the middle lane. Join B is a very aggressive mid laner, just uses his mana pool. So being a naturally tanky champion, I would say a direct counter.
This means for Xiaogu they're going to have to pick up both their solo laners in this rotation, so revealing all of their strategy to Snake. We'll have to see what they decide to pick up for both Join B and V up in the top lane. It's going to be, once again, Victor being picked up for Join B. He's very, very fond of this champion, and more is going to pick up Maokai for V up in the top lane.
Yeah, and I think mentioning the Graves pick earlier as well, opposed to the Gragas, could indicate that they were thinking about Maokai already, acknowledging that they were going to be magic heavy if they had a magic damage jungler. Siva's a bit incidental with the damage sometimes as well here and there. You want something more reliable or burst based with physical to force armor buys.
Yep. Also earlier as well. So Siva definitely gets rolling quickly once you have 3 items, but you do need to get there. Snake, though, considering actually a very different pick, I will say, for tank. Definitely been more successful, I'll say, in this team in particular on more utility-style mid laners, but it could be a carry that he wants here. And a pretty late-game one as well on Azir. We'll see if Snake lock this pick down. Don't have too long left to make their decisions. But definitely more of a team-fighting comp here for Snake. They'll probably need more of a team-fighting champion. Lysandra not available, that's a big pick for him, and it is going to be Azir.
Yeah, Azir fits the bill well with Lucian as the AD carry. So very frontline and forward movement heavy team that Snake has right now. So being able to sit behind the Emperor's Divide and advance or have a safe point makes it difficult for QG to get towards you. Alistar in particular gets diffused with a lot of his engage tools by what Azir provides in teamfights.
So team compositions have been locked in by both these two sides. Huge change-ups, you could say, for Snake here. No more Twisted Fate for that roaming pressure, which has been actually banned out by Xiaogu. They don't want to play against that anymore, even though we didn't really see many Destiny teleports in that game.
All it took was one.
Exactly.
There were 2 Destiny uses. Only one of them was followed through.
Well, that'll do, I guess. And you can see Snake with that ban actually changing tactics very heavily with this new composition. Flandre, they're back on the top lane, Gragas. Into a tank this time. I guess into more of a tank. Maokai into Poppy instead. Be curious to see if we get standard lanes this time around. And if not, what happens in the lane swap, because it went not too great for Chicago in game 1. But it's time for a new game. Let's get ourselves onto the rift for game number 2. And here we are for game 2 between Xiaogu and Snake. I'm going to say almost a twist ending to game number 1. Got us into this particular spot.
Definitely was a twist of fate, Pastry.
That was unintentional. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Hello.
Well, let's see what happens now at level 1, because definitely polarizing styles between these two teams. Doinby where he needs to be. Straight in that mid lane as Swift almost gets himself the first CS of the game. We'll have another check-in with the Keystone Masteries, though.
Wind Speaker's Blessing back on Alistar.
Yep. As it should be. Everything is as it should be once again. No more Bond of Stone, Alistar. QG, of course, a team fighting team. Naturally, you would want to have AoE magic resistance given to you. And your entire team. Whereas Bond of Stone is like, you and other people near me take a little bit less damage.
You can see that's what Ella's going for. Maybe expecting a 2v2 as they are moving towards the top half of the map. Unfortunately, though, QG in the bottom side. So if they wanted a 2v2, they're not going to get it. Moving top, though, seems like they'll be happy with a lane swap. So we are going to start the game in a similar fashion to game number 1. We'll see what the response is from the teams this time. And if the standard lane swap plays out standard or a little bit funky.
On a serious note as well, though, Windspeaker's Blessing compared to Bond of Stone is actually a flat value opposed to a % value. So it might indicate that QG want to fight earlier opposed to later.
Possibly could be. But this time it's going to be Snake that initiates that lane swap.
Surprise!
Oh, hello. Snake and lane swapping. What is this?
V's like, give me the CS. I got to get him. I don't
It's all about the first
I don't
three.
have very much time. He got 2. Gragas has 3. Outplayed.
Oh, the tree
Nailed
didn't
it.
get 3. Unfortunate. But both these teams lane swapping when they're on the red side, so patterns being formed.
And respective supports naturally try and be annoying as they walk.
Get him.
You would hope walk.
That was level 2. Oh.
Hey, more. Hey. Fair
Come
enough.
on, fight him.
Nah, fair enough. It's too late now.
Certainly is.
Maybe steal? Yes? Yes! Got him.
15 gold. Worth.
Take what you can, I suppose.
It's kind of a lane swap, to be honest. As you are going to see, Doinby and Tank just battle it out. But pretty farm-heavy mid lane is here, so unless there's some supports, roaming action happening, probably going to be pretty...
Supports in a lane swap just feel like little insects, you know? They're walking around being as annoying as possible.
I remember the old 2015 LPL lane swaps. They were much more exciting. You know, supports would go crazy. 4 people would end up in the mid lane. 4 more people would end up in the mid lane. We'd have a battle. It's all changed now.
They're actually just mosquitoes. They try and suck as much blood out of you as possible. Sometimes you run into bigger mosquitoes and they're scarier. You know, it's like Mako when he steals away raptors.
Well, actually, 2 different 4-man pushes here. Oh, no, that's 3. I can't count. Never mind. 4, though, for topside on Snake is going to mean that falls down a bit quicker. I think just helping Flandre so they have the right amount of creep to deny out, because that's a huge wave they built up for themselves. You can see V once again working on it. Seems like these teams done their calculations. Specker's even pulling a wave. How rude.
Yeah, he's actually like pre-freezing the wave as well, so it should stack on the minions and potentially push back towards him, as of course V will just last hit exclusively. Actually diffuses any freezes, so not entirely sold on waves. Just changing minion aggro to be turret exclusive.
We're going to see where the lane is returned to. We already have Flandre back up in the top lane. V is still in the bottom lane, so it seems like both times in the lane swap on the red side, they send the top laner back early. And it's going to be Maokai. Sticks around a little bit longer. We take a look back in towards the mid lane. The isolated lane once again. Doinby doing incredibly well here. Is up by about 10 CS, but this is a big wave that will be crashing on towards Tank shortly. And he's going to tie a level up above this Azir too. But once again, huge wave. Experience will come back to the Azir shortly. It's going to be isolated for a little bit longer, as we're going to see the teams rotate back and forth.
The Assassin Mastery, is that all damage when you're alone?
It's only to champions. It used to be all damage because junglers would take it, and it was hilarious.
As in, like, it is like all damage, like ranged. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
as long
yeah.
as okay, so
Or
that's
any
actually
type
what
of damage.
Doinby is running because he doesn't have a cookie.
Yeah.
Like, he's not going to go for buff duration, is he?
No.
Then he's running more damage for laning phase.
Yeah.
What?
The best
Doinby is
mastery.
amazing, isn't he?
The best mastery. Does more damage. I don't understand.
Notice he's walking around with cookies. Like,
No.
I have 20 health, 10 mana extra, you know, in the back pocket. Bit of
don't need 'em.
sustain.
Just get 'em.
Doinby is like 3% adds up if I hit them in the face 20 times.
That's the strat. Hey, look.
I don't blame him. I like it.
Yeah, he's winning lane.
He's looking to do just that.
We're actually going to have a slightly different variation though on the swap. Teams are going to continue pushing down, and we actually have two different outers taken on either sides of the map. A lot of lane swaps today especially have felt like basically fast push some turrets and then swap back to standard lanes. This time around, we'll play the 2 turret variation. As Doing V, there we go. Assassin Mastery putting in overtime. Tank's already too low.
Gets out of my lane.
I
2
have
games.
flashbacks every time he throws down the ultimates. Oh, not again.
Yeah, pushing still happening though.
2 games in a row this type of push has come out from these 2 teams.
QG though, in the right spot this time around. Actually starting their first push here. Both teams push through. They're going to try and get a few more turrets. And again, we talk about lane swaps being very standard. Do play out like pretty common openings, but this is probably the least common variation.
Oh my god, they're still going. Here
Oh
we
no,
go.
all right, never mind.
Get him, Snake.
Scrap all the standard lane swaps. We're now playing a game of turret chicken.
All right.
Who pulls up? Oh, QG already left. Snake leaving too. Never mind.
Yeah, so that is effectively turret chicken, right? What both teams want to do is make sure it pushes to the turret so it can't freeze and make sure it resets. But by doing that, the question is how many members stay to push it? How do they allocate? Who recalls? Should we recall? It just becomes a game of chicken in that respect. Rift Herald. Get the Herald.
Well, QG going to make that first aggressive move. Go for the next non-turret objective. It sounds silly, but these are the things you need to do in lane swaps.
The big thing to me is actually going for the Rift Herald when they've just taken the top side of the map. It actually denies that away from Snake, who will naturally progress towards there as the flip side. Swift and QG would imagine he will recall now, or get his jungle camps and recall and look towards using that in a lane.
This time it does go over towards Swift, so no more funky more with the Rift Herald anymore. It's Ella continuing to be a absolute mosquito.
Pretty effective though.
Just that
Swift,
does not look fun.
Swift has his smite. Oh, denied. Flandre belly bops it away.
He smited it
That's
too.
so much gold, yeah. Just miscalculated slightly. In fact, this blue buff forced someone to threat. Rift Herald traded for a Grump and a blue buff. I think Snake winning that little jungle trade.
Depending on what the Rift Herald achieves, of course. It's a buff that lasts a bit longer than the others and buffs minions. So if he looks mid or if he defends top lane, who knows what it's actually going to achieve just yet.
Snake are looking for an aggressive push towards this inner turret up in the top lane. More and Pekko are here to try and defend that. In fact, a lot of Chao are grouping up to get some defense onto this turret. Bottom lane, they still have the split pushing as is Maokai, so he's slowly pushing the way towards that turret himself. That will be matched by Flandre as we go back in towards the mid lane. The isolated lane for most of this game, just fairly even. A little bit of back and forth training between these 2 players, but nothing too much happening there.
The denied Donby blue buff plan was working out pretty well. As he's going to be denied a buff one more time. Flandre going to AoE down these creeps. Is working on that Rod of Ages again, so it should be a similar looking build that we saw Flandre go for earlier when he played the champion. We saw Zatai actually play this and go basically full tank Gragas in that particular game. Flandre going to opt for a bit more early damage. Build that Rod of Ages up first, but it should be very similar looking to a lot of the jungle Gragases you guys have seen. Iceborne, Spirit Visage, Rod of Ages, that sort of thing.
I think the major contrast is, of course, rushing a Rod of Ages. The efficiency that comes out of those 2 items are huge as Crystal is in a long lane.
He is in a long lane, has to flash away immediately. Moore's going to try and be aggressive, but look at this. The rest of Snake are trying to collapse on towards this aggressive Chaogu side. They're slowly getting more members up into the top lane. In fact, everybody is rotating up here as it's Snake now on the chase. They're chasing down the remaining members of Chaogu. They're the first ones to get here. They got 5 men strong. Tank is going to lock them up against the wall. First blood will go on over towards Gragas as Pekko will surely go down to the Shurima Sand Soldiers, and Snake pick up 3 kills for themselves.
Snake pick up kills and rotate massively late towards even getting near that fight. I'm very perplexed by Moore's attempted engage there as well, because he headbutt pulverized a minion next to the teleport that hadn't actually gone through. Not entirely sure what the idea was there. As you're about to see it, it's like, oh, I've gotcha. Just misses Crystal, of course. He dashed away, which is why he was doing that. Maokai, nearly the saving grace, having that AoE resistance, but look how far ahead Tank is compared to the rest of QG. It feels like they were trying to gank the tank, who wasn't there at all, and just locks them in.
I really like the early flash from Crystal as well, as soon as they tried to jump on him for the initial bits of damage. managed to get him away. But look at this. I think Brom is starting to desperately run away from Swift. Now Doinby now making his presence felt up in the top lane. He's going to flash aggressively forward towards Crystal. Takes him down. Xiaogu effectively able to pick up 2 kills for themselves.
Yeah, they actually commit to a rotation on the flip side. And that was extended as well. Because they didn't walk up top after everyone died. They went back and then decided the repeat occurrence was necessary. They make it work.
Pretty delayed rotation, but I guess better late than never there for Xiaogu. As they do get a couple kills back. ZZR, though, is going to take the Dragon for Snake. As Flandre looking for someone. Not going to find Doinby, though. Just going to clear out some more minions.
Q-Max Gragas as well, by the way, for the top lane. And stacking ability power first, that makes a lot of sense. Wave clear is the most important aspect. Although I would say, surprisingly to some, not maxing the W first, which is the resistance and still has AoE.
He's still looking towards picking up his Rod of Ages as the first item on that Gragas in the top lane. Has the components available, but it's not quite stacking up yet. Just needs a little bit more gold, it seems. But once again, come to a small lull in the game where Snake and Xiaogu just jockey for position a little bit. V's back down in the bottom lane. He's going to be split pushing this one out. The rest of the members just all over the map, trying to find whatever avenue they can to farm up as much as possible. Snake actually looking for a push towards this mid lane. They do have Crystal and Ella here as well, putting some decent chip damage down on towards this turret. But Xiaogu respond with an emergency force of their own, throwing a couple of people in there, making sure they can't take it down that quickly. And it's relatively even between these two teams as well. Snake just have about 300 to 400 gold in their advantage, which is next to nothing, even though it's only 12 minutes into this game.
Yeah, so QG are actually very much aware that this is being taken as well. Mostly just because there was a random W thrown out from Crystal to kind of establish his dominance in the top lane. I'm not really sure why, but again, they were very much aware they were top side of the map, so QG actually unable to react accordingly. Must concede.
Well, actually, Doinby's moved his way to top side somewhat semi-permanently. Crystal, though, apparently deciding that any lane with farm in it is a lane he wants to be in, so we'll go ahead and take that away. Swift able to do some counter jungling, though. He's going to take away this blue buff. Unfortunately, Doinby is not in the area to try and get it, and Flandre actually there as well. Swift, though, is going to be able to smite that one down. He'll now go back and collect up his next item. But ZZR going to respond again. Doinby's continued to be denied blues, one way or the other.
That's unfortunate for Doinby, especially given his build. Doesn't have the Morellos this time around for any type of mana regeneration.
Get him.
Tank is actually the recipient.
So they do delay it, but they get it on the right person. So nice little move there from Snake. And Tank with his Nashers now actually starting to hit a bit of a stride as far as power goes. Usually waiting for about 3 items on Azir, but you do get better with every little item, depending on which direction he wants to go with. Essence Reaver also done for Crystal, so first major item starting to be completed. The roller charging up now for Flandre as well. And Aegis first actually for V. Could be Banner of Command, but we'll have to see what he wants to do. He has a Glacial Shroud there as well.
I like the item pickup. It is able to nullify quite a bit of the magic damage that comes out from Snake as well, since the entire top side of the map all does magic damage. From Gragas, from Elise, from Azir. But yeah, I'd like to see if it's going to be a Banner Command or an Aegis.
It should be a Banner of Command. It makes Flandre's life miserable. He doesn't have any wave clear as a Q-Max Gragas. Everything he does is magic damage.
Just got to slap it a couple of times.
And Flandre's
quite a lot of
inclined
times
to split pushing. Oh, at least 20 times.
Like, so many.
Like all of the time.
You don't get
direct counter to Flandre.
You don't get bonus AD off your W anymore.
Aww.
Rip. Those were the days.
Nope, it gives you magic damage as a keg bop, and that doesn't help.
Not against the banned minion.
In fact, it does nothing.
It's correct. It is in fact immune to magic damage. Glad we sorted that one out. As you can see, Snake, they're ahead a little bit here in this game. About 1,000 gold up, but they will be playing about as patiently as last game. Definitely been a bit more action early on this time around. Teams trading kills a little bit earlier, but Snake do want to scale with the Lucian Azir, and Flandre always want to create some pressure. QG definitely playing a bit more carefully, though. Didn't lose nearly as many towers. In fact, we're equal on turrets after the initial lane swaps have happened. Crystal, though, has decided that he wants to keep trying to push this tier 2. Snake, apparently not interested in mid lane, want to open up the side lanes instead.
I will say, though, QG's strategy is very defined. They've stacked magic resistance. They just want to kill Crystal. If Crystal's dead, no one else is going to be able to kill them on the side of Snake. So their team fighting revolves around making sure Lucian dies. Otherwise, they might be in trouble if Lucian doesn't.
I'd like to see how Chagu trying to execute that later stages of this game. Snake currently are slightly ahead, but ever so slightly, only just about 1,000 gold, as they're still trying to deny as many resources away from Chagu.
Oh, you're alone.
Yeah, Pekka is alone. That doesn't mean Snake are going to get this gank onto him. And look at that, Flandre just aggressively belly slams forward. Pekka gets taken down incredibly low. ZZR tries to go forward to pick up the kill for himself, but he just can't quite get there. Now the rest of Chagu are slowly collapsing towards this top side. They're going to try and continue this chase, but they successfully disengage.
Ella blocked everything. That was a disastrous engage for QG, but it was a counter engage in which Pekka was in fact caught. So they get what they can from it, which is no deaths but no kills. Most importantly, more with the flash pulverized to keep the Sivir alive. At least was the impending doom in that situation.
You can see Tank wasn't able to make it this time to the top side of the map. Very nice engage from Flandre. I think caught Pekka off guard, but did spell shield just in time to shake off some Lucian damage and was able to live through some nice team play. Snake, though, being a bit more proactive now that they've got some different champions. QG, they're reacting well. They'll defuse that situation. Now Dragon's back up. It's probably the next thing these teams are going to want to look for. The Snake already made their way down to the area. Look to be in position already. In fact, Crystal going to take the jungler role for a little while. Take away the Scuttle Crab. DZR finds the wall with that Raptor sense as well. And all of a sudden, QG running out of vision there in that Dragon Pit.
That's at least the second Scuttle Crab that Crystal has taken also. Man loves his Scuttles.
He loves gold.
Yeah. He actually really does.
Well,
anything that's gold would attract him.
Zeke's Herald. That's what you need. Turn him gold.
The direct counter. Turn people gold and he'll run towards them.
What if he gets turned into gold?
Well, he can't run towards himself, Fish.
He'll be very happy. You don't want to do that.
With a smile from ear to ear, he's most likely going to die afterwards. Yeah. But he'll die happy knowing that he was gold, Fish.
I'd worry. That's how he powers up, I think.
Super Saiyan?
It's like Kaioken, yeah. You don't want that. Well, Snake are going to take away the dragon now. So QG not quite in a position to defend it. More V with no teleport. Busy dealing with Flandre is probably the biggest reason why. Nice ulti from Graves, but it's not quite enough to take it. Snake will get dragon number 2. And I feel like the efforts in sieging are going to be bolstered now by that Dragon 2. Snake do love to play the map. Dragon 2 is going to help them a bit more with that.
Yeah, I think that the dangerous point now is that Snake actually have to team fight with their comp. They can't split push because V's got his number this time, Flandre.
The counter is online.
Young Dre.
I think we could have had a league of Jay-Z and Dre in it.
I look forward to that game.
Not today.
No, there's no more Jay-Z, my friend.
Looks like Doinby's got himself a blue buff, though.
You don't know that.
Swift didn't take it, so he did get one. Oh, yeah, that too.
We might have lost Jay-Z, but we got a bit of soul back.
Okay, going back. Looks like second item might be finished. As again, very deliberate pace of this game. That's sort of Snake to a T. QG, I think, playing a bit more at their pace and level this time around. Would have been, I'm going to say, pretty upset with how the first game ended. So wanting to make sure that doesn't happen again. Snake.
Yeah.
Pretty's a very comfortable word for how I think they would feel.
Well, I mean, speaking of pretty, both teams are sitting pretty right now. It is playing to their strengths once again. We haven't seen as much action, I guess, around Dragon contesting. It was actually just spells thrown to try and steal it.
Oh, no.
Let the games begin.
Flandre is the #1 enemy.
Under of command minion.
All I want to do is split push, and you give me an AP champion, and I can't fight the final boss.
It's almost like there's counterplay to strategies.
Well, a nice pickup there for V. And Snake are going to descend back into the rift.
Oh, no!
Be careful.
Yes. Got him.
Barely made it. This Baron is going to spawn almost knocked up Crystal.
Where did Harold go?
He's gone. Someone ate him. I don't know
mean,
who got the buff,
if it wasn't Snake, it was Baron getting rid of him, so he would shoot off one way or another.
Good timing there for Snake. As Tank busy clearing out minions in the mid lane. Abyssal Scepter has been finished. for actually both of these mid laners, but Doinby still working on item number 2. Does have 2 levels of Hex Core upgraded though, so kind of equivalent as far as gold goes, very similar at least. And the Phantom Dancer once again for Pekko.
Did it.
Oh my god, he killed it. Raid boss down. Flandreau's back, boys.
It's okay, it's more than halfway back to being ready again.
Is he going to match a banner command with
Oh,
another banner
absolutely. And you know what? We're probably going to see 2 rot portals, so don't be surprised when that happens with it.
Ooh.
This is where we've come. And look, all I'm saying is ZZR has an Aegis as well, so there's a chance that he should go Locket, but there's a chance that we've got 2 banners.
Just went Locket.
Damn it.
Unlucky.
I was hoping. You know what?
That
It
would've
is
been
all
great.
going to be Flandre.
Yeah.
Common sense dictates 1 banner.
Well, I'm excited to see exactly where all this side lane pressure goes. Right now it is just V with that banner though. Not up just yet. Factually, never mind. I tell a lie. It just came back up. Yep, there we go. Nailed it. Had the timing on lockdown. As Pekko's actually going to deal with this. Flandre though, still sticking in that bottom lane. Teleport's at the ready if anybody wants to have a scuffle. But with Baron up relatively recently, and Snake still wanted to get to the strong state of their team comp. Snake are happy to play a slower game, but I think QG are as well, actually.
Yeah, they're definitely content at least getting towards 2 items before they start looking for anything further. Swift going the defensive first item as well. Might be looking towards a Phantom Dancer. I think that V as well needs his... I'm going to say it's Frozen Fist, but we'll find out. I think most importantly, the Athene's Unholy Grail for doing V is being picked up. Would like the mana regeneration.
Yep. Looking to try and pick up more mana regeneration. Can become crucial in team fights. Restoring a abundant amount of mana if you're able to pick up kills and assists. But once again, Snake and Xiaogu just farming back and forth. Nobody game enough to pull the trigger just yet. Dragon will be back up in a minute 30.
It's banner o'clock though.
The real duel has begun.
Woo. The MVPs of the game.
I mean, honestly, with 2 tank top laners, you don't really fight each other. You definitely fight each other's minions.
Yep.
They've decided to get the biggest minions possible.
But there's no Barmy Cinders as well, so very curious that they went straight into the banner rushes respectively. Well, of course, Barmy Cinder's 1,000 investment that does magic damage, so does nothing.
As long as we don't see tanks proxy farm anymore, I'll be rather happy. That was a dark time.
If he doesn't proxy farm, you'll be fine.
Well,
You got to stop saying tank.
Seems like QG is going to try and fall back around the dragon area. They will clear their raptors. Swift though, saying they're mine. Make sure I get them. Crystal busy clearing a side lane. Does have rapid fire cannon ready, so a little bit stronger here. Feels like Snake are getting towards their 3rd items. But with Dragon 3 coming up soon, they won't have them in time for that team fight. If they're planning on fighting for it then. They might just walk in, see if QG let them have it again. QG, though, probably ready to fight this time around, so we'll have to find out. But mid lane's a pretty interesting one, because really, these 2 are really responsible for what's happening in this game.
Yeah.
Azir, Victor just want to keep their turrets up for as long as possible.
They're definitely both responsible to some extent. I feel like it is near impossible to break a Victor's. Azir involves having to kill him, and they're just not even aggressing on each other. They're both focusing minions, which is the real danger point.
Dragon is back up. That is respawn, and it's Dragon number 3, which Snake would love to take for themselves. Swift is going to try and steal it again. Pops down the smoke screen. It's going to be a little bit too late. So Snake pick up another objective for themselves. And slowly, that 5th Dragon win condition is looking like a possibility, seeing as how this game has been going between these 2 teams.
Honestly, Doinby just wasn't in position. He was going for his blue buff. So they don't want to contest the Dragon, is the weird fact about QG right now. I think they are just so content sitting back that they might be getting too comfortable and tunneling towards the Baron as their only major objective. But with the weird lane assignments that they're currently running, Sivir, of course, sitting in bot lane primarily, is Victor doesn't need help wave clearing. They also can't put Victor split pushing as he doesn't have teleport. QG are in a bit of a pickle.
And this is the sort of game where 25 minutes in, we had those 5 kills in the first 10 or so minutes. But again, we've had a very deliberate, patient game here between the 2. And it is going to be not quite... I don't think another 1 team fight game, but it'll feel like as soon as one team wins a team fight, that's where a lead will suddenly grow out of nowhere. Snake have actually built themselves some lead here in this game, but 2K up at 25 minutes, not too exciting. They'll take it. But like you said, Rusty, this is a team fight comp for Snake. Something has to break eventually.
Yeah.
But Xiaogu know this, like, all right, I guess we just wait for them to want to fight us because that's where we want to be.
Pretty much. I think that's actually all it comes down to. Who makes the mistake first? Who pulls the trigger first? This mid tower has been constantly pressured by Snake. I think this will be the one that they go towards. They group up, but look at how many are here from QG. Hard to get.
Flandre too busy as well. Split pushing to try and make a play under a tower. So Snake definitely sticking to the side wave game plan.
Well, it's also Snake's engage tools. Like, yeah, they're a team fight team, but at the moment, it needs to be a cocoon from Elise. And, like, a miracle from Tank is, like, the other major option that they have.
I kind of want to go back to bottom lane. That was great.
Take us down
There
there.
we go.
There we go.
Oh, what happened to the other one? Oh, no.
Dead.
Maokai
times.
punched it a couple of times. And by a couple, I mean 20.
Maokai base AD. Too strong.
Yep.
In the banner of command battle. Seriously?
Yeah, no, I know. Okay. I feel like now that bottom is pushing, Flandre is going to go pick that one up. We're going to reset one more time. The top laners are actually just like a pendulum.
They're gardeners.
It's top, bottom,
Yep.
top, bottom, and like just clearing waves as best they can. They are gardeners effectively. The concern, and this is where people always get caught out of position, is the AD carries. Because they're not gardeners. They're like lawnmowers that are really fragile.
Mow a lot of grass quickly,
Yep.
but as soon as they break down, one mechanical
If
fault,
there's a rock that falls under the lawnmower at all,
run
it just
over a
breaks
rock.
down.
explodes.
Yeah. It actually, like, it doesn't just break down, it blows up.
Michael Bay lawnmower. Just explodes.
Transformers, man.
Oh my god. There has to be a transformer that's a lawnmower. Surely.
Well, you wouldn't know because it's a lawnmower when you see it. Pastry time. How do we know that Transformers aren't real anyway?
Look, you know what, Jaden Smith? I do not know. I do not know. That's QG. Now looking towards Baron, of course. Culling, though, going to be used on Doinby. A little bit of poke, but not too much, as the rest of Xiaogu are there to defend. Again, no concerted effort here for Snake to really push down this turret. They know it's low. They'll get it at some point in the game, but Snake are definitely the sort of team that they say, you know what, we'll win eventually. We'll figure a way in.
Well, that is, like, Snake to a T is the 45-minute team. And
Yep.
that is not even a joke. They find ways to win at 45 minutes. Every single game that they win is around 45, unless the other team gives them the victory.
The last one was an anomaly, yeah. Oh my god, they broke the mid-turret.
We did it! And they put one back up.
Uh-oh.
Which means they're going to pressure Baron, you would think, but they're not. They're just going to recall.
Flandre is very busy.
Get it, Flandre.
They're really cool recalls.
Yeah.
I would say out of Snake.
Crystal going back as well, by the way. Infinity Edge picked up. Right, Crystal set for tank.
Oh, Crit City.
All the elements are coming together. But again, it's not a big lead here for Snake. Sun Turret does fall in the mid lane. Dragon up in a minute 20. It's been really just 30 minutes of map play up until this point.
Everyone's been resilient in being consistent
Yep.
right now. Like it's a game of mental fortitude. Top laners are trying to turn each other insane via banner of command. Mid laners need to be positioned well. Junglers need to be appropriately timed.
It is.
But there's so many items that at this stage, one mistake is potentially the game.
We saw that last game as well. One mistake was the game.
Here's
But look
one.
at this.
Oh,
Oh, no, that is not where you want your body slam to go. And here comes a teleport immediately from Xiaogu. It does get cancelled, but Flandre
Actually
almost
just
went for it.
baited
He's
Pekko.
going for it again. The teleport was cancelled, so now Snake maybe the first ones to get towards this rotation. Crystal will be able to pick up that kill more now. He's trying to run away, has to pop his ultimate, but is already incredibly low, and Snake will be able to pick up 2 kills.
He actually just baited Pekko into dying. Like, he turned him around to fight and then cancelled the teleport. That is disastrous for QG. There is so much that Snake could take from them right now. And they're starting with the Baron.
Yep, they're going to go for it. 3v5 right now. Crystal actually on the other side going to call Swift down pretty low. Baron getting not quite the 50% help, but they are going to try and go for the re-engage. Swift looking for something, but Doimby's caught out by Flandre, and the Brawl multi-tank going to surf his way forward and try and get himself a kill. Does finally get it, but Snake are so low. Crystal, though, fighting on the other side. He's fighting a tank and a Graves, as Swift is trying to take a few kills out. Ella, though, puts up the door and is going to make it work. Crystal gets a crit on the backside. That's take out the Maokai, and Snake will finally finish almost an ace, as Moore's back alive already.
But Snake are too low, so the Baron can't be taken. And effectively, they actually have to reset from this. The Dragon number 4 is available for Snake if they were to get greedy and go for it. But again, so low. No chance. And honestly, that team fight being lost by QG is non-influential on the outcome of this game. What it does affect, however, is momentum, as someone's dying on the bottom side of the map. No, they're not. Who knows?
Yep, someone is going to die. It is actually going to be Civet against Cake now, but this team fight was kind of split onto two halves. It was Crystal battling out V.
But, like, Warlord's Bloodlust, right? Like, look at Crystal's health bar with the heal. Like, every time he auto-attacks.
Bing, bing.
That's with the no lifesteal items. Oh, well. Know what they say.
But Adam Lucian pretty good, I think, is what they say.
I don't know what they say.
Tank and Dizzy are actually teaming up for a two-man Baron. QG in picture-in-picture tried to answer back with a very aggressive Sivir ultimate to catch Crystal. But as it turns out, that's just a kill onto the Sivir. A Baron now for Snake. And finally, I said it was going to be one big fight. Snake, though, are the ones to win it. 6,500 gold ahead now. Dragon fall back up. Swift's going to try and steal it.
Swift, you're in the wrong place.
What are you doing?
He wants the Dragon, and now he doesn't.
Just, dodges and weaves in. Hello, goodbye.
Snake really want the Dragon, though. That is going to be their fourth. The patient Snake are rewarded once again.
And tell me that this game has not been almost solely done by Braum, blocking literally everything the QG have. Where is their engage tool from QG? How do they actually get in? They actually can't. Gragas and Maokai are sitting there dealing with each other. They're banking on more going in. Sivir can't do damage. Victor can't do damage because he just puts up his giant door and diffuses it.
I have to question why QG put so much priority on the Alistar with the Braum available, and Moore has so many games on it. But right now it is Snake with all the advantage. There's Flandre looking very steely into his monitor. Swift kind of always looks the same. Never sure if he's happy or unhappy.
He's just Swift.
Ooh, Flandre may be caught. Maybe not. He's pretty tanky Gragas. I guess that answers that question.
He was, but not really.
Yeah, technically yes. As Ella puts up the door again. Snake starting to melt these turrets. 5-3 now in structures.
And after an elaborate chess game, just feels like Snake have come out on top. Able to patiently grow a small gold lead, capitalize on one team fight, and now they're ripping through everything that is in their sights.
It's just a case whoever makes the first mistake loses at games like that. It looked like Flandre made a mistake because he missed his body slam on a point-blank target. But what actually happened was someone teleported. In this case, it was V. Said, I'll teleport reactively to save you. Decides he doesn't want to teleport. Pekka's like, but you were teleporting. And V's like, it's just a prank, bro.
Well, Crystal's culling almost kills Moore outright with no ultimate. So Snake getting some nice poke down. That is Moore going to have to book it. Go back home and heal. This tier 2 probably not safe for Xiaogu to try and save. It's the only one of theirs left, though. But they do the appropriate thing. They'll give this one up. It's just the inhibitor turrets they really want to hold on to now. And Snake, I don't know if they have enough Baron buff to try and push down, as they are going to go for recalls and spend a lot of their gold they just got. They're almost 10k ahead after a super even 30 minutes of League. And once again, Snake rewarded for their patience. It only took one, but Snake were able to capitalize. And QG now going to have to do QG things and try and win a big, big late game team fight.
Yeah. That's all they have left. I guess it's essentially still the QG special, right?
Yep.
Like, if there's ever a team that's going to win a team fight with a 9k deficit, it's this team. It doesn't make sense, but it's not meant to. You just have to relish in the fact that it's possible.
Yep. They've done it before. They could definitely do it again. Stormby's going to be able to pick up his blue buff. So he has some wave clear on this Victor. Hopefully be able to use it to keep Snake off of these towers. Big wave is forming in the bottom lane. A lot of pings being pinged out onto that. There is a banner of command minion down there. Flanche pops his as well. So, looks like bottom lane is going to be pushing out for Snake, and that is where everybody is grouping up. This may be where the next fight takes place. Pekka is going to be chunked down to below half his health from the culling that was put out by Crystal, which means he has to go back to base. This may give Snake some time to put some decent damage onto this.
Break this.
They may be able to do just that. Maul is going to be locked down by a Cocoon. Gravity Field was put down by Doinby as well. They get half of this turret's health gone with that single push. And they're going to take it slow and steady from here. It seems Swift is going to get poked down by these Sand Soldiers. It's still going to continue working on this turret. Maul incredibly low, just from a little bit of poke coming out from Snake. But they're just taking it really slow and steady.
They have a really good siege composition right now. It's kind of like Lucian poking the turret as best he can. Tank's actually the primary source of dealing damage and keeping them at bay. Elise has always got that threat with Cocoons as well, as you can see.
Yep.
Advancing forwards, positioning.
Peko pops on the hunt. He's taking a lot of the damage. And here comes V. He's going to try and jump into the back lane. It's a good ultimate from Tank. Will separate the rest of Chaogu. They're stuck in a really small choke point. Snake will lose Ella. And there's a nice pulverize coming out from Maul. Chaogu are trying to do the impossible. And they're going to be able to do just that.
They've done it again.
They pick up 4 kills. A triple kill coming on to Doinby. Swift flashes over the wall for that final auto attack. 9,000 gold behind. They don't care. They win a team fight.
Ridiculous. QG, it just never ceases to impress that with a gold deficit, with an AD carry that starts a team fight with half of his health, he ends a team fight with half of his health. Moore's engages, phenomenal. V's flank, amazing. Like, they decide that this is the time they're going to go. They're on the same page. Like, watch this. Peko's health, non-existent. Poked out, but they still go. Moore blows the ultimate early. Still doesn't matter, because look at V's ult. Look at the amount of damage that he's blocking with that ult. It's actually phenomenal. Moore plays this team fight so well. Doinby actually flashes over the Emperor's Divide to put down his damage. And QG, the fact that they separate themselves perfectly in these team fights to all be low and no one die is what makes them a good team fighting team. It should never happen.
Well, the QG Classic does come up once, but it's not enough to end the game. Snake will now respawn. Awful lot of stuff to look at now. 30 seconds till Dragon 5 for Snake. Baron up in a minute there as well. And maybe even some side lane pressure as Flunder is going to clear out as quickly as he can. But the gold has got a whole lot more even this late into the game. Chagu is showing even in a deficit, we can win a fight.
You'd have to think that this next fight is going to be crucial for Chagu. 8 seconds till that Dragon comes up.
The thing is, like with this Dragon being up in 4 seconds, look at the summoners that are available for both of these teams. The answer is none. And so this is all on the engage.
There's Flandre. He wants to try and make something happen with the flank. Going to go all the way around. He sees Doinby, but he's not going to commit to it. Snake are actually going to go straight for the Dragon first as Flandre gets himself into the pit, but Snake can now split around more. Once again looking for an engage. Pops the ulti. He's going to go down to Swift. Flandre still in the back of the Dragon pit as Ella goes in there as well. Chagu using territory perfectly as that's Krista going down to Doinby tank. He just can't do enough damage. And Snake had the flank and just threw it all away. Chagu going to get the team fight and the Dragon.
Flandre actually teleports. More needs to be careful? Who knows? Anyway.
He saw them.
There he is. Doinby's dead.
Doinby's gone. They're going to try and look to see if they can do any more damage to the rest of this team. In fact, these are the only 2 members from Chaogu that are here. More desperately trying to keep Tank away. Swift popped his ultimate. They're the Sand Soldiers. They're going to be able to poke him down. They managed to take down 3 members here.
Base.
The base is being wrecked by Chaogu, but Snake are going to be able to get back there. They still have a 4,000 gold lead. And somehow they pull back that team fight by losing objective.
Yeah, so that's the inhibitor down in what was a fantastically executed team fight by Moore once again. So the sapling actually stopped Flandre's flank because of the move speed gone. The home guards were removed by a sapling. Watch Moore. He actually headbutts Ella into the pit after this ultimate and keeps him there with the rest of his team. That is the back of Ella now exposed, and he is stuck in the pit. So Crystal is now alone because there's no more door to keep him alive. And that's where QG, they should stop this as a 5-man, just work towards the mid lane. But they get cute and they try and actually
Flandre is finding another catch though. He's actually got V and he's been here for so long trying to kill the Maokai. Ella's going to join in as well. Need a little bit more CC. But Maokai with his ult up is not enough. Snake onto the Baron as well. This game's going crazy.
You know, the biggest thing for me in that previous fight was Flandre took half his health and damage from a Dragon. But now that's not going to matter too much. Snake still have a gold lead. They're able to take the Baron as well. They may look for yet another push.
Yeah, this game's definitely just exploded out of nowhere. We'll hit the 30 30-minute mark, and everyone decided they've got their items and they can start trying to win this game. It's still anybody's game, even with the Baron buff being on Snake. QG are the only team to have broken the base, though, most importantly at this point. And any advance that Snake do make is base breaking for the side of QG.
Have to be careful, though, because they make a mistake. Nexus is exposed with that inhib down. This Flandre doing a pretty good job clearing out these supers, actually.
That is a big Gragas.
Yeah, promoted banner creep helping out as well. It's about as big as him, actually, model-wise.
Elixir of Iron Gragas is pretty monstrous.
Yeah, that's true, too. And you can see everyone's built up. There's this drop portal we thought of, by the way. Finally arrived.
Yeah.
Almost everybody has completed their items as well. 80 carries look like they've almost done, except for Peko, still looking for one final item, sitting on a Vamp Scepter, it seems. Both the mid laners have completed their item builds, so Void Staffs are up and available for them. Tanks have completed most of their items. V is still looking for one, so it seems like Chao Gu, this 8,000 gold deficit might be the difference. If they can climb up to about 80,000 gold, they should be able to close it out, because right now, some members of Snake, gold is not important for them. They're not going to be able to pick up any more items after the 6 they've already built.
You get the feeling that that's not going to be where this game ends. I don't think we'll get to 80k gold without the Nexus dying for one of these teams. Right now, Snake with full items. V has teleport. They're trying to siege the turrets.
Crystal again has to position nice and carefully. Does dash out of the Victor laser though. You can see there's the flank ward set up, but Snake with actually good vision of those wards as well. So V should not be able to come in unseen.
That's where he wants to go, because Snake are actually preferencing the top side. Yeah, they cleared it.
Well, they have waves pushing on both sides. And with that ward gone, it's going to be difficult for V to look for a flank. In fact, he's going to look to try and push down towards the bottom side of the map. There is a rock portal near the Dragon River. V, instead, is going to group up the rest of the team. Moore is actually looking to try and poise aggressively just outside of the base. And Snake, they are looking for an avenue of attack. Mid lane is their choice.
So super minions are almost a part of the saving grace here for QG, because Snake are sieging the mid lane. They do have minions set up in top and bottom, so their respective side lanes are now pushing. And this is where it starts to mount up to a very difficult thing to deal with, as Peko, he's out of position.
Yeah, it's go time here. Snake to get the turret nice and low. V's going to eat a cocoon on the back end, but it's not enough to break it. Peko, they're still in trouble. Thunder's going in for it. Doinby has to flash out of the way, but he gets so low there was V. Straight into the front lines to tank it up. Great ult there from Azir. Kicks more out of the back of the team fight, but V still tying up ZZR, who's surprisingly tanky on the Elise. And they just throw everything at each other and no one dies.
So the problem is they'll most likely still lose this turret. They need to go back. They need to get their home guards kicked into gear. They reset. Everything starts from scratch once again. No more Baron buff. Dragon 5 in a minute.
Everything has reset, and it does look like that Dragon may be a huge point of contention between these two teams. Chao Gu holding on for their lives once again. They picked up two great team fights. 9,000 gold behind, mind you. But Snake, every single time, find a new way to get back into the game. 7,000 gold up. And Dragon 5 on the line. That may be the win condition that Snake will look forward to taking.
I can tell you right now, you can stop worrying about the gold, because 43.5 minutes in, it's basically irrelevant for these two teams. It's just going to be execution. Snake opted into a team fighting comp against the team fighting team. Got enough of a lead to almost close the game, but now it's just going to come down to very key moments around these objectives.
And this is what we expected from both of these teams. Game number 1 was a bit of a wash, but game number 2, tell you what, they've shown up to play. So once again, we're looking for teleports from V.
V is waiting patiently inside of his base, trying to find a good point to teleport down here. ZZR is going to do his best to clear out the minions that are pushing in the bottom lane. The bannered command minion is not going to be able to help out with that push. And so rock portal has been put down next to mid lane.
Azir is actually the concern for Snake, and the problem being that he doesn't have any survivability items besides the Rylai's. he's very easy to kill with a flank.
There's a teleport coming in. It's going to be V that tries to come down. ZCI immediately locks him up. The rest of Xiaogu trying to back away from this one. They did manage to pack
V's
up.
caught.
They did manage to get more down really low. V has been caught taking a lot of damage. Sivir will pick up the Dragon, so no Dragon fire coming for Snake. But Snake still looking for a fight. V takes down Ella. Snake, they're slowly losing numbers as Crystal. It's going to get taken by Swift. No, he managed to duck away. He's still alive. Crystal is healing up as much as possible. Snake still have 4 members up.
Domi's caught.
3 members gone. Domi is going down. Tank takes down 1. More should go down shortly. Snake, I've already taken down everybody except for Pekko. He's the remaining member alive, and he's trying to run towards the inhibitor. But as the last man standing, it might not be enough. Here's Flandre. The Gragas is looking for it. Sivir is trying to find the wolves. Not going to be enough. Can't really find him out, but this should be game for Snake.
Yeah, Flandre just needs to chase down that last kill. But Pekko can't really do anything and get back to his base. He's going to be finally the last one to go down as Flandre will chase him out of the way. Very nice ulti there just to get him with a no-scope. And Snake, they needed to win the one team fight. They finally get one. Now Nexus and the series 2-0.
Snake come up absolutely clutch in that Dragon fight. It looked like, honestly, QG were going to come out ahead in it. Swift goes a little bit over-aggressive. And the Emperor's Divide comes up trumps. Tank actually performing very well in this best of 3 series. Snake clinch it through Dragon control.
Really strong play there from Snake. They sort of set themselves the challenge in game 2. We have to teamfight you to win. They dragged the game very late, pretty much got it to a coin flip as far as teamfighting goes, but execution was there for the first time in a long time for Snake Esports. And Xiaogu, another O2 series loss from it, has not been their week here in week 8. But Snake, they'll take a well-deserved bow. Game 1, very weird, but a very Snake game 2, and they did perform towards the end.
It's 2 very Snake games, to be honest. Even game 1 was a Snake game. Just moving all over the map, left, right, and center. And goodness.
They don't like team fighting, do they, Snake?
Well, not with that comp.
Well, they even picked a team fighting team and they just didn't really want a team fight. I mean, it came down to it. 10k, 9k ahead. They still get out team fought. Just goes to show Snake they're close to Vici if they were like a split pushing, team fighting team.
But they do pull out the clutch team fights they need to. They were known for a little bit more of that. And again, I sort of mentioned a few weeks ago that it felt like Snake were getting back towards their older roots with Crystal back in the lineup, with Tank getting more comfortable. It was a team effort there for Snake. It felt like it wasn't the aggressive Snake we've maybe known sometimes, but definitely the late game team fighting Snake we have seen before.
Yeah, and again, that was the concern that we had coming into this series, is you're playing a late game team fighting team against the late game team fighters, and that's potentially where they started to go wrong in game number 2. QG actually broke the inhibitor from it, almost brought it back, just missed out.
Xiaogu's still sticking to Xiaogu's style as well, where they're able to team fight you when they want to team fight you, and just like Rusty said, there was a point in time where Snake were 9,000 gold ahead, and it was still Xiaogu that picked up that team fight. They weren't able to punish Snake too much for losing that fight. They did get the inhibitor, but that's about it. And they still lost members for no reason. At the red buff, they lost 3 people there, and that was really the saving grace for Snake as well.
I mean, Xiaogu, 2 losses there in 2 weeks. Very tough opponents, don't get me wrong, with an in-form LGD and of course, Snake, who just beat them there in the series. Have to wonder, though, what do we think the issues may be like for Xiaogu? Because they're starting to finally drop maps here. It's been rare for the top teams to lose, but that's what? That's twice as many losses as they've had before this week in 1 week.
I think it's safe to say Doinby is playing the exact same. I think it's safe to say that Swift is probably the one that's underperforming right now. Pekko and Moore, they're always going to be non-factors essentially in how the game plays out. Swift needs to get more done.
Well, there's the MVP. It was actually Tank, his 5th MVP of the league, but a good, solid Azir performance with some nice team fighting towards the end. We talk about Tank being the weak link, but this series definitely felt like he really stepped it up.
Yeah, honestly, not much more I can say to that. Tank played very well in this game. Had no real defensive items on this Azir in the way of Zonias or anything like that. So had no armor, had no active that he could keep himself alive with, but still team fought impeccably, positioned himself well, and used the ultimates to keep his team alive well.
Yep, Rusty touched on at the end of that exactly what I wanted to say. His ultimates were spectacular in that game. Not only in the fights where they won, where did he have fantastic ults, but even the fights where they were actually losing to Xiaogu, that his ultimate come out clutch and almost was the difference.
Can't believe Crystal lived here, by the way.
Yeah, Crystal actually flashed Swift's damage. The auto attacks from Graves, you're actually able to flash as well. And the most important thing to me was how relevant ZZR was sitting in the outskirts of the fight. Like, they didn't just disengage Snake, they all stayed and like the fight may be in like the epicenter of where they're actually having all of the action. But sitting on the outskirts is team ready to go with crowd control, looking to help the rest of the team out. And Snake, they look like a single unit.
And also really shows why ZZR is very comfortable on this Elise as well. He's very outspoken about Needly and Kindred as well in the jungle, but his Elise is his most played champion. It looks like he's very comfortable on it as well. Played fantastic in that game, not only in team fights, but also with the map rotations from his team. And all around was really solid performance from him.
Yeah, so a 2-0 there for Snake. I have to ask you, though, we kind of came in expecting Snake versus Xiaogu, both obviously in the teams, and stylistically, we definitely got some Snake-style League of Legends. Is it viable for Snake to play this way? They've got a good spot on the ladder, but I feel like they're just asking for trouble
is the
moving into playoffs.
Playing in the LPL, or is the question making it internationally? Because as far as I'm concerned, if Snake play like that internationally, they'll get punished because they didn't exactly play the game impeccably, right? They played too slow. The only way that they actually won that was through dragon control, where QG didn't even contest the dragons. They just gave it up willy-nilly. Didn't really matter too much to them. I think that particular Snake works well in LPL, where teams have set styles. So QG, they're the team fighters. They could actually play towards Snake's strength and get to the team fights ahead, and that's where they find advantages. Internationally, maybe not so much, where the standard of lane swap is higher.
I'm actually really interested to see how it's going to work out for Snake if they play on this same style internationally. I'm not too sure how it's going to go for them. I want to see how it works for them, or see if it doesn't go too well for them for Snake. If that style of play doesn't work out for them and teams play against it and punish them accordingly, how Snake are going to be able to adapt to it. Because it seems right now in the LPL, when Snake play like this, teams do a lot of unforced errors, and it creates opportunities for Snake to punish them. Just like in game number 1, a huge unforced error from Xiaogu just gave Snake the absolute advantage, and they took the game right off of it.
Yeah,
so
good point.
Want to see how they adapt.
No, that's a good point. I think Snake definitely play in a way where they bait you into making mistakes. They didn't always play this way, though. Historically, Snake are a surprisingly aggressive team. They actually remind us a lot of Xiaogu when they first joined the league. Last year, of course, they were both, at the time, new LSPL teams coming up into the LPL. Is aggressive Snake ever going to be back? Is it a metagame thing that they're just playing lane swaps everywhere? Does it feel like a team thing? Is it Beast gone from the jungle?
I think it's a mid laner above all else. Like, I honestly think that you put in a wacky mid laner. Like, look at Pawn, look at Wayless and the way that LGD randomly works around them. They've got the AD carry that's aggressive. They have a Draven player as their AD carry. But the mid laner just wants to sit back, wants to scale, and wants to farm. And Flyndre is very similar when it comes to the mid game. Aggressive early, aggressive late. That mid game, it just feels like Snake, they don't really want to be. Maybe it can come back. I think meta might potentially change them, but who knows?
And it feels like that's the point where Snake get punished a lot. And it was almost the same thing game 1. Xiaogu were able to punish Snake during that mid game really effectively. They were able to take the objectives away from them, take the Baron away from them as well. Snake once again capitalizing on unforced errors, but it seems like that is a very weak point for Snake right now. They do well very early with these funky lane swaps and funky rotations that they like to throw out. They do well late as well with the likes of Flandre and Tank, but the mid game looks very shaky, and it looks like a lot of teams are understanding this and attacking it too.
And I will say that that is actually a recurring issue of most of the LPL. I think that just Snake have an actual weaker link than every other team in the LPL. All we really do is place down Vision and go for Baron. Like, that is very much the LPL staple. Like, the purple worm is the word. Like, you have to go for it. No one understands that there are other objects or ways to win the map through breaking bases, split pushing, side lanes, skirmishing rather than team fighting, using teleports. Like, they've got the concepts, they just don't execute. All they really execute on is the Baron. Snake are the same.
And I'd really like to see if teams are going to continue pushing for this style of play, whereby they're very aggressive early, mid game's a bit of a lull, and then very good late. Again, I want to see if they're going to try and change it up to make their mid game a little bit more solid, or if they're going to find a way to bridge the early and late games a bit better, so they can completely ignore that mid game and go to where they're very strong and attack different teams when they're strong at those different phases.
I mean, there are strong mid-game LPL teams, so it feels like when they run into some, it'll be interesting to see how Snake can do. I guess my other question is, all right, Snake like to lane swap, good early, good late. Tristana, I guess, which is funny because that's a Crystal signature. Would you just play standard lanes against them then? Because they didn't.
I think standard lanes is the best way to get through them. Yeah, you get to your first item spike, you just take it to them.
Get them.
I agree.
Yep, well, no get them this time. Snake actually able to take it out very nicely as they do 2-0 Xiaogu. Don't go too far away though. M3 World Elite is our last match of the week, and it's coming up right after this break. And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We have one more best of 3 to play tonight, and it should be a fun one after what's been an awesome Week 8 of LPL action. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Joining me are Matthew Fish Stewart, and we have a surprise substitution. Indiana Frosker and Black will be joining us for this first game, at least. How have you enjoyed the LPL this week, Frosker?
You know, it's always exciting. We've got some major upsets. LGD beat QG, and now QG just fell to Snake, and you know, we substitute on the desk, but I guess they can't find the substitute for their AD carry.
Nope. Peck, Uzi, nowhere to be found, unfortunately, in those games. Pecco and the team not quite being able to get it done, but a close series there despite the 2-0 scoreline for Snake. However, we do have one more match to play for this evening, and it is actually a pretty curious one. World Elite versus Master 3. Feels like this, starting to get this one a little bit more in the LPL, because these two teams have been around for a short while now. World Elite, obviously a very old organization. M3, a little bit newer, but was originally the World Elite's sister team or B team. How are we feeling? Because World Elite looking pretty good this LPL. M3, a little bit shakier.
Yeah, effectively it's Masters 3 trying to beat LGD and I guess EPA, because EPA are now looking suddenly very strong, into that last spot for playoffs. Now Team WE have established themselves as the second place team in Group A, especially with Snake. Although we know with Snake on the rise, they're starting to get there. And this is frankly kind of 5th versus 2nd. We expect Team WE to be the stronger team going into this. That said, Team WE have been struggling as of late.
They have been struggling as of late, but definitely a strong team that has been creeping up towards that first place. In fact, they're only one defeat behind Chaogu. 2 wins more, and they'll be in the same amount of wins, but only 1 defeat behind the top team in Group A, so they're definitely looking solid.
But what's important to underline about Team WE is how they're winning and how they're losing. Because yes, technically they're coming off of, I believe they won their last best of, but it was a very messy series. And it's kind of, they either come in swinging and it just, wow, this team looks great. You know, Shie's firing on 4s, Mystic looks fantastic, or it's, wow, Team WE have no idea what's happening.
Yep, well here they're starting 5, 957, Condi, Shie, Mystic, and 0. Team's definitely been developing as the season goes on, but I agree with you, a little up and down despite the decent results on the ladder. Here's 957. They're actually the surprising addition to the team, I will say. I'm going to say mostly positive things about 957.
Yeah, I know that Spawn and Rusty have high hopes for 957. I can see him, but I still kind of feel like he's either, you know, mediocre or he's good. He's not quite great for me just yet.
Well, there's Condi, of course, someone who actually is ascending towards great after previously being on M3. Fun bit of trivia for everyone playing at home. GA, though, been stepping up.
Yeah, this guy has definitely entered the A tier column, looking for that S tier, making himself known on the Nautilus, and kind of alongside Mystic. So the thing with Team WE is they kind of had like these B-rate carries in Shie and Mystic, and you were just kind of waiting for them to step up into their IEM greatness that we saw in San Jose of 2014, 2015?
15, yep.
That was a throw.
I got you.
Nailed it.
There's 0, of course, though. Definitely a superstar support player. You can see the signs out there in the crowd for him. World Elite definitely been up and down. They win a lot. I feel like they win a lot of best ofs 2-1 statistically. Yep. I'm not quite sure how many it is, but I think it's a lot of percentage of their total match wins.
Their last 2 were against EPA and OMG.
That's always the best percentage, a lot.
Yeah. You know, look, I have very clean and valid statistics, okay? You calm down.
I fully support you in your brown bow tie.
Well, you definitely know me and my maths, and it's horrible.
But your science pretty good.
Nobody wants actual maths. The tie's okay. We can work on it. It's all right. Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
You know, I'm feeling it.
I know the lol ties guys aren't as happy because it is a faux tie. I will have a real bow tie one day. You guys can chill out, but we'll look at M3 first.
The only guy that you need to pay attention to is that smiley guy in the back for Masters 3. That's Savoki.
Yep.
And he looks like Tom Kinch, and that makes sense because he plays a phenomenal Tom
Well, we'll look
Kinch.
through the rest of their players now because he's all the way down the bottom of the team profile. XY will start things off in the top lane. M3 in general, looking okay across the rift.
It's weird. We want to call them the Giant Slayers, but they haven't actually earned that title quite yet. So they've taken down 2 top-tier teams. Invictus Gaming, and again, there's like the asterisk there. Invictus Gaming and Snake. And what's actually really interesting is that Team WE have lost to Snake, EDG, Vici, and Chaogu. So other than Chaogu, EDG, Vici, and Snake are probably the 3 teams with the most, we're going to call it evolved macro game or best strategy League of Legends. Obviously, Chaogu just comes in and punches you in the face really hard. But it's interesting coming into this because Masters 3 actually have a decent macro game, but their issue is their individual decision-making on their players.
Well, we made it all the way to Savoki, who is that Tom Kench player there. He is just so much fun
Blitzcrank
to watch play League of Legends. He won a game on Blitzcrank. He plays Tom Kench. Great Bard player. Great support player overall. Again, continuing the trend of some of the lower-tier LPL teams with superstar players, and for some reason, they're all support players.
Jay-Z, Savoki. No, but the Tom Kench, it's been banned against him. Look for that to be the big pickup for Masters 3. Their blueprint has typically been Jinx or some sort of hyper-scaling AD carry, and Tom Kench or Bard, a very playmaking-oriented support, particularly for getting his AD carry out of sticky situations. Now, PentaQ has a, what's what I'm going to use, tendency?
Penchant?
Yeah, he walks into bad situations. This guy just wants to fight. He doesn't want to farm. He wants to kill people. Most of the time, he ends up dead, so it's up to Savoki to kind of reel him in. Like, think like tiny Chihuahua short leash. It's just like...
Yeah, no, I got it. As we are into Champ Select here. We'll see how World Elite and Coach Hoon are doing today for their Champ Select, as M3 will be on the red side, WE over on the blue. Lulu LeBlanc, though, the first 2 bans for World Elite, as Callista will be the ban there for Master 3. Starting to see some patterns today in the draft. Red side Callista has been pretty much a perma-ban for most of today's games. But World Elite's draft, I will say, Coach Hoon, he does surprise me from time to time, but he's more right often than not. Because that World Elite do actually have drafting down pat relatively well, as there he is. Hoon's adorable.
Hello.
I like the Azir ban, actually. I'm really happy to start seeing teams prioritize that and pick it up. Obviously, we saw Azir run amok in the QG versus Snake game. Good job, Tank.
Yeah, having a good game there. Starting to maybe get a few more standout performances in the resume.
Oh, I'm dying.
Please don't die. That's important. We need you for the game.
I know Rusty was like, we're doing the tag team. He's like, you know, it's fine. If it's really hype, I'll step back. And I was like, it's Masters 3 versus Team WE. How hype's it going to get? And he's like, it's the LPL.
Yeah, exactly.
You're right.
Always expect the unexpected. We had Name get a pentakill and win the game yesterday for RNG. Never count anything out.
That was the thing yesterday. I was like, it's RNG versus Vici. It's going to be like really macro-oriented. We won't go super hype. I can save my voice. Then Nami gets the penta, and I'm literally just jumping up and down looking at Julian.
As Trundle the banned away. Gangplank actually the final ban there for M3. Been a very unpopular champion in recent weeks, but still pops up every now and then. This does leave open a whole host of different champions available for World Elite's first pick. Looks like they're going to look at Nidalee. Condi, very good aggressive jungler.
Yeah, and no surprise that they would prioritize it. Condi has one of the highest kill participations of any jungler in the LPL. He's got phenomenal stats across the board. But I suspect that means that Kindred will be picked up to face across from Italy.
On top of that, I believe he has the most MVPs in the LPL right now as well. He always has quite a few spectacular performances.
I love Fish as the stat guy. He
Yeah.
always comes, he's like, their MVP points are. Do you know what their KDA? They've played this champion 46 times.
On Tuesday, he had for breakfast this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
Eggs and toast.
Nice. Oh, good breakfast.
Yeah, really good breakfast. Breakfast of champions.
Did it
Not
have
my-
Vegemite on it?
I hope so.
My toast just did. I can
I
tell you that much.
Tried that for the first
How
time.
was it? Was it amazing?
No,
Did
I-
it transcend all of your reality?
I did the stupid American thing.
Oh,
So spoiler
no.
alert, if you've never had Vegemite, do not treat it like butter.
It's not butter.
Spread it very thin.
It's not peanut butter either. It's also not even jam. You everybody calm down on your look.
It's salty. It tastes like vinegar. It's a
Well-
flavor enhancer. Lysandra Poppy.
Will change your mind, because those are the picks for M3. That's actually pretty common World Elite champions as well, so good takeaways also for M3, but super solid picks. Although they have shown a lot of their solo laners, unless they're getting hyper creative with some of these picks.
It's Savoki. He could support Poppy still.
Oh, I believe in Savoki support Poppy.
I believe in his support Lysandra. I'm
Yeah.
not even going to call it yet.
That's what I'm looking forward to. Support Lysandra. Get him in there.
Get out of here.
Get Pentakill and Poppy while you're at it. Yeah.
Oh man, the real lane.
Maybe he couldn't feed on that champion. This is the thing. Like, PentaQ does phenomenal in team fights, but his lane phase is just real rough.
Well, Mystic and Zero have definitely shown they can be aggressive in lane, so we'll see what they have installed this time around. Nautilus, though, getting a look at here by World Elite, is a flex pick for the team, one of the few LPL teams willing to play it in mid lane, or at least has shown it this season, and that's going to be paired in with the Corki. So it could be a mid champion, but of course can go to Mystic. Once again, World Elite showing very little with these picks.
So, Tom Kench wasn't banned out during
Nope.
this ban phase, and it's obviously the most picked champion for Savoki as well. I'm pretty sure they would want to
What are the
pick that up.
stats? I know you have them.
He's played it 7 times in the LPL.
What's his win rate?
I don't know. On Kench?
You failed me.
I failed her. Damn it. I can tell you what he ate for breakfast yesterday, though. That's fine. But he doesn't actually pick it up during this rotation. They're going to get Kindred and Lucian being picked up here as their next 2 picks. So M3, what it seems like for now, opting to pick up their support champion last. But you never know. That could be a problem.
It just puts the dot on Masters 3 that we're willing to give the counter pick on red side to our support player. Like that's pretty much all you need to know about this game. The featured matchup is going to be Zero versus Savoki. Both these supports are massive playmakers for their teams. Zero has single-handedly carried multiple teams.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like
not just even Team WE on playmaking champions like Braum. His Braum in 2014 was actually undefeated until they went to the World Championship. Fun fact.
Oh, thank you for the fun fact. Did not know that one.
Yep.
What I can tell you, though, is Mystic is a diehard Ezreal main.
Yep.
Picks up this champion so much for an AD carry that's dropped a little off in the LPL recently, but he's always happy to play it. That is going to give 957 that tank top laner, and Braum Ezreal will be the selection with World Elite. Thankfully for Ezreal, despite a reasonable but unexciting laning phase, Braum makes every lane better.
I do agree, but I love the Bard. And Bard Lucian has been kind of the go-to for LPL teams to say, this is the ultimate 2v2. You cannot fight us.
Don't worry about that Jhin Thresh, boys. Oh my god, what is happening?
Support Lissandra?
Support Poppy. I believe in it.
No, it's going to be a Bard.
Really?
Yeah, I think
Yes.
Savoki's messing around. We'll see, though. Again, willing to give him credit for whatever he wants to play.
He makes it work. I cannot complain. He's literally the only guy I see still playing support Tom Kench. Support Orianna. I don't even...
Lock it in.
Well, we'll have to see what Savoki eventually decides to pick up, but they've completed their lineup. They have the Nautilus up in the top lane, Italy in the jungle.
It's such a quintessential Team WE composition. Condi on Nidalee, Comfort Champion, 957 on Initiation Tank. Shie, super comfortable on either Ezreal or Corki. I have a sneaking suspicion it's going to be Corki. Is it actually support Poppy?
Yes.
It could be support.
He has played it.
Still, right?
He has played support Poppy twice.
I don't know. He hasn't swapped yet.
Yeah. So, like, this is the thing. Support Poppy used to be a thing. She went jungle, and then bot it, and then support, and then eventually he made it into the top lane. Everyone's like, Poppy's actually good with farm. Let's keep her in the top side.
But pastry time, he's not swapping.
I know.
Press the swap button.
No, he doesn't need to.
Savoki.
I literally went into this game, I was like, this is going to be fine. I'll save my voice, and then we get to support Lissandra.
Savoki.
He's not
Stop
going to do
it.
it. Oh my goodness, all of my dreams have come true.
Well,
Oh, Lissandra, new flex pick.
here we go.
New Nautilus.
M3. What a team. Let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at this lineup, shall we? Nautilus, Nidalee, Corki, Ezreal, and Braum for WE, and nothing unusual at all on the M3 side. Love the Poppy in the top lane for XY. Can't wait to see how much work he gets done on it.
Kindred, Victor, Lucian, and Lissandra support. So let's talk about, I'm actually going to save it because we got to go into the
Yeah,
loading
look,
screen.
Cody's going to shake hands. Coach was like, what's going on? What are you doing to my team? And he says, well, you know what? You'll find out. And so will you guys at home. It's time for game one. And here we go for our final best of 3 of the evening. World Elite versus M3 will face off here in game number 1. And World Elite, they've got a very safe standard comp. They love it very much. It's something they've played a whole host of. But Savoki is doing something different today. He's got support Lissandra, and he started with a Targon's Brace.
And he's got Strength of Ages. What is he doing?
It's tank support Lissandra. Duh. I always feel like this is one of those scenarios where the coaches go and shake hands, and you know when you do that awkward thing where you like wiggle one of your fingers just to mess with them? That's what the support Lissandra is. It's the finger wiggle. No, shake my hand right now. I'll do it to you.
Who does that?
Unfortunately, you guys couldn't see that, but trust me, that was great. Let's have a look at those Keystone Masteries. Lissandra, definitely the most surprising of everything here. Zero actually has strength of the ages as well, so both supports kind of want to be tankier.
Game's over.
One of them is a tank, one of them's Lissandra. Savoki mixing it up once again.
Let's also kind of think about, what Lissandra is going to bring into a 2v2 lane in particular. Now, I'm a big fan of purple side Lissandra. I talk about this all the time because when she's playing into blue side, it's a very narrow corridor that she gets to ramp down. But this is in the top lane. In the bottom lane, it's actually reflected, which effectively all this means that if there's ever a scenario where you're trying to dive support Lissandra on the bottom side of the map, her ultimate is going to cover so much larger of a radius than it normally would have. But she should be pushing all the time because she's got E and Q
Mostly
and
Q.
W
Yep.
and all those fun AoE abilities.
Actually took a lot of damage here doing this Gromp, but we are going to get non-standard lanes. Boo. Mystic and Zero dodging them.
You know
They
what?
don't want to fight Lissandra.
They hooked up the 3 p.m. fight around the flagpole, and Zero and Mystic said, nah, I'm going to go home, play Nintendo. Not interested.
That was deep. I respect. No, I mean, that makes sense. Lucian, obviously, still a relatively strong duelist, lane champion. If you're unsure about the Lissandra, I wouldn't want to try to take that one head on. Still a range champion versus a melee range 2v2, so obviously she's going to have the advantage there.
Condi actually started greedy here as well, because M3 couldn't scout for that lane swap. Took his red already, but actually M3 took his away also. So actually some very weird horizontal jungling in a lane swap. Don't see this one too often, but junglers should get their buffs at relatively the same amount of time. And this should kind of just start as a standard lane swap.
They usually do the horizontal in jungle when they start on the weak side of the map or their weak side, and they just try to do it quickly. It's safe enough with champions like Nidalee and Kindred simply because they jungle so quickly and so effectively that they can't really be punished.
So we're going to have to see what these two teams decide to do once their jungle has been cleared up. Condi is now working on his blue buff, and Sia and Raphael are going to trade back and forth in this mid lane, which should be isolated for an extended amount of time thanks to the lane swap that WE have decided to put out in this game. And M3 going to be working on taking down this turret as fast as possible.
Again, the most important thing to look for in a lane swap is how the creep wave is managed on the tower. So you have two different options. You can either try to build up the creep wave and you can save as many creeps as possible, push down the tower as quickly as possible, and then try to reset the creep wave or even try to contest the second tier tower in the lane that you're pushing. Or you can try to pace the creeps so that you can bounce them off the tower and give your experience solely to the top lane. So that's effectively what Team WE attempted to do, but it wasn't perfectly managed. Likewise, we have a similar scenario on the bottom side with Masters 3. But again, just not quite perfect enough because they didn't catch the aggro as the new waves were coming in, and likewise there was splitting of experience.
Enough caster creeps that should be okay. Also cute to note that Mystic does split gold again. World Elite often lane swap with their Ezreal for this exact reason. You can see he's already gone back and got a tier. But this is not new strategy for either of these teams. Seems like they've got the first part right of the lane swap here. XY is going to collect a bit of farm as it does crash towards him. Always nice to get some extra gold as a top laner. But we'll see where everyone ends up next. Do we end up in effectively standard lanes with our matchups that we expected just with some towers down? Or do we end up with more pushing and some more 2v1 lanes? That's the first two common variations of a standard lane swap.
Yep, completely agree. And right now it looks like we will get that standardized lane. Ezreal and Braum, Mystic and Zero there, heading towards the top lane. Now, strong side of the map does mean that it's going to be top for either side. Typically, teams might either transition this into a dragon or transition into a very early Rift Herald that goes onto the jungler to help with clears. Obviously, with Nidalee and Kindred. Kindred in particular, this is especially useful just because it helps her stack her Sated Devour that much quicker with empowered recall as well as movement speed. So I expect that Rift Herald should be the next kind of contested or focused objective from either of these teams.
We'll have to see if it is the next contested objective. Right now, we have standard lanes, so to speak, on the flip side of the map. So the dual laners are back up in the top lane, and it's going to be Mystic and Zero that are going to try and catch this wave.
The Australian standard, as I like to call it.
The Australian standard coming in from these two teams. So they've got one turret apiece. It is even on the gold between these two teams as well.
Now, what's cool about this is being so far extended as a Lissandra and a Lucian. Again, Lissandra on purple side, when she's on the top side of the map, her pathing for her E or her Frozen Claw, what is it called?
Glacial
Path. She has a lot more escape avenues on this side of the map and this shape of the map. So I actually like the fact that they put their 2v2 on the top side despite not having the tower, simply because she's very safe. But here comes the TP to contest.
TP is coming in. M3, they have no turret to fall back on. Savoki is trying to put the claw down to run away. Does get stunned up, and it's now going to be PentaQ that is locked down. The CC is going to be too much, and they're still trying to chase down onto Savoki. The second proc of Bronze passive has come back up. He's trying to get the last few auto attacks, but a nice snare comes out from Savoki. He's still trying to run away. Will dodge out the final Winter's Bite, but that's a lot of damage from Mystic. He's trying to push down as much as possible. Raphael is here, puts down the stun field, and he will be able to get away.
So we were just talking about the safety that Lucian and Lissandra can have in an extended lane, but that was challenged by a really nice deep ward and a TP onto that ward to bring 957 and Nautilus into this fight. So great job from Team WE. Let's see how they capitalize on that cooldown used.
Yeah, Condi pretty much just jumped over the wall and summoned 957 to the top lane with his Trinket Ward. So now they're going to converge onto an actual push. And poor little XY is all alone. He is the teleport of the team as well. This is going to be very tricky for poor Poppy to defend on her own.
Yeah, and it could open up a dive potential, but good job from Savoki to respond to that, to deny any sort of dive. If he had appeared anywhere else on the map, it would have been a go button for Team WE because, again, he is the TP, so no help would be coming.
Even YOLO decides to lend a helping hand up towards this top lane, but that does mean with the jungler up there, Condi's going to be able to take away the red buff from M3's jungle. Successfully smites that one away. And he's looking to try and pick up his Runic Echoes as fast as possible. So we head back towards the mid lane, which has been isolated for this entire game. And look at this, Sia actually taking a little bit of damage here from Raphael. Incredibly low, but not going to be taken down. Sia does have a nice CS lead for himself in this lane.
This is actually really important. So we saw that Team W were grouping up in the river underneath Rift Herald. They've already established their strong side of the map is the top side by bowling out Savoki and PentaQ there. But with Raphael going all in aggressive on Xie, it forces the Corki back, which means that they don't have a mid laner. So if they were looking to take Rift Herald there, that all-in engagement from Raphael stopped the objective from Team WE.
And you can see now, M3 are actually going to go back and reset their lanes, so buying some nice timers. I think YOLO...
Did he just faceplant into
yes.
the wall?
No one saw that.
Poor Lamb's little legs. Not quite long enough to get over that wall. But looks like we have swapped ourselves back, so no Rift Herald was being looked at. There's also a thing that they could go for, but maybe Dragon's a more immediate concern, as Pickaxe here for Mystic going to be building Manamune first before that Sheen. Wants a bit of more consistent power right now. You can see Savoki's struggling to keep the waves back. Lucian, though, should be able to CS relatively neatly under turret. And actually does have a nice CS lead after the kill that they chased in topside. So things still going fine for M3, but a kill there for Lead does give them a slight gold advantage.
As we are going to take a look back in the mid lane, package is now up and available for Sia. He still does have a nice CS lead for himself. We're going to have to see if he decides to use that package to move around the map.
Do you ever notice that sometimes you commentate like a golf commentator? He's got
golf commentator.
The package in the mid lane. They might be looking for the dragon here. Wait, the setup.
Silence. Wait for the shot. Good drive coming in. And there we go. Sia delivering the package nicely onto the green.
Use it straight down the middle of the drive. Nailed a lot of the creeps. Continuing to farm.
I feel like it's perfect landing style commentary. It's like everyone's just chill, you know, taking some CS. I think if you did that in like a team fight, I might be a bit worried, but I like it. She gonna go check in for Raphael. Fighting over the Raptor. Where did it go?
Dead.
Who killed it though? Actually, Misty got the gold. I think she might have got it. Maybe it just disappeared into the void. Who knows?
I was coughing.
You can see Mystic, though. Much longer lane for him to contest with now. He's trying to keep up on CS, but falling pretty far behind.
That's a pretty sizable disadvantage. Again, about 13 CSs equates to a kill, so despite the fact that Lucian is 1 in the hole, since he has, I can't even do the math, he's like 2 kills up, 2.5 in terms of gold.
Savoki being a little bit aggressive, hiding inside of Condi's jungle. Look at this. YOLO is close by as well. A little bit.
A lot of bit.
A lot of it.
It is Savoki.
He's got level 6
He
now
could
as
do
well.
more.
That's our favorite percentage, a lot.
YOLO clearing that pink as well. Seems like Condi can't get them out of his jungle right now, which is frustrating as in Italy. But I'm sure I'm not going to be too worried. As well, just collecting their farm where they can. Going to want to wait for Mystic to get up to a few more items. World Elite like to play definitely very team fight heavy with Mystic's Ezreal. They pulled out some pretty miraculous games recently with it. So Mystic probably doesn't want to be this behind, but it's not an unfamiliar situation on the champion.
And this is kind of my issue with Corki and Ezreal when utilized in tandem in the same composition is where their power spikes are. Everyone knows, you're waiting for the tier, you're waiting for the Trinity Force. It's a mid-game power spike on your comp, so you're using Nidalee effectively as a bridge champion through the early game. But if Condi's continuously being invaded by Savoki and YOLO, yes, he has a massive CS discrepancy, 58 to 38, but it's, how long can Team WE slow down the pace of the game and make sure that Masters 3 don't take the early game too far out of control before they're ready to fight.
And in the early game, Masters 3 already looking to take some objectives for themselves. Dragon will go down, and YOLO will be able to solo that one out, as Condi and Sia will be able to take down the Rift Herald in response. And that'll be donated on towards Condi, so we'll have to see if he can bridge this early game even more by appearing in some of the lanes and giving them that Rift Herald buff. But it seems like we are going to have a little bit of a swap once again, or go back to what we saw earlier with PentaQ and Savoki back up in the top lane. And they'll be up against 957, looking to try and push towards this turret. In fact, pings coming down from W as well to push towards the bottom side turret. So we'll have to see how these two teams decide to approach this.
This is fairly common now. As soon as the Rift Herald goes down, a lot of the junglers will utilize it to put it into typically bot lane to either break the freeze or take the tower. So suspect that's what Condi's doing down here with Zero and Mystic. So the response is from Masters 3, okay, they're going to come bottom and take this last standing outer tower. So we're going to swap up to the top lane and we're going to trade them objective for objective. So it was actually a really nice counterplay from Masters 3 on the Rift Herald.
Yep, and it just kind of a delayed lane swap here in some ways, as we are just going to get towers traded, but much later into the game. Does fall down quickly, but Condi going to make very short work of this turret. 957 here as well, so M3 really can't come and try and challenge for it. And Waterlit are going to be able to push a bit further on. This is where M3 do have to respond correctly. Poppy almost gets herself hooked, but XY is safe for now. But is the rest of M3 coming? It seems like they're trying to get there as quick as possible.
They do have a sizable wave and 957 waiting in the wings, but like you said, M3 respond correctly, and it's just a straight objective for objective trade.
There are two towers picking up, one for each of these teams. They both have two towers each. And they've just been training objectives throughout the map. The only difference is Waterly with that first blood. And they have a very, very small gold lead for themselves, which...
I mean, that said, Masters 3 did manage to get the dragon, which is effectively invisible gold in terms of stats. So, yes, you are correct in the gold counter, but it's actually really close. Biggest difference right now is that Xie has his immediate power spike and Ezreal's kind of up on the online. So Team WE are in a much better situation to look to fight.
Yep, he does have his Trinity Force available. Victor is still looking to complete what seems to be his Abyssal Scepter. Picked up his Onion Boots of Lucidity as his first item, and it only has a Negatron Cloak for now. So lacking a little bit of damage, you could say, for Raphael in the mid lane. Taking a look at the other side of the map as well. Both the junglers have completed their items. Runic Echoes has been done. Sated Devourer, well, not Sated just yet. Devourer has been picked up by YOLO, has 10 stacks on that. He has 10 stacks on his passive as well. So slowly farming up as much as possible.
Things looking good as XY try to get some pressure down here onto the Nautilus. Riptide, though, should take care of that. In fact, they're going to go in for a kill here. Very long lane for XY to try and get out of. But rest of M3 ready to respond. World Elite had 3 people there ready to make a play.
And not only that, but also the really deep vision and Condi's jungle Savoki continuously invading and challenging that. So, like you said, teammates ready in the wing, but he also had a lot of information.
Xie Souls is blue out as well. Mystic's actually taking the empty lane farm in top lane, trying to catch up. He's actually done a nice job closing that CS difference between him and PentaQ. Does have to back off now though. Savoki actually looking to try and gank him, but not going to be there in time. Mystic is able to make it back safely. Savoki actually just backs away immediately.
Well, these two teams definitely were watching the last series. And it's 15 minutes into the game. It seems like they're just trying to avoid each other as much as possible, rotating around the map, picking up farm wherever they can. The only consistent thing so far has been this isolated mid lane, which Sia is still ahead by about 20 CS.
The thing, though, is that there's nothing to fight over right now. Both teams are more than happy to just elongate their lane phase and continue to funnel farm onto the appropriate carries towards item spikes. As soon as the dragon comes into play, which it now is in 2 minutes, that's when we're going to start to see teams set up and look for this. But I respect the need to kind of just avoid each other and say, you know, there's no reason to throw a game here quite yet. Let's take the next 2 minutes, continue to get closer to our items, and then we'll go 5v5.
Yeah. And World Elite might have enough time to actually get Ezreal to Ice Bomb Gauntlet as well. Has cooldown boots already, so Mystic actually getting surprisingly strong quite quickly. PentaQ on the other side, though, does have himself an Essence Reverse, so it's not like he's short on items himself.
Looking for that Zeal.
So Savoki really is going for that tank. Lysandra, it seems, has the Bracer picked up, so most likely going to be an Aegis, I would believe. Could be built into a couple of other things, but that should be the item pickup coming in from Savoki. We'll have to see what he picks up later on into this game. But just a minute until Dragon does respawn. And package is available for CS, so we could potentially see him head back to base, pick that one up, and use it to contest for this major objective, which may be the first point where we see these two teams clash.
The tell will be if he backs right here. I suspect that he'll either clear another wave and then immediately back towards this tower. If Masters 3 want to do something really smart, they should funnel all of their resources into the mid lane and push in to make sure that Chie cannot get the back before the Dragon fight.
Well, looks like they're pulling not too many people. Actually, Rift Herald is the objective they want because Dragon's not quite up just yet. YOLO hungry for some stacks, you have to think, on the Kindred. But just Envision cleared there for M3. Not too confident starting a fight over it. And with Dragon being back up very soon now, they're just going to chill out. Chie, though, does go back. I think he's going to make it barely in time. M3 actually, though, bold enough to start the Rift Herald.
His back was actually cancelled by Raphael.
Wow. So, not able to head back to base, but M3 do pick up the Rift Herald. And Dragon has respawned. We have to see which team decides to go to try to contest this. XY, his back is going to get cancelled as well. And look at this. Immediately, W are going to try and close in onto this top laner. He does get knocked up twice, actually. Will be able to jump over the wall. Tries to use the ultimate. Will be able to knock Ezreal out, but it doesn't matter. Team WE are able to pick up a pick onto the Poppy, and this should be a free Dragon.
Yeah, frankly, just a mistake from Masters 3 on their position right there. XY shouldn't have been that far forward. It was already kind of determined that everyone was going to kind of gentleman's agreement back and then contest the Dragon. We saw the back come out of Raphael and just didn't have a pressure point to be that far forward.
Well, he's capitalized on nicely by World Elite, who do use all of their CC. Managed to chase that kill down. Flash burnt from 957 just to make sure the kill happened, but nothing too massive expended there as they do get the Dragon on the backside there as well. World Elite trying to pressure, actually. Ezreal and Italy surprisingly good in any sort of seed situation. Corki not there to help, but not going to need it this time. Savoki going to try and tie everybody up. But World Elite getting good damage under this turret. It's going to be at about 50% health. M3, though, able to protect it.
Yeah, bringing over the Rift Herald buff on YOLO there. Should just reset this back, and now it's a question of where do Team WE strike next, and it appears to be the mid lane, which Raphael really has to respect.
They are grouping up towards it. Currently, M3 don't have their AD carry anywhere close to the center of the map. In fact, he is still split pushing up into top lane. This turret taking quite a bit of damage from WE.
So what's happening is Team WE have the inside track in between the bottom and the mid lanes, although we may see a bit of a skirmish here. Nope, Savoki not going to pull the trigger. And it's due to their really deep triangle vision on their own blue buff, and so they've just been cheating back and forth between these two lanes and chipping away at the two towers. Eventually something will give or someone will be caught.
We'll have to see who that will be or what will happen. Previously, it was XY getting caught out and a Dragon and Rift Herald getting taken down. But once again, it seems like most of the things on this map are resetting as everyone's just going back to lanes, farming up whatever objective they can see in their sights. And relatively calm, kind of like the previous series we just saw.
Well, items actually starting to come out now, though, so AD carry is getting stronger everywhere. 2 items now for Cork. You actually went Static Shiv second. Not opting for the rapid fire cannon or the IE this time around. But Phantom Dancer there for Lucian, starting to become a really popular carry item. PentaQ going to be very strong with that particular Zeal item, but Mystic's almost done with Gauntlet as well. And it's probably pretty close to that transform, given he did start with Manamuna and not the Sheen. So expecting Mystic to get a shop in sooner rather than later. The PentaQ and Savoki are here.
Will they be able to lock down this Ezreal?
Claw comes out, decides not to take the path to lockdown Mystic. Zed's going to back off. Looks like they want to try and farm up this wave that is crashing towards the turret. Both the junglers on the top side of the map as well. But deciding not to fight. Just once again trying to avoid each other as much as possible.
You know what? I disagree with that call. I think Savoki could have pulled the trigger right there. The big thing is they didn't have information about where Condi was, so they had to assume that it was going to be a 3v3. But YOLO was right behind them. And the thing is Lucian has the backs in. He's got the completed 2 items. Ezreal doesn't have any mana. He's missing quite a big chunk off of his HP. And he's in between backs and sitting on a lot of gold. I think that Masters 3 had the advantage there, and they kind of missed an opportunity to not pull the trigger.
Well, they play safe instead. Let's see if it costs them down the track, but everything's still calm. Lord Elite with the only 2 kills of the game so far, as PentaQ is just going to go ahead and clear this out nice and quickly. Baron is up now, but be a few more minutes until that one is going to be looked at, I think. Shea now with his blue buff and his 2 items. This will be some easy wave clear straight down mid lane. And this turret, not that healthy.
And speaking of wave clear, obviously Shea picking up the Shiv, that means one thing. He's effectively compensating for being a control mage. They are just going to bully out this mid-tier tower. But check out his CS, 250 at 21 minutes in this game. So he's well above the average right now. That Shiv definitely paying off for him, helping him clear this out. But I like the fact that he's pretty much just negated mid lane.
Yep, his isolated lane has helped him out quite significantly here. They were able to take the outer turret as well. It's 3 turrets to 2 in favor of WE.
The big thing is that it's bought so much time for Mystic. As I watched Team WE play this game, they actually look like World Elite. Wei Xiao would very often kind of farm these side lanes up into his core item power spike, and Team WE just run around on the map, buy time for their AD carry, and then they'd all group up and mow people down.
Well, we'll see. I got step 1 in place now.
Step 1 in place. Got
step 1
the
done.
items.
Mystic's actually got 2 items now. Probably needs
Step
a QSS to be a bit safer, but looks like Blade of the Ruin King maybe is where he's going next. At least into the Bilgewater first, because he probably wants some lifesteal.
One day he'll join his team.
No, not today. I mean...
He doesn't need to, because Corki has got Shiv.
Ooh, PentaQ though.
Now he needs to.
Yeah, a little bit healthier. Nidalee actually able to heal him up. Condi with a Rod of Ages. Not the only one that's been benefiting from the more deliberate pace of the game. Has actually farmed up quite nicely on the Nidalee. Able to get that scaling item in place.
On the flip side, Kindred does have that Seder Devourer. So, good power spike for YOLO as well. And these 2 teams, they're really waiting for the next objective to fight over. That might be for this next dragon. We saw the previous one was a free dragon, so to speak, for WE. They took the Rift Herald, they got a pick onto Poppy, took the dragon for free. We'll have to see how this next one takes place between these 2 teams. W do have a small advantage here of about 2,000 gold. We'll have to see if they're able to use that gold lead effectively in this next fight.
Yola going back though. Looks like he's got an item to pick up. He's getting tankier. Going for the Sterix Hex Drinker / Maw feel of Kindred, rather than the Rune's Hurricane Rapid Fire Cannon that we sometimes see as well.
I think this is the popularized Clear Love build from Kindred.
I think so. Clear Love loves Rune's Hurricane though, so depends on which Clear Love we're talking about.
Yeah.
But we've definitely seen a lot of, hey, I have synergy with my ultimate items, which is pretty much more on Hex Drinker.
I'm kind of like a pseudo-tank on Sterix and Lamb's Respite, yeah.
And you shoot people, you get all your health back. It's pretty great. Condi
package picked up.
Moving around on the Nidalee though. Baron actually attempts to play M3.
Hello.
That's risky.
Very aggressive. Kindred really good at taking early Barons. But World Elite, I think they have an idea of what's going on. In fact, now they absolutely know. But the Baron may be a little too low. Not going to quite finish it. Can't go in for it. 957 though, locked up by Savoki. Ulti's going to get used on himself to go to choke, but the Lamb's Respite is now down. They are going to keep fighting as Mystic takes out Savoki in the front lines. Kindred able to take out Shea though, as Yola gets a good kill there. And Condi, he's trying to get a few spears in. World Elite need to keep chasing through.
Look at Ezreal.
He's finally arrived. Now going to move back in as empty. I think I have to stand and fight. Raphael takes out Zero though, but Condi just goes straight in for it. 957's able to take out the Kindred. PentaQ awfully low, but he's still shooting back into the other lines. XY able to get one down as Mystic's able to take out PentaQ as well. A 4-for-3 trade. Maybe make it 4-for-4 as XY dies. World Elite there, they do come out ahead.
So in the end, Mystic finally shows up on the back half of the fight. So what instigated all of that was the fact that Ezreal showed on the bottom, which Masters 3, like you said, they've got the Kindred to say, we can burn this very quickly if they don't react to it. Team WE did collapse. Masters 3 didn't pull off the Baron quick enough, and team fight stalls out long enough where Mystic's able to save it on the back half.
Perhaps sticking to that Baron a little bit too long, not pulling the trigger fast enough. M3 were very decisive. They wanted to fight after that Baron. Didn't quite get the result they wanted. And now, WD 7-3 in terms of kills. They're looking towards just over a 3,000 gold lead now. So a decent advantage, but not a huge advantage that M3 are not able to fight back from. Dragon is still up and available. Both these teams look like they're throwing some resources down towards that bottom lane to try and contest for this next objective.
It's also about identifying where the gold is on Team WE, and it's primarily in the pocket of Mystic. So if that Ezreal ever missteps or gets blown up, that's a huge source of power gone for them.
Blue buff steal though as well. Unfortunately, are continuing to contest on this bottom half of the map. Is going to go over to Shie, who's got himself a BF sword and some Sork shoes since we last saw him. So good strength there for Corki, starting to build up real nice. Worldly do claim Dragon number 2. Mystic now with that Blade of the Ruined King. It could be time for a siege.
No, I'm going to retract my statement. What's interesting in terms of Ezreal being the only primary source of damage, yes, he's got all of the kills funneled onto him, but Shie's CS discrepancy is still massive. That it's almost like Mystic needed all of those kills. He needed the triple kill to probably just even out to where Shie already is because of the CS difference.
Oh, he has evened that one out nicely. Has 3 items. He is, in fact, ahead of PentaQ in terms of his build. PentaQ has not quite completed his 3rd item, which is a Hex Drinker for now. We'll have to see if he decides to upgrade that or go for something else along the lines with his current longsword. But 2 teams, once again, have a little bit of a fight. Back off, farm up as much as possible. Currently, YOLO is sated. He was able to get sated off of that Grump camp before the blue got stolen away by Team W, and they eventually took the Dragon down as well. So big power spike for the Kindred. But they are still behind Team WE, now 3,000 gold behind. They have to fight at a disadvantage whenever WE decide to take the fight to them. And this man, Mystic, still going to continue pushing up in this top lane. Has Condi in his back pocket just to protect him if M3 decide to throw any curveballs.
The issue, though, with Team W's composition is the overabundance of magic damage. So Ezreal, Corki, Nidalee, Nautilus, and Braum all do magic damage. Obviously, you have mixed damage coming out of your 280 carries. Locket of the Iron Soul is now online for Savoki, and we have the MR coming online for XY. So there is going to be a point at this game where if Team WE don't speed up or snowball or get above the clock, that the resistances are fairly easy to itemize against majority of their team comp.
Well, plenty of damage there as well, but maybe Kindred could stop some of that. As what's the old Waterley do want to go? Shie is almost at that Infinity Edge. As Yolo's going to find him. He's going to turn and fight, but the rest of the team's here as well. That's going to be a Valk out of the way. No lock up there for Raphael. Nidalee also there ready with a heal. And Shie pretty much back to half health nice and easily. As this is a battle, PentaQ and Savoki.
Wow.
Mystic, sorry, going to go for a fight. Not a very fair one, though. Mystic absolutely smashes him.
Yeah, you can see the confidence there. Immediately just shifts forward, eats majority of the calling, but chunks him with the Sheen proc on a Q. That was pretty absurd.
Well played coming from Mystic. Picks up that one-on-one solo queue. And once again, W have a pick and have the advantage. They may look to try and take some of the objectives down on this map. Mystic still split pushing up in the top lane. In fact, they have 957 in the bottom lane, pushing out the wave as fast as possible. The rest of WE seems like they want to try and group up with the team. 3 members heading up to the top lane. Even Corki, is making his way up. And this tower was already chipped down incredibly low, and it should fall down on this push.
Again, Masters 3 just faltering slow to the punch. I feel like they're just really being dragged around the map by Team WE, and the experience of this roster is showing, despite the fact that
Get him.
you've got some developing talents like 957 here.
Well, he's having a fight with XY in the bottom lane now, but Puppet Nautilus is a matchup we've become pretty familiar with.
I feel like
Can
there's
still
some
report,
sort of
nobody really wins.
there's some sort of rock pop song to be sung about 957 and XY just slapping on each other forever in the bot lane.
Maybe. You'll have to pen it, I think.
What's
I believe in you.
that phone number song? Because every time I see 957, I'm like, caller ID. It's the only way I remember.
That's surprisingly uncommon in Australia, or at least we don't call it that. Anyway. That one's for the international audience, I think. We'll go back to the game. Sometimes Froskuren's references are lost on me. It might be because she's American.
It's okay.
It's okay. Mystic, they're very strong. That much I can tell you. League of Legends is universal. QSS now done as well for easy, so Savoki can have a tougher time locking him down, but in general, Waterlead's fights, the few we have seen, look pretty straightforward. Waterlead have grown a decent lead, about 5k up now, but we're going to contest back for that Baron with Dragon up in a minute 50.
This is really risky. Team WE have moved into this Baron pit, and they've got complete control over this. Savoki's trying to get a back in so he can refill his Sight Stone to contest for the Vision as a unit. But they're late into this.
He's actually going to get caught out. YOLO is going to be one that gets chunked down. Can't even use his Lance of Spite in that engagement as PentaQ Also takes a lot of damage in that fight. YOLO is going to get taken down.
Masters 3 just completely on a different page right here. And again, this is it. Look at the vision control that Team WE had over this Baron pit. Masters 3 face check too little too late. They get picked off, and this should be a free Baron.
Yeah, Baron looks dead at this point. YOLO no smite. His 957 is actually going to go in onto XY. They need to finish the Baron, though. They do get it down, but now they're going to try and start a team fight. Savoki sort of caught out in the front line. He's going to claw away, but Mystic's able to take him out. XY gets exhausted. But that's only 1 kill. 2 kills effectively across the map, and the Baron now for World Elite.
And Team WE in full control at this point. They're going to march down this mid lane. It'll surely be a tower. We'll see if they're able to break into the inhibitor. Victor is still up, so big form of wave clear still available for Masters 3, but what a disaster.
They're working on taking down this turret. They do have the second dragon buff, so burning away at that turret
they're
slowly.
They're going to go for the easy objectives.
And that's exactly what they're looking towards taking. Pinging down onto that bot lane inner turret. The only inner turret left standing. Once WE take this one down, the only place left to push towards is the base of M3. But they're just going to be content with taking down that turret and going to back away.
It's because the dragon is spawning in 15 seconds, so they take the really easy global gold. Mid-tier tower, bot-tier tower, rotate onto dragon, back, reset map, possibly look mid, although pings did go for the top side.
Well, want to go somewhere because no tier 2s or out of turrets left for World Elite to kill. They'll just consolidate, take the dragon, and then see what happens from there.
I think at this point they should go into the top side simply because they've invested so much gold over that pit in the red buff area. It's kind of like we've got 500 to 600 amount of gold in wards there. We might as well utilize it and fight over it. So we need to apply pressure towards the mid lane and then pressure into the top lane. Catch Masters 3 again cheating in between our vision controlled area, make a pick, translate that into something more.
Mystic getting greedy though. Needs to go back and spend his money. The rest of World Elite have, but he's taking jungle camps right now.
Wants blue buff?
Gia wants blue.
I think
Mystic
he's going to give it.
Mystic wants the wolf camp. And Gia's got the package now as well. He actually has gone back and shop. Has a Jarm's Fist, an extra critical cloak, and the Infinity Edge. Gia is absolutely gigantic. But you can see Mystic with 2,400 gold to go spend is going to delay the push for a little while. Baron's got about almost just over a quarter left of it.
2,400 gold, exactly enough to pick up his skimmy.
Mercurial Scimitar.
What did you call it?
Skimmy.
That's not what it's called.
That's not what it's called.
It's okay though. I got you. I was there for you.
I think I come up with stupid names for things.
You do.
You do. Don't you remember what you called Azir and Kindred yesterday?
Please remind me.
No.
Here we go. We've got the siege on mid lane. It's a split siege. We've got Team W in mid lane, Team W in the bot lane, and frankly, Masters 3 and Savoki need to pull the trigger.
Well, Mystic's ignoring them right now. Zero's going to pop the door up there as Mystic already takes out the Kindred YOLO. No time to use the ulti as XY's going to dive straight in with Savoki, but he's going to go down to Condi. XY's going to fall in the back of the fight there as well. Nidalee going to pick up a double, and World Elite making it look real easy today.
Frankly, that was hilarious. Savoki followed through on his glacial path, and he ends up completely on, like, not even near any enemy teams. He kind of stopped for a second. He's like, I need to be over there. Flashes, ults, then dies.
Just like that, W pick up a fight for themselves. They're looking to try and take down the remaining turrets of this Nexus. They get one. Condi's going to jump in forward onto Raphael, puts him down incredibly low. He's going to be able to get back to the base as Pentagear desperately trying to do his job to keep these turrets alive. He's not quite able to do so. The second turret will eventually fall down. Team WE will be able to pick up the victory against M3.
And this is expected. Again, this is the second place team in Group A versus the 5th place team in Group A, but a very controlled, very clean game from Team WE, and this is actually how we expected they should be winning.
Yep, and that's exactly what they needed to do. It felt like business as usual there for World Elite. Take your comfort picks, take your game plan. Very clear, very controlled. Not surprisingly, but like pretty macro-heavy style approach to the game. Fight when we have to, but no need to waste time with things. World Elite just playing very standard, very safe, and very strong League of Legends.
I feel like the real hinge there was Xie and his performance, despite the fact that I don't think he ever had a moment where it's like, oh my god, Xie just won them that crazy team fight, and I actually predict that Mystic will end up with the MVP as we look at the highlights on our screen. But Xie having that static Shiv as Corki, neutralizing the mid lane, kind of locking everything down, shadowing underneath with his package, I feel like he was kind of the big primary control point and the big primary pace setter for that game.
For me, it really felt like it was relatively even between WE and M3 for an extended amount of time. But what really broke that open was when they got that pick onto XY down in the bottom lane. And from then onwards, it was just WE controlling every single objective and using that very small goal lead they have to continue making those picks and continue taking objective after objective.
I'm going to agree to a point. I think Masters 3, like you said, did a good job in terms of like the Rift Herald counter. But like Team WE, for the majority of that game, it was still kind of this issue of, you know, we're going to play over here and Masters 3, you're just going to follow us. And no, now we're actually going to set the pace over here and Masters 3 has to run around. And they just lost so much chip damage on their towers. So it was like very subtle, but I feel like Team WE, the more matured team, it definitely showed even in the early game these small, slight advantages. And then those snowballed into this victory.
Well, it does definitely end up in a World Elite victory and a very strong first game for them. We'll see if M3 can answer back, but for now, we are going to go to a quick break. When we return, it is time for game number 2. And welcome back, everyone. It's time for the MVP of the first game. It was Mystic, and it's Ezreal that picks it up for us, Skurin on the money with the MVP committee today.
Yeah, no surprise there. Mystic picked up majority of the kills. He was the guy leading the team fights. Looked the flashiest. I still give a lot of support to Xie, but I'm definitely not going to debate that, Mystic didn't deserve a mention.
It's one of those things where the Mystic Ezreal continues to do wonders. It's really something that not a lot of other teams are playing as much anymore. Every now and then they'll get it in the mix, but World Elite consistently play double AD, in particular with Ezreal. Could be banned. Probably not. Doesn't feel like a super strong champion, but it's just interesting to watch World Elite start to fall into actually pretty good habits.
The scary thing, though, is, again, in tandem with Corki and Ezreal, there's a massive point in the game where you're really weak and you're very susceptible, especially through the jungle. So I feel like this is entirely dependent on the success of this composition, on Condi having a champion like Nidalee, having someone who's very hard to shut down and very hard to invade, and again, being utilized as that bridge champion to get them through a rough early game. But I think that if you just target ban Condi, get the priority jungle matchup, and if Team W want to continue to play Ezreal and Corki, there's actually a big exploit there.
Corki, Ezreal, and Braum are the three biggest pickups for WE in the middle lane and bottom lane as well. And we've seen a lot of games where Mystic falls behind very far on his Ezreal. There were a couple of games where he was, 70 CS behind his lane opponent, pushed in towards that bot lane in a turret as well. I forget the exact game where he was just being dominated in that lane and he couldn't move out of that turret range at all. He was like 3 levels behind the AD carry, 100 CS behind at one point, but they're still able to pull it back. So they show that they have a lot of experience with playing with Ezreal in their team composition, and it's no doubt that Mystic's really good on this champion too. And I like that time and time again, they're able to pull it out, they're able to weave it into the team compositions. And like Froscoon said, Condi plays a huge role in bridging that for the team too.
Just feels like World Elite. It's funny, Froscoon mentioned it already. Like
They're
actual old World
like
Elite.
World
yeah.
Elite.
See, hang on. We're starting to get a bit crazy. You know what? We'll have to visit it next time. But it is fun. I'll have to keep tracking it.
I know,
World
it's
Elite
weird.
turning into old World Elite. We'll find out soon. But here's our draft for game 2. M3 on the blue side this time around. WE over on the red.
P-O-P-P-Y.
Get her out. Poppy's gone. Lissandra's gone. M3's like, Savoki, stop. You had your fun. We took away the Lissandra. Now we're going to actually take it away and ban it. All right, it's actually a ban away from WE. They are good Lissandra players.
Nah, that is a target ban towards Savoki.
How rude.
XY's like, you're not playing this champion anymore.
Well, Italy Lulu are the bans for World Elite, so respecting the power of the jungler they first picked in game number 1. And Lulu continuing to see bans here for the WE side, although Lulu has been surprisingly unwanted today. Poor Lulu.
I dislike that champion.
Why?
It's pretty annoying.
She has super dominant lane matchups. She's just a bridge champion. She just makes people pseudo-tanks. She's kind of boring.
Sounds like fun.
No?
Ah, that's right. Fish. The person who likes everything that isn't actually fun. Callista.
You're like the most vanilla person. You're like, Nautilus versus Trundle. This'll be fun.
Just like
Yes.
potato tanks battling.
I play Lulu mid every game.
Have you seen a Trundle with a Lulu on his team? It's amazing.
It's just a League of Legends hipster. You like all the stuff that's not cool.
That's not even a hipster. It's just boring.
Well, there's Trundle
That
banned away
does
from
sum up hipsters,
WE.
though.
So Lulu Trundle not today, unfortunately for you, Fish.
Please play Kha'Zix.
Yola was a Kazakh player, right? Am I
I'm gonna
remembering
say
correctly?
yes.
Yeah, I feel like he was. Maybe it's just time to go straight in. They're talking to Yola now. They're like, hey, do you want this? He's like, I kind of do. And they're
Have
like,
his
maybe
changes
not.
gone through yet?
I have no idea.
I don't think we're on that patch.
No, we're on 6.5, right?
Yeah,
So-
we're 6-5. There's no way. Hey, next. I'm ready, Kha'Zix.
We'll see. We'll see.
Tank Kha'Zix. Q every 1 second.
That's a lot.
It's a lot.
Braum is the first pick there for M3.
It's like taking Kali.
Colorcast is reading patch notes, man. I don't know.
No, it's like Tank Evelyn. Why would you go take a Kali?
Have you seen the Eon taking Kali?
Oh my goodness.
Not a fun time.
It is brutal.
Just done with you.
Well, what Elite, Nautilus, and Kindred look to be the picks here, with Nidalee banned away especially. Would make a whole lot of sense for Condi to take the other strong, consistent S-tier jungler.
Yeah, and I feel like this was actually just a draft blunder from Masters 3 coming out to prioritize. Yes, Zero is a phenomenal Braum player, but to give Condi, like to have the Nidalee ban and then to get the priority Kindred pick, and we've already talked about how Condi is the bridge for Masters 3's compositions.
It's also surprising to tunnel onto the Braum as the first pick up for M3 because it's not a champion that Savoki tends to take away.
I mean, he can play it, that's for sure. Just because he's playing Blitzcrank Lysandra support doesn't mean he can't play a good support once in a while.
Hey, what do you mean by that not being good support? They won with that Blitzcrank game.
They did.
You know what they just lost with?
Lysandra.
That doesn't convince you that Blitzcrank's a good support, although Savoki is a good player, is more what I'm alluding to,
Yeah,
rather than the support being bad.
I hate when I write in pen, and when I like think, okay, that's going to be the draft, and I write it down, and then they swap at the last second.
Shouldn't do it, man. Should wait till they lock in.
Nothing annoys me more.
Well, there's Maokai Gragas, so get that pen going, Frosco. Fix up your draft.
That is a beefy front line.
Naturally, you take the Gragas as the counterpick to Kindred. Why? Because when she places down Lamb's for spot, you just drop your cask, and you're like, nope, no one gets healed.
I think Frosco spread something to me because right now I've written all the bans for M3 on M3 side and all the picks of W and M3 side. So what's going on?
I think you just don't know what column you're writing in. That seems like a personal problem, to be honest.
Okay.
30 seconds, though, for
It's
Auto
not
Elite
good.
to decide their next few picks. Plenty of stuff open here for Auto Elite. They do have a Kindred, so to consider how they want to build around it. Kindred's a really good champion at enabling certain styles of comp. This looks okay from where I'm standing, but we'll
This
see
is
what they want to lock in.
The Beyblade Arena.
Yeah. Such a great comp.
Yeah, I'm going to give this... Oh,
Never mind. Ezreal main continues.
why?
He loves Ezreal.
I know he does, and he's a good Ezreal player, so I shouldn't complain. But at the same time, I'm like, this is going to be another game where Condi power farms, and they just try to stay afloat for 15 minutes while Mystic farms a side wave. And then 25 minutes in, everything explodes because Xie has 20 million CS on his opponent, and Mystic's finally like, hey, I've got 6 items, I'm ready to fight.
I don't know if that wasn't going to happen on the Sivir, to be fair.
Sums up the game. Our
No,
job's done here,
Sivir's like-
pastry time.
Sivir Kindred is the Beyblade arena. You've got like Wolf's little area of control, and then Sivir runs in, and there's boomerang blades everywhere. It's excellent.
Still got to farm for like 20 minutes, though.
Yep,
It's
still.
excellent.
Well,
Sivir augments her mid-game power trough by making everyone run fast.
no Sivir this time. They actually might go over to M3. We've been hovering Quinn multiple times, but I think might just take something away from Xie. Never mind, actually. That is actually a takeaway pick, but LeBlanc instead of Corki, which is the other consideration. But they do lock in the Sivir Braum to finalize that bottom lane.
Because they know that he wants Corki, because they want to run the exact same composition. Literally. I mean, Kindred is the poor man's Nidalee. You've got a tank top, the exact one that 957 played. Let's do Corki. It's not Braum, it's Alistar. Are you ready for 25-minute Farm Fest?
Maybe. I did sit through Chagu vs. Snake, so I'm going to say yes. That was actually quite a fun series, but a different series. 30 seconds, though, for them to lock in the Corki. Feel like World Elite have already made up their minds.
Okay. This is up to Masters 3. They have the power. They have the tools to strike early. Can they execute on it? I want to see some roams from XY on his Maokai. Get the Twisted Advance in there. I want to see the power farm to level 6 from Gragas after a level 2 gank with a flash belly bop. I want the cask on Corki. I want the LeBlanc fed. I want some LPL.
Oh, well, you'll have to see if Masters 3 decides to give Frosco and what she wants
That's
today.
an awful lot of demands.
Yep.
No, it's very simple. Gank level 3 from Gragas. Level 4 roam after a shove from Maokai. Level 6 gank onto LeBlanc. LeBlanc roam.
No, I'll make this
That order.
deal. I'll make this deal easier for W. I want you to farm till 25 minutes and make everything explode. That works.
I'm just saying we didn't get the Beyblade Arena.
I'm disappointed with
That's
it too.
what I'm going to
You'll
say.
still get Beyblades. So it's not in. Actually, you know, Kindred's ult works for everyone. Can still be
does.
the arena. Kind of.
I wish Jarvan was in this game, though.
Jarvan got a buff. I'm actually really surprised that China hasn't picked him up.
No one's picked him up, I think.
Yeah, but China loves Jarvan.
Yeah, but it's hard to love Jarvan when Nidalee and Kindred are in the metagame.
Yeah, I agree, but China loves Jarvan.
Well, they do. Not today, though. Bring back PDD.
Sivir's comeback. Counter to Sivir, Jarvan.
I feel awesome.
'Cause you just jump on
Yeah,
it.
no, I get it. Look.
And Vayne is the 1v1 counter to Sivir, and Vayne works really well with Jarvan because obviously Howard Condemn's going to utilize with his wall. I've got this figured out. The Jarvan Vayne comp's coming. I'm
Well,
waiting for
it's
it.
not here this game. We're going to see what happens, though. Let's get into the Rift for game number 2. And onto the riff for game number 3. Set 3. There we go. Let's reset. Game number 2, set 3 between Master 3 and World Elite. M3 now moving out as 5, seeing if they can get some early vision or perhaps a kill down at level 1. World Elite pretty far spread out, so M3 definitely shifting gears here to start off the second game.
They are going to sneak around Fog of War 957, tag him.
Flashes away.
Good flash. 957 likely would have died. In fact,
Oh,
Zawoki's going to try and make it happen.
Hello?
Hello?
Dredge line, though.
2 flashes burnt and an exhaust. Bottom lane for M3 currently has 1
It's
summoner.
fine. They're going to lane swap. Why else would you burn 2 summoners there and make such an aggressive forward play? They do have their lane swap vision placed, but now I think they have to commit on it simply because, like you said, Savoki doesn't have any summoners. If they went into a 2v2, even against an Ezreal Alistar, that's a very easy gank from Condi.
Well, they're actually going back towards the mid lane, so they can choose sort of wherever they want to go. Right now, Ezreal seems like he's also in the central part of the map, so I don't think World Elite have quite decided where they want to send their lanes.
Wow, they are committing to a 2v2.
Yeah.
Condi should just gank him and kill him.
Well, we'll see if he does just that, because he's going to start on top side, so will eventually make his way down towards the bottom. Krugs, though, are going to be started by Pentakill and Savoki. Gromp already started by Zero and Mystic. And now Shie and Raphael will do battle once more, but a very different matchup. Raphael should be able to apply quite a bit more pressure in this particular matchup.
I just disagree with this. We'll see how it plays out. Obviously, a lot of respect given to Savoki and his ability to reposition Braum with W.
Well, we have to see how it does play out, as Yellow is going to be spotted out by this ward as he walks through the bottom side of his jungle. Condi, on the other hand, working on his first buff of the game, trying to take down his red buff. A little bit slow to rotating down in this side of the jungle, but will eventually make his way towards that bottom lane. Then we'll have to see if he's able to capitalize on the summoners down from Pentakill and Savoki. Let's see, and Raphael just trading back and forth in this mid lane. Kind of similar to what we saw between the two in the previous game as well.
A lot of Corkies will try to catch the Phosphorus Bomb on the return distortion from LeBlanc to even out the trade, but Raphael just turns on his Gatling gun. So I like the iteration there.
It works.
Yeah.
Bottom lane, though, Mystic and Zero hanging out. Getting some early farm happening. You can see Pentakill actually trying to keep the wave a little further back, but Mystic's ahead in CS. I think probably because of early level 2. Well, looks like Savoki's still level 1, but should be remedied relatively soon. And here's Condi in that bottom side. Does take his double buffs. Does take the Scuttle Crab. Absolutely ready for a gank bottom lane if he wants to.
But the thing is that there's no gank available because Savoki and Pentakill have done a phenomenal job making sure that the wave is pulled in and not extending forward without that flash.
Yellow, though, going to go ahead and take his blue buff. No early donation here to Raphael. Seems like both junglers are just going to sit pretty and do a whole lot of farming early on.
But both Scuttle Crabs will be taken by Condi. He's moving into River now. This could be a contest. Yep, Yellow's going to have to back off.
He's going to have to back off, but
Here
he
comes
decides he
Maokai.
doesn't want to, as it is going to be XY, that tries to jump down on top of Condi, already losing half of his health, is trying to jump away. XY does get the slowdown, but 957 is going to be able to join this fight. YOLO and XY still aggressively looking for this one. 957 is trying to body block this for his team. He's the one that gets snared up now, takes quite a bit of damage, but MZ will not be able to pick up the kill.
Bottom lane, though, Zero actually getting aggressed on his World Leader, trying to go aggressive, but Zero gets stunned up by the Braum. Mystic threatened there as well, and not a winning trade there for World Elite.
Team WE trying to go aggressive, though, because they know where both junglers are on the top side of the map. YOLO now looking mid. Nope, everyone's going to back off again.
Looking is about all he's going to be able to do to the mid lane.
He was thinking about the flash belly bop, I believed.
Raphael managed to get a little bit of trade back down against Sia, who's been doing a really good job of staying even in terms of health against this LeBlanc. But YOLO is still down in this bottom lane, hiding out inside of a bush. Condi once again making his way towards Rift Scuttler area.
Condi, you cannot be in that river right now. You do not have a mid laner or a top laner.
Or a flash, apparently. It's going to be difficult for him to move out to try and take down these Rift Scuttles or any of the marked targets from Kindred.
Does go back into his own jungle, though, so we'll just take what he can. Ends up back on the safe side of his jungle as Mystic and Zero still trying to play aggressive here. Spellshield for Pentakill, though, is not going to hit onto that Mystic shot, so bit of no extra mana there for the Sivir. As you can see, a pretty nice CS lead actually for Mystic and Zero 2v2. A lot of that to do with the early level 1. Summoners are almost all back up for M3's bottom lane, but early aggression certainly favored the Ezreal lane. despite the fact that it is somewhat of a mismatch.
Yeah, obviously with the Summoners coming back up and more points being expended into Q and to W for PentaQ, he's going to be able to push that lane back up. But good job being conservative with it and keeping it close to home while waiting on that is a bit of a scuffle.
Bit of a scuffle between Raphael and CS here. Does stand his ground and is able to protect his pink ward. Actually gets a decent amount of damage down onto Raphael. But there's not too much happening in that mid lane. No huge CS discrepancies at the moment. But once again, CS being able to freeze the turret, freeze the wave close towards his turret. But this time, it is going to be YOLO that makes his way down towards this bottom lane. Savoki and PentaQ looking for it. Zero is going to get stunned up. The belly bop should come in from YOLO as well. They're going to lock down Zero. He does have his flash available, sorry, but look at this. They're trying to turn this one around. Mystic, Arcane shifting, are really aggressive. PentaQ now is the next target as W looking towards trying to take down the 80k. It's really low. One last sword attack is enough. Mystic will pick up first blood.
Great communication from Team WE right there. Like you said, Zero having his flash, holding that cooldown, trying to bait Masters 3 in as deep as possible while Condi ran down river. And here we go, round 2.
Yep, going to go in for the dive now as Zero, not quite level 6, but far enough forward to try and dive between the two turrets. Doesn't commit though, because M3 smartly back off and do not get themselves caught in that situation. Tower though is going to take some damage as well. It will stay to try and take it down. YOLO's here though. Looks like he'll be able to stop that and clear those waves out. So we'll just reset as Mystic looking to go back to base. Zero as well. As Condi's just going to go to that Scuttle Crab and pick up a mark that just spawned there.
Good timing from Mystic. Obviously picking up the first blood is always going to be a good thing, but also making his background 7 minutes to pick up a tier and a sheen with that extra gold. So this is a very potent and powerful Ezreal. Typically people respect Ezreal as being very weak in the lane phase after first buy because there's no battle stats on tier. But with that first blood, he's got full control of this.
We'll have to see how he is able to use that control he should have in the bottom lane. As M3, their bottom lane rarely has any summoners, it feels like.
I just feel like it's a very simple flowchart. Mystic shot connects, win. Mystic shot hits spell shield, wait a couple of seconds, hit it when spell shield's down because it's like a 22-second cooldown, win. So that's it. That's flowchart.
Always win.
Always
There
win.
is no lose.
No lose.
Oh, they're going to try and keep that win up here as Zero is going to try and jump down onto PentaQ. The mark is going to be popped onto him as well. Kindred wants to try and take down this kill. Got a couple of auto attacks off. It will be Zero that picks this one up, but still a kill for Team WE.
Flowchart, win.
Well, that was different, flowchart. That was, is Kindred in my lane 2v3 and they're overextended? Yes. Okay, good, win.
Is Alistar behind AD carry? Yes, win.
Well, that's also because the only play that Sivir can make now at this point, because she can't duel Ezreal, is going to be to shove Ezreal in and have him fight the creeps. But here we go.
957 and YOLO having a battle, but ulti is there. She is going to come in with the package. YOLO forced to flash out towards those Crocs to try and get to safety. Red buff, though, is going to go over to the Corki. Raphael's here as well, going to try and answer. Damage isn't bad. XY's going to lock him down. Maokai ulti is going to try and keep it uneven, but Zero's actually here to take out Raphael. XY's going to die as well, and the cow swoops in to save his team.
But this is brilliant by Team WE to understand exactly what Master 3 were thinking. So they see that Condi is on the bottom side of the map, so they immediately try to say, okay, if I can't be there for the counter gank, I'm going to invade his red buff. Smartly, Team WE collapse. Zero resets his position on map, and then walks to the red buff.
So we can take a look at that team fight again for Oscar. See, it didn't have to burn his heel in this fight.
And here comes Cow.
Hello.
No, but it's just, again, the primary difference between these two teams is the experience and the veteran players. Masters 3, despite the fact that they are technically a veteran organization, they've been around for a little bit now, formerly known as World Elite Academy. Completely different roster. The most experienced guy on this roster is actually Raphael.
Versus Zero, who's been in, what, one or two one World Championship final,
World Championship,
bunch of other things. Decent player, the old Zero, and nice little boots of mobility roam there to help his team out in that situation. Double buffs actually
Mata.
for Shia, yeah, pretty much full Mata mode. I mean, Mystic's just fine right now. Very self-sufficient AD carry, given that he's gotten ahead on the Ezreal. We'll return to lane right now. Gonna look to continue to apply pressure to PentaQ, and Shia with that package. Going to try and get aggressive with it, perhaps. Raphael, though, knows he has to be afraid of the double buff Corki, who's instead going to go ahead and steal away just the little Raptors there. Take some extra gold for himself. Bottom side still looking good, though. As PentaQ pulling a bit behind us. Yes, he books it. Pretty sure it was running out. But he does use it just to get a bit of extra minion damage down. And Raphael's going to try and go for the all-in, but misses the chain. That's going to be Xie going back in for it. Very nice trade from the Corky. Rocket in the back as well. He's going to find the passive.
Yeah, like you said, it was the big turn of missing the chain right there. Meanwhile, Condi up in the top lane will be spotted by a pink ward.
He will be spotted by a pink ward. XY is going to get locked down for a short amount of time. 957 is going to be able to use the hook. Can't quite slow him down just yet, but it is going to be XY trying to jump on top of Condi. Ultimate's been popped by Nautilus as well. They're going to be able to take down this Maokai. And Condi will pick up that kill.
Too far forward, too much CC to deal with in 957's kit, obviously through the auto attacks. In response, we do see that YOLO is looking for the dive on bottom. I think he's going to back out of it, though, because Xie and Zero know what's up.
Zero's almost coming back up, but Mystic's going to dodge that Brawl multi out of Savoki. Mystic, though, has to be careful not to get CC, but the passive's not quite there. TP going to come back down in bottom side as well, so True Chip Barrage will be blocked by Unbreakable. 957, though, is already here as Pentacu's popped that ulti to try and keep things working. M3, though, going to counter TP now back down to the bottom side, and YOLO is buying so much time to try and look for the opportunity in. But World Elite, 3v4 technically, and they don't even know it, are going to get out. XY just can't quite make his way in.
And the biggest issue is the fact that Raphael completely zoned Xie out on the river. So Corky never able to follow up and be the cavalry that his team needed.
No package available for him either, so can't just jump in forward, but he's going to try and do that just now against Raphael. Actually takes him down incredibly low. You can see the corrupting potion ticking on top of Raphael too. And Sia will be able to continue pushing that mid lane. He's about 30 CS ahead.
Xie gets the last laugh. Zone me out because I can't see you in Fog of War. Ha! Find you on your way back to lane.
Well, Mystic's still farming. Hasn't gone for a shot just yet. Caught him greedy in the last game after all that neutral monster farm. Seems like he's staying as long as possible to get gold, but he's got such a massive CS lead. But whenever he does return to the lane, he should be good to go as far as battling happens. XY, though, mid lane, for whatever reason, trying to deter Xie off this push. Is going to be successful, but Zero's here now as well. Be happy to look for a dive, but lots of members of M3 around that mid lane. As Mystic does go back, he's got the Iceborne Gauntlet now completed. Ezreal getting real big, real fast here in this game.
I'm actually really surprised that Raphael didn't go for Azir now that we look at kind of the LeBlanc Corky matchup. Not that it's terrible, but the thing about Azir is that he does really well into Corky. Obviously, he can outrange pretty much everyone and their mother. And we saw Azir was banned the first time around, but hold on.
They're trying to get another kill into XY up in this top lane. He's going to get locked down. Condi, though,
Spite.
taking a lot of damage from this turret. Does have Lance of Spite. It's going to pop that immediately. XY, he's still going to hook back in. This time it's 957 trying to tank up this turret, but XY a little bit too tanky and Condi a little bit too low. Not going to be able to pick up the turret dive this time.
I think it's a bit overzealous to attempt to dive the Maokai repeatedly. That said, again, YOLO trying to make a play cross-map and just counter anything that Condi puts down. It's now looking towards Dragon.
Yeah, no vision here for World Elite means that YOLO will actually get away with this. He's able to take that Dragon away, and that's going to deny some pretty key stacks away from Condi and his Devourer. First Dragon always nice as well. M3 going to give themselves some bonus stats as Condi's here again. Hook does land though for 957. Ulti out there now. He's going to get juked for a little while longer, but it will follow him all the way around. XY though, able to flash out to safety. 957 though locks it down.
Issue is that the Twisted Advance actually pulled him off of tower aggro. So yes, Nautilus ate a little bit of it at the end, but XY leaving his best friend and his only ally, the tower, there in that exchange.
Was almost able to take down Condi, but look at this. Raphael once again in a world of hurt as Sia lays down the punishment. Every single time Raphael tries to harass this Corky out, YOLO is standing on top of a pink ward and looking to try and put some pressure back on towards this mid lane, which is going to be scouted up by the blue trinket.
Unfortunately, YOLO's just slow to the punch every single time, never in a position to counter gank, tries to make plays happen around the map, and is hit or miss with his success.
Well, going to keep looking, maybe even go for a dive here, but Xie, playing relatively far back. Mystic on his safe side should be okay, does back away, but YOLO, do you have the flash and the cask ready? Could have been an opportunity there. It doesn't quite go in for it as Mystic and Zero continue to bully this bottom lane. Still 20 CS ahead here with a Cole ticking away as well, though both of them have gone for that item here. And look at Mystic being a real jerk, keeping people off creeps.
The biggest issue is as soon as Sivir uses her spell shield against the Mystic shot, especially since she's also against an Alistar, it pretty much means for the entire duration of that cooldown coming back, she can't approach the creeps at all. Either she's going to get hit in the face by an Ezreal Q, which is going to do massive damage now that Iceborne Gauntlet's online, or it gives Zero a free pass to just all in on her.
Taking stock of the game right now, WE are 5,000 gold ahead of M3. It's a sizable gold advantage. We are going to see blue buff almost stolen away by Condi, but it will be YOLO that smites that one away. So just 15 minutes into the game, and W have a nice advantage for themselves. Look at this. Raphael takes a big one to the face. We'll have to run away.
So much pressure being exerted across the map by every single member from Team WE, and it's just allowing Condi so much space to run into YOLO jungle and 1v1 him.
Well, Pentacue does a nice job there, by the way, living and clearing out the creep wave effectively on his own with Braum off to ward. He's going to go back now, though. Does have his Essence Reaver completed. But Condi gets himself to Rift Herald. 14 stacks now on the Devourer, so pretty far the way through. Mystic and Zero, and just going to let this wave crash into the turret. Not interested in maybe trying to take it. This looks like Mystic's got another item to buy here. Still a huge CS lead for him. Savoki's going to clear out what he can. Does cancel no backs, unfortunately, as Zero just gets away in time. And there's the Manamune now done for easy. Mystic only getting stronger and stronger. Really does cooldown boots away from that big springboard that Ezreal likes to jump from.
Yeah, and again, it's Team WE just elongating the lane phase. There's no reason to take the towers. They're already single-handedly winning. They've opened up space for their jungler to continue to win there and invade. So no reason to group up. Like you said, they just want to farm it out, hit that springboard.
Doing a good job of doing that as well. We are now 16 minutes into the game. Dragon is not quite up, so W dancing around that pit just to take this Scuttle Crab down. Condi can't see how many stacks he has on that Devourer, but is trying to look to getting towards Sage. 20 stacks on that Devourer, so slowly getting towards that power spike of the Sage Devourer pickup. We have to see what W decide to do next. 6,000 gold in the lead. Looks like they wanted to try and make a play towards bottom, but in fact, a lot of pings going down towards that lane. YOLO is going to make his way down as well to alleviate some of the pressure that W are putting down there. And still, M3 trying to claw back any way they can.
Blue buff here for Shia as well. Does cause a few problems for Raphael, but Trinity Force has not been picked up yet for Shia, and I have an inkling he's got enough gold for it. He's going to go back for it now. Raphael, though, really wants to cancel that back.
Look how cheeky he is, because he knows. He's just waiting for Raphael. He's like, I dare you.
Well, every time Raphael goes in, does eat some unfavorable trades there from the Corki, because Abyssal Scepter is not quite enough on its own, especially with the minion wave there. Turret in top lane is going to go down as well, as we could have a rumble in the bottom lane. Zero and Condi in position. Dragon up soon as well, so Shie does get to go back, gets himself that Trinity Force. Orderly, very well equipped to fight for the next objective. And there's Shie straight in. Under Raphael, that could be a solo kill. Nice chain flash is going to get LeBlanc out, but Shie has so much pressure at such a key time.
A lot of pressure coming in for Cia. He's 40 CS up ahead of Raphael in this Corki against LeBlanc matchup. WE still putting a lot of pressure down the bottom lane.
We're going to see if this comes back to bite Shie, though, because naturally you want the package closer to the Dragon timer so you can utilize it there. Obviously, he thought that he could get the 1v1. LeBlanc will have plenty of time to reset her position and get back into the mid lane, so they should be fine to contest for this Dragon 5v5.
Ooh, we've got an objective off of it anyway. Actually took mid-tower after pushing him out of lane, so worthwhile use, I'd say, there for Shie, but this Dragon fight maybe not as safe for Waddle, but 40 seconds away until that one.
As long as they have control of the mid lane through the creep wave, they're fine.
Oh, stealing red buff now as well, so things getting better. That one did go to Condi, I believe. Was able to take that one away for himself. And Mystic also applying pressure here. All of a sudden, Wild Elite looking for a second objective. And all of a sudden, it seems like the outer towers are going to fall. And M3, in a lot of ways, just losing slowly in this elongated lane phase. And Wild Elite have done a really good job in every single lane.
Yeah, and no surprise that the towers are beginning to fall now that the Trinity Force and 2-item power spikes are up and online.
Raphael trying to duel out Cia once again. He's actually going to flash aggressively forward. No
Got it.
flash
Oh!
right now. The clone will block the first missile, but the final auto attack from Cia will be enough to take him down.
And he spots out Yellow with another rocket. That was really close. I thought for sure that the decoy was going to save Raphael's life, but good forward flash from Shie.
And look at this damage. YOLO just can't do anything right now. He's got no tank stats currently on the Gragas.
He's so aggressive.
He's just shooting people. Don't worry about it.
But this is what we're talking about, the evolution of Shie from kind of this B-rate player into an A or an S-tier player to be reckoned with. And this is why Team WE have started to really spike up in the standings. Again, you look at this roster, it's a bunch of relatively unknown names in a league that's stacked with so much international talent, and it's been Shie really stepping up and becoming this very aggressive player.
Meanwhile, Condi is going to pick up 5 more stacks for his Devourer, currently sitting at 27, 29 once he takes this Scuttler down.
You are the devour guy.
Yeah. Keeping track, making sure.
Hey, man.
Every game.
He's the stats man. He's got to keep track.
Got to keep track. I mean, you have to
What's
realize
the
Mystic had 3
average?
pancakes this morning, so that was 2 more than what he had the day before.
Did
Gotta
he eat
keep track.
his Wheaties?
No.
Are you sure? Because he's playing like he did.
Certainly is 2-0-1 with a more of
Such an easy
Mortius
setup. And
now
he fumbled.
completed. 2 items for Xie, 2 items for Mystic with a Vamp Scepter in the back pocket, plus those CDR boots, and a relatively tanky 9-5-7 Water Elite. Starting to really throw their weight around with this gold lead, you have to think. They're so far ahead, 21 minutes into this game. Mystic's going to go ahead and take red buff, and we'll see what Water Elite fancy an assault on next, because they can do just about whatever they want, that Baron included.
And that's the big thing, is that they can do whatever they want. They've been in full control of the game. Again, it's a relatively slow pace, but they were the ones who set that. They got the correct power spikes. They elongated the lane phase to make sure they could get them. Now that the map has opened up and they're ready to fight, it's now about where they engineer and manufacture these fights to take place.
It's going to be really difficult for M3 to try and contest any of those fights, either being 10,000 gold behind is a huge deficit to fight back from. And look at this, he's trying to jump onto YOLO now. YOLO's getting melted as Mystic and Condi putting a lot of damage down onto the 2 frontline members of M3. Savoki actually has to flash away to summon a spell burnt. WE pick up another win.
Yeah, but it's just clinical there. They walk into the Baron pit, they take control of the Scuttle Crab, lay down the denial of vision, and then immediately turn onto the Baron now that they've forced the back from Masters 3.
And this Baron damage is absurd from World Elite here. Zero even popped the ulti just to be the tank for the team. That's a teleport coming in from 957, because Zero's ulti is going to wear off. Baron, though, already dead. 957 ports in to zone them away. And that's Baron now picked up. YOLO, though, going to get locked up by the depth charge of Nautilus. Karski's not quite enough to disengage, but the dredge line will not land either. Mystic, though, on point with his shots. 957's going to flash in. Pops the Kindred ulti, because why not? And that's going to be a kill.
Yeah, the Lamb's Respite for style right there. But this is just, I hate to use the word clinical again, but it's just a clinical demonstration from Team WE. They're in full control. They know exactly where they want to be. We talked about where they're going to engineer the fight. The Denial of Vision went down on the Baron pit. They had the Eye of the Equinox versus just the Sight Stone. So they have advantage for Vision Denial there with their upgraded Sight Stone. Just easy.
That was a good fight from Team WE, and they've gone back to base, picked up their items here. More Mortius completed for Xie. And we are going to see a QSS being picked up by Mystic as well. A lot of items being picked up by WE. They're looking to try and take this next objective, and it looks like they're grouping up towards the mid lane to do just that. Raphael in a little bit of trouble, takes a lot of damage once again from Xie. Haven't seen that before in this game. They're going to be able to take down the inner turret in the mid lane for that. 957 is going to be able to, not 957, XY. He's going to be stuck underneath this turret, take a lot of damage, and just gets punted back into WE.
I think he was lost.
Yeah, maybe. Wasn't a teleport flank, thankfully, but
Who needs a map?
a flank that goes awry nonetheless. As World Elite continuing to really charge forward in this game. They're, what, 13,000 gold ahead at this point?
I mean, at this point, the only thing Masters 3 can do is they can try to stall out the Baron. And how they go about doing that is sending Sivir into a lane and just pushing it as quickly as possible underneath WE moving around on these outer objectives. They want to at least keep their inhib towers up and try to drag this game out onto a second Baron for best.
And other than the one dragon that M3 have picked up, it has been a perfect game for Team WE so far. They're looking to try and keep it that way, only giving that single objective on over to M3. We'll have to see if they can continue that throughout the rest of these fights. They're looking to try and pick a fight at this inhibitor turret. In fact, LeBlanc is nowhere close to try and contest this. Doesn't have a teleport either. Raphael is just split pushing up with the top lane. This keeps up. That turret will eventually fall.
Well, they are going to go in for it. Zero actually moves in onto YOLO, and that's going to be a kill there as Condi takes him out. Xie straight into the back with the package. Gets exhausted, but is continuing to fire away. There's a kill onto Brahma's. Pentakill has to flash the Ezreal ulti just to get out alive. Turret's going to fall. XY's going to die with it. And a 3-0 clean win there for World Elite could be game.
So the reason why Raphael was top lane is he was doing what we said. He was pushing away forward, so that way Team WE wouldn't be able or would have to move their Baron around, as they're not going to chase down Pentakill and probably in the game here.
He's going to get exhausted and demolished by the rest of WE.
But the issue with that is you need to respect your team enough that they would be able to disengage the 4v5. Team WE see that Raphael is creating a pressure point on the map. They immediately pull the trigger, dive, and take the inhib.
Oh, with Pentakill getting taken down, it's taking WE quite some time to try and end this game. They're going to be able to lock down Savoki as soon as he comes back from his respawn. They're looking towards the second Nexus turret. Gragas is desperately trying to keep them away from that, but they just walk casually back towards it. Now onto the Nexus, and WE will be able to pick up this series.
Are going to take it. Lancer Spike's going to have one last team fight. M3 trying to make something happen here towards the very end of the game. Condi, though, going to get himself another kill. Raphael trying to take out Shie, but Shie will not be stopped. World Elite going to 2-0 M3 in under about 50 minutes, I thought. Really solid series from the squad.
In the end, though, Masters 3 make sure that it's not a perfect game, and they pick up 2 kills on the back half.
Well, better than nothing, certainly, as World Elite look on fire today. M3 couldn't quite get it all together. But World Elite, wow, a performance they probably expected to have, but you need to show up on the day when it counts. Today, World Elite do show up.
No, this really does matter. Again, we expect them to beat Masters 3. They're ahead of them in the standings, but to beat them that cleanly in a macro-oriented style as opposed to, taking a QG approach and just trying to smash someone with brute force mechanics, that's important.
And we talked a lot about how WE are one of the teams in the LPL that feel like they're rebuilding, regrouping, and restructuring how they play League of Legends. That was, as Frostquins mentioned, a clinical game for them and shows what promise there is to come from this team.
Well, they'll take a bow in those very fancy tracksuit pants and then go backstage and rest for the rest of the weekend because that's our last game of the night. But what a way to end it there for World Elite. Excellent play finishing things off there. I have to say, though, I'm going to talk about Mystic a little bit because watching him in a lane swap versus standard lanes is very different. I don't know if it's Zero that's necessarily causing all of the ruckus, but he falls behind in the lane swap, and then as soon as they get back into a 2v2, he's just back being aggressive.
No, and we talked about how, Team WE look like old school World Elite and how they're stalling out games and prioritizing farm for the AD carry. And Mystic has definitely stepped up on kind of those pseudo Wei Xiao shoes. And, Fish, you mentioned it, they're rebuilding. This is the first time that Team WE have rebuilt in years.
Yep, and you can see the results of the day here. 2-1 for LGD over EPA after an excellent game 1 for EPA. LGD's shakiness, though, did not stop them as they were able to take the series. Snake with a surprising 2-0 versus Xiao Gu as our top of the table clash resulted in a Snake clean sweep. And then World Elite sweeping M3 for our final best of 3 there. Again, pretty fun week of League of Legends, but that last one especially, World Elite looking so good.
It's been a really crazy up and down week for the LPL.
Yeah,
QG losing
fun.
to LGD and
LGD
Snake.
winning general things. We're going to have the standings now because QG now starting to drop a few more series. It's 10-3 for QG. World Elite at 9-4 as we take a look at our matchups coming up next week. Thursday, March 31st, EPA versus Xiao Gu to start things off there with M3 taking on Snake. We've got plenty more coming up after that, but that's how we're going to start things up on Thursday. But like you said, it's been such an interesting week out of the LPL. Only 2 weeks left now before playoffs, and these games are just getting so important.
This is the true playoff run, and effectively we've had the elite teams kind of falter in the mid-tier or the middle of the pack really step up. Teams like Snake, like Team WE, Invictus Gaming starting to falter. EEG, the fact that we have to call them a mid-tier team because they've been doing so poorly in Group B, everyone's starting to kind of rise back to the top.
They sure are, and it looked like for a small amount of time that almost anyone in Group A could make that playoff run. But now they've really started to differentiate who are the top 4 and who are the bottom 2 teams. M3 EPA kind of stuck down at the bottom. They're going to need a miracle run to get back into playoff contention.
And look, even those teams, to be honest, probably not making it at this point because mathematically it's just so difficult, if not approaching impossible. But they can really mess things up because we've seen EPA recently. They have taken very good teams to the limit.
Yep. Yeah, Seoul looked fantastic tonight. It effectively comes down to LGD at this point. Like, if you're looking at Group A, it's can LGD actually scrape into the playoffs with their last... They keep doing this.
That's what I was going to say. Of course they keep doing it. Have you ever seen LGD in a split of the LPL? This is the only way they know how to play League of Legends.
They just... I don't even know if they're just, vacationing for the first, 8 weeks in the LPL. Like, oh, guys, we got to make playoffs, remember? Or they just like to, tie one hand behind their back and then go through a gauntlet.
Weight training, maybe. I don't know.
Go full Goku.
Well, I mean, it worked for the regular LPL season. Doesn't work for international events, apparently. So not too sure. We're going to have a look at the MVP, though, from our last game. It was Share on the corky.
Keep your dreams alive.
Yep, dreams definitely alive for World Elite, though. 5-0 and 6 there for Condi. Another big corky game.
I feel like he deserves that MVP in this matchup. He did a phenomenal
Didn't
performance
get it in
against
game
Raphael.
1, so I guess he gets it this time.
Yeah. And he was just so dominant in that mid lane. And this time it wasn't even an isolated lane either. There was no lane swaps coming in from these two teams. So he had pressure from the jungle. And Yola was there quite a few times as well. But he was able to put up a phenomenal performance.
Well, here's Zero's highlight, but Shea did play it very well.
The scary thing about Shea, naturally, though, is that he's not just like a one-trick anymore. Like,
Not
he was
anymore.
known as the Diana teleport player alongside Wayless and kind of being primarily an assassin player, but picking up Corki and showing such prominent control over wave control or wave manipulation mid laners, like, dual threat, especially as we move back into Azir.
Yeah, definitely something that, it's good to see him really mix it up. He's definitely a player that is just getting better and better, and that's World Elite, honestly, to me. Some strong veterans, a good rebuild. Condi's playing well, Mystic's playing well, Shie's playing well. 957, he's the new guy. He's actually having a pretty exceptional start to his season. World Elite are, what, second in their group right now? They're very close to making playoffs, if not guaranteed at this point. What do we think these teams' playoff chances might be? Because they're actually looking surprisingly threatening.
For WE?
Yeah.
Well,
not to make it. Once they're there, how do you think they'll look?
they are literally a single game behind Chalgu.
Irrelevant. The thing about Team WE is you have to look at the teams that they've lost to. They've lost to, again, QG, Snake, EDG, and Vici. So teams with very strong macro play. And yes, we did see a phenomenal macro performance from Team WE in the last game, but it was against Masters 3, and Masters 3 were just kind of straggling. Will that continue to be as crisp and clean against teams who are just as advanced in their shot calling, if not more into their macro play? Because there's a very clear weakness to the teams that Team WE lose to. So going into playoffs, a little bit scary.
And I'm honestly excited actually to see how WE are going to tighten up that macro play when they play against those teams once again, especially since they will be going into the playoffs. I would really, really like to see if they can tighten that up or if it has changed since they played them last. Because right now, WE looks solid.
I mean, the other worry maybe is just that they have good players, but how good are these players actually? The other thing that they have in common with the teams that they have lost to, they have really good players in some of their lanes. And I think Mystic, Shea, they are good players, but even Condi, like, the players you're playing against in a lot of those matches is not just the macro play that's getting you.
Dandy,
These players are straight up just better than you.
MLXG.
Yeah. So, like, you'll be tested as World Elite, and that's probably the thing they're looking for is they really need to show how good they are. They'll get a chance when playoffs rolls around, assuming they make it. Yes, they're looking strong now, but the real test is coming.
They've been sheltered in their group. And, we always talk about kind of like who's the stronger group, Group B or Group A. But I think it's very definitively easy to say Group B has the superior players in it. It has far more all-stars in that group. Whereas Group A is kind of more of like the teams team. Teams that are really have crazy synergy, good cohesion, a clear identity. You've got Snake, QG, Team WE all in that group. So, like you said, kind of pound for pound individual talent, will they be able to cut it? Because they haven't been tested by Group A.
And it's also something I'm really excited to see for players for WE once again. It's because we talk about how WE is a really, really strong team. A lot of times they're able to facilitate and cater to the needs that the team have in every specific game. But right now, you look at Condi, you look at Sia, look at Mystic, they're people that are stepping up as hard carries. 957 and 0 having phenomenal performance as well. They almost look like star players themselves.
Well, the LPL is only getting better here in week 8, but unfortunately, we are done for the week and the evening. It's been so much fun. But on behalf of myself, our casters, our entire live production crew, you guys have been awesome at home. For now, we are done, but good night.
I swear to God, I will hold you my
And welcome everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. It is week 8, day number 4. As we're going to round out our third last week of the LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Joining me today on the desk is Matthew Fish, Stewart, and Zach Rusty Pie. Boys, it's been an awesome week so far. What have we found we've enjoyed so far?
There's been some crazy upsets. There's been some crazy action, to say the least. To me personally, I am just happy to see that EDG showed up this week and they gave it to the team that beat them first time around in Victus Gaming.
What about you, Fish? What have you enjoyed? Been some pretty crazy moments?
Pentakill comeback last night. That was probably the most crazy moment of this week. I absolutely enjoyed it.
Full Name mode was achieved once again. Feels like the man never really left his 2014 form. It was good to see Name playing back at his peak. To be fair, though, there's a lot of different stories from this weekend. Again, we've been talking so much about how the groups are finally starting to disseminate and break up a bit. Even in Group A, which at one point was a landslide almost for first and second. A very important week here, to be honest, gentlemen. And the top teams are finally starting to lose games.
Yeah, it's a very important week and a very important day to me because this is Group A. This is where the most movement can actually occur. And yes, Group B is close. There's a lot of good teams. But there are so many upsets available to Group A that you just have no idea what's going to happen. It's pretty outlandish.
Things are just really close between these two groups. And the final game of, the second. Was it the final game or the second? It was the final game of last night.
There we go.
All the way till the final team fight, it almost looked like VETV were going to be in the position to clinch playoffs for themselves if they were able to play perfectly throughout the remainder of their games. And it was down to that final team fight, and now they're just out of playoff contention once again. It's not in their hands to take it. They're going to have to get a few teams ahead of them to drop those games, but it is looking really close in these two groups now.
It really is, and I guess we're not quite there yet, but Rusty, I do want to ask you a quick something about Xiaogu, because that's a team that's definitely been on top of their group, and the LPL, it feels like, all season long, finally picking up some losses, and of all teams to lose to, we'll get to see them today.
Just makes sense. In the weirdest way possible, the team that could be number one somehow losing to LGD, who beat them last split around in the actual finals. And beating QG is what sent LGD to Worlds. Rest in peace, Worlds 2015 for LPL. But they did it again. It just seems to make too much sense. And yes, unfortunately for QG, they had to fall to that team. But that's actually a really good sign because that's what LGD is capable of.
Yep, certainly a team that looks dangerous when they make charges towards the playoffs. But what about the other side there? I mean, LGD just looking awesome, like Xiaogu falling. I'm sure they'll be fine. They're still very close to the top. They will play today. Later on, we'll see how they go. But LGD have to be feeling like, hang on a second, we finally got it together again. They're always a team. It's so funny. They're always a team that's supposed to make charges late during playoffs. And 2-3 weeks out of playoffs, look who's creeping back into the mix.
It's almost like
LGD.
a slingshot. You know, like they're just being pulled down. They're charging to get as far up as they can. They rock it up. And they rock it back down to nowhere, and then they somehow bounce back up again on the rebound. So who knows with LGD?
LGD's like the resident sleeper of Group A right now. You know, they were just quietly standing below everyone else, and now they're suddenly in playoff contention once again with all the games in their hands, and they look really good. I was truly impressed by the top side of their map's performance, especially from Marin up in the top lane, especially from Amy in the jungle as well. I'm hoping we can see a similar performance today when they play.
All right, so we know from the LGD fans, you know what, we'll look at it later, because here are our current standings for Group A. Xiaogu still on top at 10-2, despite the loss earlier in the week. World Elite sitting at second. Snake there in third, starting to break up a bit more space, but there they are. LGD now 4-8, sneaking their way into playoff contention for now. We'll see if that changes as we look over to Group B. Royal never give up, still on top after sustaining more losses themselves, but EDG powering through the pack with IG and OMG rounding out the third and fourth spot. Again, it was only a week ago where it felt like Group B, was the only close group. Now it feels like Group A is awfully close as well. And I have to think, you know, only 4 teams from each group can go into playoffs 2 weeks away effectively with 1 day to play today before we hit it. How are we feeling about the groups in general, gentlemen? Because playoffs could be anything at this point.
That's the scary thing, right? Is we just have no idea where this could actually go to. I think Group B as well, they're not playing anymore this week, I believe. They played all of their games yesterday. Look how close that group is. There's actually like 3 points between first and fifth in a 6-person group. That says a lot. And Group A, World Elite, the Creepers that have slowly made their way up to second, are only 2 points off now.
Yep, it's definitely going to be coming down to the final games or the final week as well in the LPL. It looks really close between all these teams, and I'm going to be excited to see who are the 8 that make it into playoffs.
Well, couldn't have it any better moving into the later stages of the season, but we're not done yet. And as I said, before we get into today's matches, let's have a bit more of a chat about LGD, because LGD fans, I know you're out there at home, it must have been tough as far as season goes here for LGD. So my question is, because every LGD game's kind of the same, right? You're like, okay, I'm just not going to have any expectations. I'll be happy when they win. I'll be sad when they lose. And then I'll sort of move it around from then. My question to you blokes is, How many games does it take for us to be convinced that LGD are back?
I've thought about this, and I can't answer it because every time you feel like they're doing well, we came into Worlds last year as the best example. It's like, this is the year of LGD. They're actually going to show up. They're going to win Worlds. We were so excited, and the exact opposite happened. That was like the epitome of I have too much faith in a team that lets me down. If they start winning again this split, doesn't matter until they win. The whole thing.
Okay.
Does a week matter?
That's precisely it. It doesn't really matter until they actually win the entire LPL. I think that's going to be the only moment where LG are like, okay, they're back again. But even when they win, and if they win the LPL, it's still going to be like, look, wherever you're going next, you better be careful, okay?
There's a baseline, right? So, like, if they win every single game for 3 weeks, then yeah. Like, LGD, they've shown consistency. They haven't won my faith, but they've shown consistency, and it is an improvement because all this team was missing, all LGD was actually missing, was synergy as a roster. They've got a star-studded team. They just needed to put it all together and mesh, and they actually did make it work against QG.
Yeah, it certainly seems like it's not just a team full of strong laners anymore, but that's a worry, honestly, for the LPL as a whole, but so much great fun to watch because when the skill ceiling is this high, the players are this good, it's so hard to say what's going to happen. And today is probably no less as we're going to round out our final day, but a very exciting time for LPL fans because there's just so much going on. I guess the other maybe story to look at is Royal. They're the other top team. We know Xiaogu started dropping games. We'll see them play later today in our second match. And I guess we'll see how they're looking against Snake later on. But Royal, again, a team that's starting to look shaky. And when the other top teams are growing, I look at EDG and even LGD for that sort of growth that they've showed late into the season. I feel like RNG, they were really good at one thing, and then they kind of don't have any other things left.
Yeah, and that's a genuine concern, is like, what do they actually bring to the table other than maybe just aggressive invading as a duo? Maybe it's a linear strategy that they have they need to expand on. I think, honestly, it just involves incorporating more lanes, looking to win through standard play and just actually closing out games effectively, play the map less than the people you're against.
Well, we'll have a look here at EPA because we are going to start in our first match. Their lineup, Gimgoon, Crisis, Republic, Moon, and Soul are their 5 players to kick things off, so not too many changes there. We'll start in the top side. Gimgoon, most impressive Korean top laner, particularly on the Poppy.
Yeah, he's actually a prolific Poppy player. It's his most played champion, so showed a lot of strength on that, and we've actually seen Marin use it to great effect as well, so it could be contentious.
Well, there's Crisis, though, their jungler. Been up and down, mostly down, unfortunately, for EPA, but definitely someone that can threaten from that position.
These are the 2 players that are going to be watching out for this match against LGD. The top laner and the jungler. I think they have to take the game to LGD, and it's going to be those 2 to watch out for.
Well, there's Rock Solid Republic there with plenty of Corky games in his mid lane. We'll see what he can get done today, as we'll have a look now at the EPA bottom lane. Moon, their AD carry. Again, it feels like a lot of the lower tier teams here in the LPL have very similar stories with their bottom lane. Very solid, reasonably strong players, but maybe not stand out yet. As Soul actually will be our new player stepping into the support role today.
Rest in peace, Jay-Z.
Aww.
He will be missed. I was so excited. But Soul, the newcomer, I guess, to the team, no information available, as you can see. See how he goes.
Now I'm just sad.
It's even a different shade of color on the banner.
It's clearly a new photo they've taken. Let's have a look over at the LGD lineup. Can't imagine there's changes today because it feels like these 5 have finally gotten their act together and starting to play much more as a team. The promise was always there.
Don't you curse it,
for the lineup. Much like
it.
2015 OMG. We'll see if they can live up to a lot of the hype that was around this team. But yeah, the LGD curse is very real. A team is very streaky at certain points, but we'll have a look at their team profile now. Look at all those handsome boys. But unfortunately, only 5 of them get to play, despite 12 of them being in the picture. And it will be the 5 we expect. Marin, Amy, Wayless, Imp, and PYL. No more revolving door of junglers.
If there's one thing we know about LGD pastry time, it's that come playoffs time, they magically just get this zest and they just start showing up. And as we get closer to it, that consistency is proving strong.
There is Marin, of course, World's 2015 MVP and rock-solid top laner who's been looking very threatening in the last few weeks. Amy, though, in my opinion, is the big change in this team. He was always a strong jungler, had super up and down performances all season long. Feels like his last few games, he's really come back into his own. And this man's kind of back as well. Wayless, a player that the team probably looks best when he's playing well.
Yeah.
Feels like he's finally pulled those carry pants back up.
And he feels like an emotional player as well. So it's very good to see LGD performing around their mid laner, who's also stepping up to the plate. Actually, Nautilus, his Nautilus OG player in Doinby last time around.
Well, there's Imp, of course. Actually, a player who's been quite consistent this season, despite the results of LGD as a whole. And there's PYL. been playing much better, I think, with Imp as well. And if you think about Wayless as maybe the emotional center of the team as far as barometers go, PYL is definitely the guy that's always calling the shots and making sure the team is playing well together. So a lot of their success and failure has to be riding on PYL's shoulders. He's the general captain shot caller. Imp's already talked about it. He wanted to go to this team to play with him. Feels like PYL's team is finally becoming PYL's team again.
Absolutely is. And that's the funny thing, right, is as emotional as Wayless is, PYL being the shot caller is actually just as emotional, and that's the danger point that LGD have definitely been showing. Maybe the shot calling hasn't been on point. Maybe the jungler hasn't been working with the support well enough because you concede yourself in situations where you've lost lane. And honestly, it's now working around this situation where PYL, he still has to protect Imp, but LGD are all protecting Imp, but they're using him as bait before they protect him. That's their strategy now, just let him get caught and win a team fight.
It really feels like PYL is the mold of the team right now. You have all these superstar, amazing talents. You have Marin, who LGD took from the World Champions last year. You have Imp, one of the best AD carries in the world as well. And you're gluing all these people together. And it seems like PYL is the one that is keeping them in control and making sure they know what they're going to do instead of just being solo queue superstars.
I mean, we've seen that honestly taken to the logical extreme in some of the matches when they started winning. I fondly remember, and I say fondly in full seriousness, the basically 4 carries and a bard. That was the team comp they went with. And honestly, PYL made it work.
It was the 5 fingers team. Yeah. Every team that you see, like every team comp is defined as like a hand, like a fist, that you come together and you team fight, right? Whereas the strategy that LGD had was like 5 separate fingers that just like go off in random directions. And it's like cause chaos, catch people out, win 1v1s in 5 different spots and win the game. And for some reason, that actually worked.
Well, it was definitely the start of their success, and it's nice to see LGD sort of branch out now and play a little bit more around their star players like Imp and Wayless and Marin all really step up to the plate. I guess my question is, if LGD have evolved beyond strong laning, what do we expect to see from them today? Because EPA are a team that if nothing else, we can look at their laning and say these guys know what they're doing in the early stages of the game. And despite recent success for LGD, there is still a threat here for this team. They may be 4th right now, but they actually need to keep the hype sort of going.
Yeah, they're actually notoriously good at playing EPA up until about 20 to 30 minutes, and that's where they really do start to drop off. That's where shot calling is important, so you do look at PYL and hope that he's not going to be overly emotional, not going to lose lane, anything like that where EPA can pressure them out. I think that EPA are definitely still a threat, though.
They definitely are, and being a team coming from the LSPL as well, they're really, really strong in that laning phase. It's going to be EPA's game to take if they can do well during that laning phase. They really, really have to capitalize on that against LGD. And if they can do just that, then we'll have a game on our hands.
Well, we're going to start things off here in game number 1. As we'll see what happens in game 1's draft. Just to let you know, LGD did lose a ban because they talked during a pause last time these two played in a best of 3. So that carries over to this second series here. LGD only 2 bans today, as you can see, choosing to ban nothing. That's not a mistake. That is a penalty imposed upon them today, but they'll still get 2 bans, as an EPA have actually gotten through 2 bans of themselves already. Nautilus and Nidalee will be the first 2 bans, as Poppy is LGD's first overall ban of the 2 they'll get this game.
And it won't surprise me if from here on out we start seeing Poppy and Nautilus bans with every single drafting phase, because they're the 2 champions that have really popped up to be contentious in top lane picks. They've got mid lane Nautilus now being thrown into the mix, and even support if you have to flex it as well, similar to that of the Trundle. But being able to even flex it mid and diffuse what is, I guess, a league full of heavy carries in mid lane is a big deal.
And it kind of feels like how picks and bans have been going for majority of this season as well. A lot of teams opt to pick up flex picks very early on, and when you have a champion that can be played in the top lane, mid lane as a support, who knows, you could chuck him in the jungle if you like to as well. It's really dangerous to leave him open.
Certainly is. So smart ban away there from EPA, as Braum will actually be the final ban. Another champion. It's getting towards early 2016 All-Star status almost.
Yeah.
Just been banned away so much in recent games. LGD, though, 5 seconds left for their final ban. See what they decide on here. Again, they only got 2, and it is going to be Callista banned away from EPA.
Callista is the ban. Lulu.
Yep.
One of the things that you have to discuss is definitely available. There's also the options of Gragas as a first pick, just one of the stronger champions you'll see. And it wouldn't be a surprise.
Well, there's Gragas, so no surprises there to start things off. Strong champion in the hands of both Crisis and Amy, and a very strong jungler overall. So LGD likely expecting that. Will take 2 picks for themselves. Alistar's going to be locked in, and there's the Sivir So presume bottom lane there for LGD, a really strong start to their draft.
Yeah, and I think the funny thing to me as well is Alistar is considered like a second-rate Braum to an extent at the moment, but Alistar is still well and truly strong. The thing about Siva is that she's self-sufficient with the spell shield. Very hard to actually engage on her, so Alistar's got a lot more merit in laning phase, where it's usually difficult.
Well, PWL definitely shown us he knows how to play the alley, as EPA are actually done with their second and third picks. Trundle and Lucian will be the selections. EPA actually drafting pretty quickly here. Seems like both teams, at least for game one, have a pretty set plan here. Although Wayless going to slow things down just a bit as LGD consider their next two picks.
Yeah, Wayless, one of the deeper pockets of all mid laners in the LPL, so would actually be surprising if they lock in a mid laner in this rotation, given that they are red side and they could last pick that champion for Wayless. Just shows where they want to put their emphasis towards when it comes to drafting, and that seems like Marin above all else.
And they've already locked in Kindred, so they picked up one of the S-tier junglers to say on the side of LGD, and they're going to go with Corki as their pickup. That should be going into mid lane, as we always Siva picked up as an AD carry for IP. Like Rusty said, looks like they're saving their final pick for Marin up in the top lane.
Well, it's probably Trundle, but could, I guess, be swapped away depending on what EPA wants to do. I guess we've seen Gragas top lane recently as well, so EPA going to have to show a little bit more here. LGD are going to bide their time and give Marin the counter pick there in top side.
Flexes everywhere.
Yeah.
But not a role to see.
Well, EPA maybe just going to finish off their draft here. It looks like mid and jungle are their last few picks, so Flex City indeed. But we'll see if they lock these ones in.
Well, Graves can top lane, so we don't know between Gragas and Graves which one's going where. That would indicate, however, Trundle would be supporting. So, you know what? Let's just let it happen. And
Hey, Gragas support, man.
I'm not going to advocate this any further until I see it, okay?
Well, Azir and Graves are the picks, so still a bit of ambiguity there for EPA as LGD considering their final pick. Here you can see Amy pretty rapidly talking to his teammates, though, as the LGD analysts and players make sure they lock down this final pick. Probably not Talon.
We will be getting it once, though.
LGD love to have fun with this hover.
I think they have agreed to play it once. I don't know when.
Have they played EDG? Yeah, they have. I think they've played them every time they will this season, so that would have been the best place to play it.
Unfortunately.
Not an option here. As LGD, I think, might last pick a tank. That was sort of what I was thinking, but it's like, if you're going to last pick a tank, why not pick it late? I guess they really wanted Corki.
Well, they just needed to see who they were up against in the top lane. I think Maokai would make a lot more sense than Na, just given the consistent tankiness that a Maokai has, whereas Na is a bit hit and miss with the mini mega forms, but Na would be much more all in on the sieging, having range to him, whereas this is keeping your big carries alive.
And this is Maokai. We've seen him pop up so often in recent weeks. It almost feels like we're going full circle from last year. Marin, though, an exceptional Maokai player. And the champion, super solid, especially when you get those teleports involved. So LGD, a nice strong draft. You can see where the carries are. Got lots of threats there in the center of their map. And then decent core sort of protect all that with the Maokai Alistar as well. But I'm curious what you guys think of the draft as we have now finished it.
I'm just surprised Lulu wasn't contested at all between these two teams. That's normally one of the picks that teams would try to fight around as very first pick worthy as well. Didn't show up at all during this draft.
Rip Lulu.
Definitely a big rip to Lulu. It is surprising, I will agree, to see no Lulu at all. But in saying that, I think LGD's composition makes a lot more sense with a Corki than that of a Lulu. Based off what they
I
want to
just
do.
love that we have 10 champions and 580 carries. That's the real thing I enjoy.
I mean, Trundle has a hard time killing all the tanks that don't exist sometimes if there's 580 carries there. PWL and Marin should do nicely, though. Gimgoon means he can burst the crap out of a lot of people on this Graves, and as can Republic, who I will say is a mid to long-ranged champion or player against the Siva Kindred. It's easy to hit.
Well, could be, but we'll have to see how it goes as we're going to get ourselves onto the Rift for game number 1. And here we are under Summoner's Rift for the first time this evening, and unfortunately, the last day of this particular week. It's been 3 days so far of LPL action. We had a dramatic ending to last night, and it's been pretty awesome matches all week long. So we'll see how weekend ends here as we kick things off with LGD and EPA. Going to do battle in game one of our first best of 3. LGD going to start off strong straight into the enemy jungle. So have a little peek into the Keystone Masteries.
We call this the Alistar strategy, Pastry Time. You know what the strategy is? I'm Alistar invade. That's literally it. Competitive thing, you know, you don't often see this.
Look at Crisis too. Oh, it's a shot for his trouble. Amy, I don't think liked that particular taunt.
He danced back.
After shooting him, sure.
Amazing. Amazing stuff.
LGD, though, just going to get some surveillance vision down and then go back towards their own side of the map. So it could indicate a lane swap. Right now, Imp is on the top side of the map, but maybe considering a recall.
So Soul on this Trundle as well didn't go for Grasp of the Undying. He actually goes for Bond of Stone, and that is, I'm going to say, questionable, because you're up against a lane that will probably try to trade with you. They'll try and poke you down, and instead of having sustain and giving Trundle what is actually relevance in lane, because you can aggressively look to position yourself and trade with people, you're now going Bond of Stone, which is keep Moon healthier by taking less damage, I guess, between the two of you, but trading's not as good. You'll lose more health.
We'll have to see how that damage reduction helps them out, or gives them a disadvantage. Well, helps them scale maybe in later parts of this game. So we're going to take a look at where the laners are actually going to head to. Both EPA and LGD are going to send their bot lane duo into the top side of the map, and each one of them taking a jungle camp at level 1. Kindred is going to be starting on her red buff, so top side of the map, whereas Gragas did start at the Krugs. So we'll be starting on the bottom side of the map as well.
Right now, though, we do have a 2v2 lane, so Imp will actually go into battle against Moon and Soul. We'll have just upside-down standard lanes.
Which great names, by the way.
Yeah.
Moon and Soul together is actually wonderful. I think, to be fair, EPA's top laner might be doing well. This is the actual issue. It seems like they wanted to hide this.
Well, EPA taking a bit of damage here. It's going to be Amy that's going to try and gank, get an early gank off against EPA. Gets exhausted immediately. Exhaust will go down onto Moon. It's just blowing a couple of summoner spells and punishing the aggression coming for EPA. They're not done. They try to turn that one around. Soul taking a little bit more harass.
Yeah, they try and trade, but almost force themselves to recall. Thankfully, they still had their potions available. That is a big advantage, though, for LGD's duo lane in the Australian setup. I'm going to keep calling them top lane. Very infuriating sometimes.
Well, Sol and PYL actually going to meet again. Moon's also here, but there's the pulverize happen. Headbutts him over the ledge. Now has to flash out of the way. Crisis moves in for first blood as Sol's able to pick that up. Amy, he'll flash himself out to safety, but too aggressive there from LGD.
Way too aggressive. PYL deep warding. Imp not there because he was keeping the lane frozen. No longer able to keep that frozen. In fact, is being threatened for a dive, perhaps? Unlikely. But still, that's a first blood.
First blood going on over towards EPA. Very strong team in the early stage of the game. No surprise from them. As we take a look back down at the bottom line, Gimgoon putting on some work against Marin here, already forcing him to recall. And Marin doesn't have his teleport available. Did use it earlier to get down into the bottom lane after helping Kindred on the top side of the map.
Yeah, both teams actually were looking to lane swap, and that favored EPA massively because of how the top lane and jungle setup was. Because EPA were top lane, they were able to give Alicia, he was going to solo the camp rather, and Gimgoon just goes straight to lane. Worked out well, surprisingly.
Marin actually going to go back now. So EPA will just continue laning for a bit longer. I guess the good news for LGD is that Imp is very far ahead in CS, despite the fact that his support and jungler went a little too deep on his side of the map. Marin, though, is actually staying for quite a while longer. Looks like passive's keeping him up as PYL visits the mid lane, headbutts Republic, and stops the recall.
Always relevant. I think it's the best way to describe Alistar. PYL, even though he gets first blooded, gets caught out of position trying to deep ward. As is custom, even with his jungler there, still managed to find a way to get himself caught. Does come back in and just be annoying.
What honestly. A grand adventure this is. Oh, they're lane swapped. That's why.
Yeah, LGD sending their bot lane duo down back into the bot lane. So PYL and Imp will be there to farm this one out and try and zone out Gimgoon a little bit, who's already running away from this wave. EPA, on the other hand, up at the top side of the map, are trying to shove this wave in towards the tower. Marin has finally collapsed on towards this wave and will be able to farm it up slightly.
I mean, there could be an argument said that they were trying to play towards Amy's passive stack side of the map, but that'd be unrealistic. I think they actually just want to accelerate the map further by actually starting to hard push down turrets. I think they got what they wanted from that lane start, and they actually want to avoid what seems like the Lucian lane.
Taking a snock of the items really quickly as well after we see the lane sorts coming in. Both the AD carries pick up a cull, so no surprise to them after their early backs. But in the mid lane, Wayless has picked up one for himself as well. So Corky going to be looking to farm up and try and get that extra goal from the cull as well.
It just means he was getting poked out by Azir to the point where you'd need a second defensive early game item. But instead of going for a second Dorans, you always go for the cull. Makes a lot of sense here from Wayless. Unfortunately for him, it does mean that he needed to go for it.
Well, you can see EPA grouping up now topside. 3 strong. 4 strong, actually, as Crisis joins in as well. He's going to start proxying that wave. And EPA are going to fast push it down. But Imp doing plenty of work with a bit of help from PYL. Also, should mean that these towers are just going to get traded. EPA do take a tower hit there onto Gimgoon because the wave's not quite in the right position, but he should be able to get those creeps down, deny off a couple, and then take the gold for himself. So kind of a weird lane swap, but effectively a lot of what we've started seeing in recent games, as Imp's going to deny off some creeps there as well.
Yeah, I guess a very quirky version of the standard lane swap. This is definitely not a standard one, but this is as close as we're going to get given how the lanes actually started out. I think both teams potentially looking for it confused each other into this situation they're in now. I think the major difference, though, is that Gimgoon got the solo gold on the tower. He got the solo experience as well. Got left alone in that top lane for an extended period of time, whereas Imp was the recipient of gold for the bottom turret that they took. And just goes to show where the emphasis actually is for these teams.
We'll have to see how these lane swaps pan out eventually as well. Now it's going to be Marin back up in the top lane. It does look like they're going to send their bottom lane duos back into the bottom lane as well. So everyone just taking a walk all over Summoner's Rift for now. Not settling down anywhere yet, just trying to find places to farm gold anywhere possible. Moon back down in this bottom lane, going to be farming up as much as possible. Does have his Caulfield's Warhammer now.
But I mean, to put it simply, right, everyone who's walking around the map trying to find farm where possible is potentially overextending at every single point. So Lucian and Trundle in that bottom lane, they actually don't have a turret to defend them. So Amy, you can see where he's positioned. Either wants the dragon or to gank bottom, which is much more realistic given how pushed they are in a lane that is being pushed towards LGD. So they don't really need to be here. They shouldn't be here, but they are.
PYL taking a lot of damage from Moon. And you have to think Amy as well would want to take that dragon. Might be waiting for his Devourer as well so he can get a few stacks on that if he is going to go for that item eventually. But Imp and PYL deciding to try and freeze this wave, it seems, as much as possible. Pulling the creeps back. And that's actually going to force Moon and Sol to back off and recall. Amy still threatening to jump over the wall and go for a dive. As package has been picked up by Wayless. He's just going to run around, get rid of a pink ward. Crisis will work on his second red buff of the game.
Yeah, he was actually looking topside there, Wayless, poking his head around. And of course, that's the way that the balance starts to tip, as POL could be in trouble here.
Yeah, pillar down there. Sol's actually going to move in for it as Crisis also comes down to this lane. Moon, he's going to get aggressive, but that's a flash out from the Alistar. Imp pops up the spell shield, and Crisis just can't connect with the ulti.
Yeah, Marin even backed off, ready to teleport, and Amy is here. It'd be risky if they continued to go in. They hold, I guess.
And decides not to, as Wayless, he was making his way down as well. Just used the package to get back towards that mid lane. EPA still looked to be a little bit aggressive. In fact, they caught Amy out with that pillar, but decided not to chase him once he decided to hop over that icy wall. Imp no longer able to freeze this wave, so he's going to be shoving it back slightly as Marin has been taking a little bit of hurt from Gimgoon up in the top lane. He's still relatively even on CS, does have the chain vest available, so will be able to mitigate some of the damage that Graves can dish out with his shotgun.
That's all that matters to Marin, is that he's keeping up in farm, because he's in a lane against a ranged opponent who has a lot of damage in the kit. Maokai, of course, does a fair chunk early, but is focusing on just getting through so he can be a tank in the mid game and help the rest of his team out. So even if it involves helping Amy, so be it, because he's struggling to actually lane, whereas Gimgoon is gifting him the lane by pushing.
Yep. And you can see Imp still holding that CS lead in bottom side, so about 20 up still. So Republic's going to go ahead and take that blue buff for himself. Looks like Marin's actually going to face check Gimgoon. Never a good idea against the Graves, but he'll live to tell the tale this time around, as Amy finally going to go back. May very well have Devourer finished. And we'll see if LGD, if so, do you want to make a play towards that dragon, try and get those stacks going, as it looks like he has finally finished it. Hard farming there from Kindred paying off. I think LGD have a very obvious thing they want to play for, but Imp's going back. He's actually going to buy a few more items himself. And even Wayless with a Sheen. This could be LGD's first little point of action.
Yep, I'd like to see where LG decide to pressure next. With the Devour picked up, Kindra could definitely go on towards that dragon, pick up a couple of stacks for herself. We saw that he didn't want to take it earlier when he was looking for a gank bottom lane. You'd have to think that that would be something he would consider now. He's going to work on his Grump instead. Amy deciding to clear up as much of the jungle as possible. May donate this one over to Corky, but we have to see if Wayless is going to be able to pick up that one for himself. PYL still extending in towards the jungle of EPA. Christ actually going to knock him backwards. PYL is not level 6, not going to be able to pop the Unbreakable Wheel, and he's going to go down for the second time in this game, overextending to put a ward down.
Yeah, plain and simple, just needs to stop being that far in to put wards down when he doesn't have his jungler nearby.
Pretty epic duel in the bottom lane, though. Imp standing his ground, actually doing decent damage to Moon, but heal was up for Lucian, was not up for Imp, so I don't think Imp fancied that actual exchange. He will have to fall back towards his jungler as EPA are looking to get aggressive down the bottom side. Moon is low, but two teammates here. This should be an easy tower take for EPA.
And it just feels like this is not the LGD we saw earlier in the week. This is the opposite side of LGD. The rise and fall of this team is very obvious. Kind of relying on somebody to step up, but nobody is. POL is always caught out of position. Here's the move, though.
Two teleports coming in, one from each team, but Imp, he's taking down incredibly low. Moon's actually going to flash aggressively forward. Imp will go the wrong direction, but does manage to get away from the danger as the ultimate of Amy has been popped down to keep POL alive. He's trying to stay alive as long as possible as Imp. His might get jumped on here by Moon in the backlines. Everybody else is rotating now as the support will pick up a double kill for EPA. They're chasing onto Amy. Myron will pick up a kill. He does pick up one for himself, but now he's going to try and fight three members of EPA and LGD. That is not where your base is. You can't keep running in that direction. Gimgoon gets taken down really low, but they're still chasing. They're going to get an early ace here against LGD, and a double kill will go on over to Republic.
EPA, they show up in the first game of this best of 3 series, and they ace LGD so early in this game. Imp is consistently caught out of position from fantastic pillars out of Seoul. The rookie support has actually just gone massive in this game. Gimgoon is putting down ridiculous amounts of damage, and Wayless gets 1v1'd basically by Republic in the backline. Myron is the only person on LGD that has shown up to play so far today. He gets 2 kills for the team, but there's no way you're taking down Gimgoon. The target selection should have been the Trundle because he had flash and opted not to use it until after, where he dies.
Well, the Imp is going to go down as the AC is completed there. Wayless, though, almost got a 1v1 in mid lane, but Crisis now going to join in onto the Corky. Damage is down. Soul's here as well. Wayless goes forward, trying to juke out of the way, but he's just going to get chased down and killed here. Soul looking for another one. Crisis, though, is going to move in for it, but Soul claims another victim.
Yeah, Soul claims it with the ultimate, I believe, just to ensure that he goes down as Amy's here top lane.
They're looking to try and take down Moon here. LGD trying to find a kill back for themselves. An easy pickup for Myron and Amy. But it's still 8-3 on the scoreboard, and EPA are 3,000 gold ahead of LGD.
Well, maybe make it 4 as they're looking to take this turret down. PYL, though, just going to keep running. Make sure to zone them off this turret and keep it safe for now. Imp still aggressively forward, looking to battle Gimgoon, but Death Dance already completed for the Graves. Pretty tricky for Siva to try and 1v1 at this stage, as Myron almost proxy farming now. Doing as much work as he can on the Maokai with the Sunfire Cape now finished. Very chaotic last few fights, but EPA do well to put themselves in a strong position here, as we may have a reset for this dragon that, unfortunately, due to our last team fight, never got looked at.
Yeah, doing well here, EPA, this early in the game. I don't really understand the strategy that LGD are actually putting in place here, because nobody's coming top lane. In fact, they should be doing the Rift Herald right now, because that would help them push the top lane turret down, and or contesting the Dragon Pit area. But being that they are 3k gold behind, just look for a trade would be the wise strategy.
Looks like they will move in as well. There's effectively 4 Devour stacks for Kindred between the Rift Herald and the Scuttle Crab, so they'll take control of that top half of the jungle. LGD, I think, going to calm down just a bit. Tried to make the big teleport flank in the last team fight and didn't work out for them. Now they'll take the Rift Herald, give it to Marin, actually, and go back towards that top lane. They do see Gimgoon, but maybe not healthy enough, as Marin fancies himself a blue buff. Republic, though, in the area to check, does see them trying to take it out. Amy, though, We'll just take out the Scuttle Crab instead. And Gimgoon now seeing them. What's going to back off towards his turret?
Did Marin just take that?
Yeah, you're an asshole, Marin.
Does he still get the stacks? I believe.
Yeah, he does. It's an assist. Doesn't change the fact, all right? To be fair, Marin 3-1-0, the only person on LGD who has kills. He's a mid-game champion, so it's not that bad to have the gold on him. And it's the same thing as the Rift Herald, essentially. And perhaps he was close to an item.
You still get the stacks on Seder Devour if it's an assist on the
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't
Look
know
at
that.
this.
Well, caught.
He's actually going to get caught underneath his turret. They just slowly take him down. And either the smoke screen or the collateral damage from Gimgoon is able to finish off that kill. Crisis just diving in between turrets to take down the mid laner. And EPA looking to go for a turret push here. They're going to try and increase this gold lead. And they are massively far ahead during this laning phase here. 4,000 gold up against LGD. This is not the LGD that played against Chaogu.
They have no vision, they have no control, and they are losing the map on so many fronts.
And this is going in again. TP in for Marin, going to try and make something crazy happen. 4v4.
He has a
kind
turret there.
of. With the turret there, maybe making it a bit more imbalanced for EPA.
want
LGD
Dragon.
again, get aggressive.
They did lose their inner turret as well.
Yeah. 3 turrets to 1 now for EPA. 2 of them are in mid lane. 1 in top. So bottom's still safe, I guess, for LGD. As they are going to get aggressive onto this dragon. Will be 5 stacks for Amy if they can get it. It's actually the first dragon of the game. As EPA will not be around to contest it. I'm all for map control, but this is a little extreme for LGD
I wouldn't
here.
even call it extreme. They're hardly controlling the map. That was just a dive from EPA where they didn't have enough health to contest the dragon afterwards. And they have to go back to base. So slowly but surely, they're getting stacks on the Kindred. And as far as dragon trades for anything goes, this is one of the situations where it's better rather than worse. Because you have a Seder Devour, a Kindred, soon to be. That's a lot of stacks in the back pocket. But realistically, the gold lead's still not in a great position. I think all things considered, though, LGD are still reasonably comfortable.
They certainly are, and it is against EPA, a team which does really well in the early parts of the game, but as you start to approach 20 minutes and beyond, is really when you have to question EPA and see how they tend to falter against teams against in the LPL.
But look at Crisis, right? Like, they understand that they're going for the outer turret. They're 100% going to go for the outer turret, dive if need be, because there's only Imp and POL nearby. Amy is top lane. That's aggressive.
Yeah, Marin actually diving Gimgoon, but Gimgoon doesn't seem too upset about it. Bottom tower is going to go down. LGD have already backed away from that objective, but 4 turrets to 1 now for EPA as they continue to mount structures and a gold lead here in this game. And Marin's still diving.
Just disregarding turrets as things on the map.
I
Amy's
will
here.
fight you.
Gimgoon,
Marin
though,
really wants to fight. I'm going to lock down Gimgoon for quite some time. Amy is now up in the top lane trying to duke this one out. Here comes Republic. Will be able to knock Amy back. Amy gets taken incredibly low. Has to pop his own ultimate. Republic trying to skirt in between Amy and the tower. Forces the flash on the jungler.
Crisis is coming.
Crisis is on his way. He's trying to wrap around. Even Soul is there, but Republic snipes him off with Shurima. Sand Soldiers, another great pillar, will slow down Marin. He tries to flash away, but a great ultimate from Crisis. Double kill going over to Republic.
This Kragus is going off right now for EPA, just schooling everybody from LGD, and that's not something we expected coming into this best of 3 series. But here we are. Republic taking down Amy, as is standard. I guess we're fighting.
Yep. No surprises there. It's been a pretty
Nice.
bloodthirsty game. As EPA is still looking for a siege. So once again, EPA are able to find good picks and or fights and then convert almost every single time. LGD, though, moving in to defend, will be able to move them off the turret for now. Whalers fairly strong, threatening with that Trinity Force and Hex Drinker, but it's almost just damage control now for LGD. As once again, they've had a relatively shocking early game, and EPA have done what we expected of them. Had a really great start to this game.
To be fair, and as much as LGD have misplayed, and it's very obvious that they have made a lot of mistakes that EPA have picked up on, they haven't hesitated. EPA have actually taken every single opportunity they've had, and they've made it work for them in a positive direction. The Gragas barrels, the flash body slams, it's all been great. They've been team fighting well. Soul has been catching people out with the pillars, and it feels like this supports decision-making and communication with the team feels on point, even though he's a new player.
It almost feels like Crisis and Soul have been the facilitators for EPA so far. And
Soul's probably done... Crisis, sorry, has probably done the most damage to champions. Like, He's facilitating death.
Well, death is the best form of CC, I've been told. So it's good that he's doing just that for EPA right now. And I was a little bit sad to not see Jay-Z on the lineup, the baller with the baller name. But Sol definitely filling his shoes really well in this match.
I love that he's also playing Trundle, just in case we ever miss the
Did you
EPA
miss
support.
this?
But again, looking great. EPA in general looking awesome this game. And LGD trying to claw back what lead they can. As PYL maybe caught out again. Sol once more looking for someone. Is going to go for PYL now. The Imp's a little too far away. Amy up here though, headbutt is going to move him in, but the TP is coming through for EPA. Teleport though on the other side there for LGD, so we have a battle on our hands. Mara going to tie up the backline. 3v1 there for that Maokai. They're trying to chase Gimgoon and Crisis away as Maran's taking a beating in the backlines. Moon though is finally going to take him out, and Crisis lives through everything else. Gimgoon now once a Whalers just face tanks all of the bullets from the Corki. 2 teleports in, but only 1 survives. It's EPA once more.
Yeah, EPA is out trading everybody on this map. Graves is basically 1v3 and tanking the crap out of everybody. You're never going to kill a Trundle. Crisis is already way too tanky with his Randuins. Baron's gone. Ridiculous.
I love the coordination between EPA and that team fight. Gimgoon and Crisis on the back lines, knowing that they just have to stay alive because the rest of EPA are busy dealing with Marin. They do just that. Great ultimates from Crisis to keep everyone away. Gimgoon dashing in and out of the fight. Once he got a lot of true grit snatch, dash back in again. And EPA, they're just snowballing through this game so far. They're 8,000 gold ahead of LGD. Oh, sorry, 7,000 gold ahead of LGD. Just 22 minutes into the game. And with this Baron buff, it looks like they're going to cause even more trouble.
Not to rain on your parade, it's actually something that I hear all the time. And the coordination has been great from EPA, right? But the funny thing is, and I guarantee that if you listen to their team comms in that fight, it was literally just go. And no one said anything besides target calling. Like, Gimgoon playing around his true grit stacks, probably not a thing. I have 100% confidence that he was just hitting the closest person. And like, it doesn't matter because he's a 203 Graves that is just so far ahead. He was actually doing the same thing that Marin was doing, which was just tanking the front line. Just being in front of the backline members of the opposite team. Marin's going to die eventually though because EPA do so much damage. Whereas, I mean, the front line of EPA is doing more damage than LGD's backline.
Well, it's been working for EPA, and if they can keep this up, they're looking to try and close out a very early game, and that's exactly the time frame that EPA are looking to try and pick up all of their wins. Very well known for their early game play. They can close out the games early. It fits in nicely with their playstyle. They're looking to do just that with a push down in the bottom lane. The Baron off minions are going to continue chipping away at this turret. They've already poked down Amy.
Well, good poke there as well from the Culling. Republic doing a nice bit of work as Marin is looking kind of for a flank on the left-hand side. EPA, though, will just continue pressure. I have Baron for
teleport, and he's going to show himself. Like, this turret will go with this wave if Marin doesn't come back.
Well, just going to poke out mid and walk back. May have just timed the waves nicely, but we'll have to see. EPA looking for a pick as Marin does walk back through the base gate. Sol not going to greet him with a pillar as the siege will continue. And again, just using the pillar, zoning them off, getting poked down. But here comes PYL. Huge 4-man pole, but EPA still not down just yet. The rest of OGD have to try and get in there, but Marin's too low on the front lines. Graves ulti out, almost gets the execute on that tree. And EPA stand their ground. LGD try, but it's not enough.
So EPA standing their ground is still not breaking the base. Thankfully, LGD start the fight off with a 4-man pulverize. PYL with his engage is the saving grace just there of this LGD roster. Crisis with the barrel. Couldn't knock anybody back towards his team. Close from EPA, but they don't break the base.
Not quite no cigar just yet for LGD though. So they're going to look to try and push out as much as possible. They're going to be able to take away a couple of these jungle camps, but they've only stopped the bleeding slightly as EPA pick up a dragon for themselves as well. It's 5 turrets to 1. They still have a massive gold lead as well. Now approaching 8,000 gold in the lead. We'll have to see what EPA decide to do next. Their Baron buff has run out.
It's got Rylai's.
Yep, going to be able to slow down this tree. A little bit slow in that jungle. Gimgoon's trying to get a flank as well. Puts down that smoke screen. They're still chasing on towards this tree. Republic still going forward. Marin's caught up between the pillar as well. EPA Republic is unstoppable as he picks up his 5th kill of the game.
Yeah, he's absolutely unstoppable. This Azir is monstrous right now. 3 major items completed. Whereas, I mean, on the flip side from LGD, they've got 1. It's a tough ask here.
It really is. And Crisis, he will get stopped there by PYL, but so tanky is actually it's going to dive in onto Whaler. Soul almost getting another few kills. Gimgoon snipes him off with the collateral damages. Now Amy's going to get dove on. He's forced to flash out of the way, but EPA will just take the turrets instead. 2 dead now for LGD as this top inhib's absolutely dead.
LGD coming into game 1 of a best of 3 against the team that is currently 6th in a group of 6. About 10k behind at 25 minutes. The day or 2 days after, they just beat the number 1 team, QG. What's going on? Really? It's just outrageous.
That guy's going on. Soul versus PYL.
Yeah,
It's been Soul's game, certainly. PYL's asked not been able to show up this particular game. LGD, we'll see if they can hold on, but it's a tough ask here at this stage of the game. EPA have shown absolutely no mercy. They had a good start to the game, and they've just kept it rolling since then.
And that's absolutely the biggest thing. Not showing mercy, engaging every opportunity they get, chasing people who are out of position with a Rylai's on his ear. It's just really strong shot calling, honestly. I'm not sure if Soul's the one who's just come into this team and given them something out of thin air, but it feels that way.
He's definitely impressed in this game alone. If the shot calling has been on him as well, that is truly remarkable because his individual play has been fantastic. We'll have to see if they keep it up for the remainder of this game. As EPA look to try and make another push down the bottom lane, this tower's definitely going down. Crisis is actually going to flash forward and try and knock Wayless into his team. Not quite able to do just that, but Gimgoon is now on the back lines. Amy and Imp grouped up. The ultimate we popped down by Kindred, trying to keep you alive. But look at this, Marin, he's just getting obliterated. PY and Wayless can't do anything to protect their front line. They're going to knock Gimgoon in towards the turret, but it's going to be a double kill going on over towards Moon. He's dashing left, right, and center, picks up a triple kill for himself. EPA pick up an ace, and this should be the game for EPA.
Amy just dropped an ultimate next to Imp, who ran out of it and ran away. LGD just seem like they are on entirely different wavelengths right now. EPA are the communicating team, they're the coordinated team, and they actually destroy LGD.
Yeah, not close by the end of it here. EPA with a very strong showing in game number 1. Apparently only took one change in the support role, and a brand new team shows up and massacres LGD for the first game. The question's always going to be there, which LGD will show up today? It felt like maybe their consistency was back. But once again, we'll have a first game in a series, and LGD seems like back to bad habits rather than the good ones they showed us recently.
LGD have won their last 6 games up until this particular one, and that accurately sums up the rise and fall of this team, doesn't it? Ridiculous. EPA just put on a clinic.
They sure didn't. In all fairness, although LGD do look shaky once again, EPA played amazing during that game. Their jungle play was fantastic. Their new support, Soul, was absolutely brilliant in his debut performance. It was just great to watch EPA play so well in the early game and close it out really early as well.
Amy was also just not able to get anything done on the flip side, and to me personally, yes, Soul catching PYL out of position when PYL is trying to place wards. Happened time and again. Team fights break out from it, such as this one. Gimgoon already leaps and bounds ahead with his sustain. Warlord's Bloodlust Graves, ain't that a thing? Marin's target selection, unfortunate.
That team fight really stood out to me as well because it was LGD that initiated that fight with the teleports into the bottom lane.
Well, yeah. The same time as the teleport was also someone getting caught out of position as per what we have seen in most of this game. But once again, EPA, when it comes to the team fighting, constant aggression and constant confidence, honestly, from this team, which is unseen before now almost.
And I think we said a lot about LPL teams, but so many of these teams live and die by their junglers. Crisis, we've seen his bad games, but seen definitely his good games as well. That was absolutely a good Gragas game there from Crisis. Felt like him and Soul were just dictating everything in that game. Every play that was made, every pick that they managed to find, that was just either Gragas or Trundle making it work.
Even Azir going for the Rylai's as well, being able to catch people out of position. I just feel like every single individual person from this EPA roster showed up to play right now. And I mean, the best example is Moon actually out-damaging Imp in every single 1v1 trade that we've seen from those two from minute 1 in that game.
It almost feels like Crisis and Soul were facilitating that entire early game, and the carries on the side of EPA just didn't drop the ball and were able to continue their huge snowball advantage in towards the end of the game as well.
Yeah, really impressive stuff there from EPA, but we are going to go to a break. When we return, though, we'll see if LGD can pick things up of EPA.